Chapter 1082. Black and White 8 Trigrams Formation. When the mental strength of a perfect grade 5 was completely released, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone stared at Zhuowen with their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say. Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen was a grade 4 Arcana Master, Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the level of grade 5 Small Success. When everyone thought that this was Zhuowen's limit, Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the level of grade 5 Large Success and defeated Chen Xan. When Chen Xian's senior brother Zhai Bai arrived, everyone thought that this was going to be a fierce battle. However, Zhuowen played a joke on them. That was, Zhuowen's mental strength actually broke through another level, reaching the level of level 5 Great Perfection. This unexpected performance made everyone start to think that Zhuowen's mental strength had no limit. He actually soared his mental strength several times. The smile at the corner of Bai Zai's mouth completely froze, while Chen Xian and Qin Gang were stunned on the spot. They did not expect that Zhuowen's spiritual power of level 5 Upper Realm was not his limit. Great grade 5 perfection. When Chen Xian completely recovered, his lips squirmed, and he slowly spat out such a sentence, like a question, but also like a question. Who would have thought that, in his opinion, an ant who should be a grade 4 Arcanist would show such a terrifying mental strength, far beyond Chen Xian's imagination? Zhai Bai's face was the ugliest. Originally, he came out just to support Chen Xian, and at the same time to rub the spirit of Master Lan Miao's new disciple. Now he found that Zhuowen's mental strength was actually above his. It could be said that he went for wool and came home shorn. The current situation really made it difficult for him to get lost. After breaking out the great grade 5 perfection mental strength, Zhuowen flicked a sleeve, and suddenly a terrifying mental strength burst out, turning into a huge mental strength hand and crushed toward Zhai Bai. Feeling the horror of the mental strength hand, Zhai Bai's face changed slightly. He clenched his teeth, and with a flick of his sleeve, the terrifying mental strength turned into sharp claws and directly blasted out. Kacha! Unfortunately, the difference in mental energy between the two was almost an entire level. The power was naturally incomparable. The mottled white mental energy claw only lasted for a moment before it collapsed and was annihilated. Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand. After the mental energy palm destroyed the mental energy claw, it continued to fly towards Baiji, causing the latter to retreat in fear. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a grade 5 origin array from his spirit ring. Black and White 8 Trigrams Formation. Bai Zai let out a low roar. An enormous black and white yin and yang pattern appeared on the origin array he took out. The black and white yin and yang pattern constantly rotated, forming a rather sturdy defense in front of Bai Zai. Bang! The mental energy palm slammed into the black and white 8 trigrams array and was completely stopped. It was unable to move forward. Greater, limitless sword formation. Since Bai Zai had used a grade 5 origin formation, Zhuowen naturally didn't hold back and used the infinitum sword formation. Instantly, streaks of sword light shot out like shooting stars in the night sky. The resplendent sword light was like the most dazzling starlight in the world. Bang! 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 A low explosive sound rang out as the sword glow arrived on time and slammed into the black and white 8 trigrams formation. Surging energy ripples began to spread throughout the entire hall, causing the surrounding people to continuously retreat with shock in their eyes. Bai Zai's face flushed red. His feet retreated again and again. The black and white 8 trigrams array in front of him was also on the verge of collapse. It was also a grade 5 origin formation, but his mental energy was a level lower than Zhuowen's. The power he could unleash was naturally a level lower. Senior brother, this person is bullying the weak. He's extremely hateful. Let me help you. Seeing that Bai Zai was at an absolute disadvantage, Chen Xian couldn't help but say. He knew that once Bai Zai was defeated, his Milky Way 9 heavens would definitely be lost. Thinking of this, Chen Xian took a step forward and came to Bai Zai's side. With a wave of his sleeve, a silver river spread out from his body. The resplendent starlight shrouded out like a snake and entangled the sword light in front of him. When the black and white 8 trigrams array and the Milky Way 9 heavens combined, the power it could unleash was indeed quite impressive. For a moment, it blocked the imposing sword light. Looking at Chen Xian, who had vowed to join the battle, many people frowned. This competition was originally proposed by Chen Xian. Now that Chen Xian had failed, not only did he not keep his promise, but he also joined forces with Bai Zai to bully the weak. Chen Xian's actions were indeed a little too shameless. Huang Qin trembled with anger and couldn't help but angrily rebuke Chen Xian, your master, Tusida's disciple. Don't you feel ashamed of your despicable and shameless behavior? Chen Xian glanced indifferently at Huang Qin, whose face was flushed red. The corners of his mouth raised slightly as he said, "That's not right. Zhuowen is a perfect grade 5 Arcana Master. He's clearly the one bullying the weak. Is it wrong for me to help my senior brother?" With that, Chen Xian no longer paid attention to the resentful Huang Qin. With a shake of his sleeve, an even more powerful and terrifying mental strength gushed out. The power of the Milky Way 9 heavens increased by several times. Bai Zai was not to be outdone, and the black and white 8 trigrams array in front of him also became more powerful. For a moment, the greater infinity sword formation was actually suppressed. Chen Xian and Bai Zhi's eyes revealed a trace of relief when they saw this scene. Infinite sword array, 1,000 swords. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. With a wave of his sleeve, his right hand formed a sword technique. Suddenly, the infinite sword array split into thousands of giant swords, falling like rain on the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array. Bang! 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 The power of the 1,000 swords was much stronger than before. The defense formed by the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array began to weaken, and then it began to tremble violently. Flowing sword style. Zhuowen seized the opportunity to pursue and execute the 5th great sword move of the infinity sword formation, the flowing sword style. Instantly, the countless sword lights split apart to form a terrifying storm of sword lights that covered the heavens and the earth, while the might of the infinity sword formation increased by a few times. Crack! As soon as the flowing sword style was used, the combined defense of the Milky Way 9 heavens and the black and white 8 trigrams array began to show traces of cracks. The cracks began to spread and expand under the horrified gazes of the two before finally collapsing. Uft! The moment the defense of the 2 5th grade origin arrays collapsed, Chen Xian and Bai Zai both spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated with pale faces. Whoosh! 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 When the two of them retreated dozens of steps and just stabilized their bodies, a sword light wrapped around them. The sharp tip of the sword emitted a bone-chilling coldness. It was pointed at the two of them, causing them to not dare to move in the slightest. Thump! 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 Crisp footsteps slowly sounded. It was unknown when Zhuowen had landed on the ground, but he was slowly walking towards Chen Xian and Bai Zai, who were surrounded by the infinite sword array. Chen Xian and Bai Zai were defeated even after joining forces. This Zhuowen is really terrifying. No wonder Master Lan Miao, who has never accepted a disciple, accepted this boy for the first time. It turns out that this boy's mental strength is so terrifying. The surrounding people whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and respect as they looked at Zhuowen. No matter where they were, a perfect grade 5 arcanist was an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, Zhuowen was only 20 years old. He was much younger than any of Master Tusida's disciples. It could be seen that this boy's future was limitless. Chin Xian and Ban Bai's faces were slightly ugly, especially Ban Bai. He had come out of the crowd in high spirits. He had originally wanted to show off his strength and make Zhuo Wen submit, but he had never imagined that he would be defeated by Zhuo Wen in front of so many people. This was a great loss of face for him. Brother Chin Xian, it's time to hand over the Milky Way 9 heavens, right? Zhuo Wen said indifferently with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Chin Xian's face was ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. You still don't want to hand it over? Zhuo Wen's voice abruptly turned cold as the sword aura surrounding Chin Xian and Baiji suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Shortly after, it started to shrink, as if it was prepared to kill the two of them at any moment. Chin Xian, hurry up and hand over the Milky Way 9 heavens. Do you want to get us killed? Bai Zai could not help but shout at Chin Xian. Chin Xian's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth, shook his sleeve, and immediately threw out the primary array of the Milky Way 9 heavens to Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and unceremoniously put the Milky Way 9 heavens into the spirit ring. Immediately, his eyes moved away from Chin Xian and fell on Bai Zai. Perhaps noticing Zhuo Wen's gaze, Bai Zai said with a gloomy face, Chin Xian has already handed over the Milky Way 9 heavens. Now you should let us go, right? If Brother Chin Xian had cooperated and handed over the Milky Way 9 heavens at the beginning, it would have been easy. Unfortunately, you were not very cooperative before. Do you think it is possible to let you go so easily? Zhuo Wen said lightly. What do you mean? Bai Zai had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhuo Wen shook his head and said nothing. Give me the black and white 8 trigrams array, then I will let you go. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people showed a mocking expression. This Zhuo Wen was really unreasonable. Not only did he take away Chin Xian's Milky Way 9 heavens, but now he was going to take away Bai Zai's black and white 8 trigrams array. You still want my black and white 8 trigrams array? Bai Zai's face gradually darkened as he said in a low voice, You don't want to hand it over? Then you know the consequences. Zhuo Wen grinned, and his smile was full of coldness. The sword light around the great infinity sword array began to close in on Bai Zai's forehead. It was as if with just a thought, the sword light could pierce through Bai Zai's forehead. Feeling the terrifying sharpness of the sword light, Bai Zai's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. This Zhuo Wen was too unscrupulous. He was actually threatening him with his life. When the sword light came closer and was about to pierce through Bai Zai's forehead, he finally gave in. You can have the black and white 8 trigrams array too. Chapter 1083. The Fifth Layer. Since Brother Bai is so polite, I'll accept it, Zhuo Wen smiled and put the black and white 8 trigrams formation into his spirit ring. Looking at Zhuo Wen's expression of pretending to be obedient even though he had taken advantage of him, his white eyelids twitched violently and his heart was bleeding. However, he could only grit his teeth and swallow all this. With a gloomy face, he said, Can you let us go now? Of course. Zhuo Wen nodded and waved his sleeve. Immediately, the greater infinite sword formation that revolved around Chin Xian and Bai Bai moved away and landed beside Zhuo Wen. Bai Zai and Chin Xian glared fiercely at Zhuo Wen, then left the 3rd floor with their tails between their legs. Qin Gang followed behind Chin Xian, intending to leave as well, but was stopped by Zhuo Wen. Brother Qin Gang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Gang trembled when he heard this. Chin Xian's footsteps also slowed, but he didn't stop and hurriedly left the 3rd layer. Not only had Chin Xian lost his grade 5 origin formation, Milky Way 9 heavens, but he had also lost all his face. He didn't want to stay here. Moreover, Chen Gang was the one who instigated this, so how could he care about Qin Gang's matters? Looking at Chin Xian, who was rapidly leaving, Chen Gang's lips wriggled, but he was unable to utter a single word. His face became deathly pale, and his legs trembled. What kind of existence was Zhuowin? He was a perfect Grade 5 Arcana Master. He was much more powerful than Qin Xian and Bai Zai. He was a Grade 4 Arcana Master. In front of such an existence, he was just an ant. How could he not be afraid? What orders does Master Zhuo have? Qin Gang could only force a smile. Hand over your spirit ring. All of this happened because of you, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just hand over your spirit ring. Zhuowin spread his hands and said indifferently. Qin Gang's face darkened. Zhuowin was really ruthless. After snatching Qin Xian and Bai, he wouldn't even let him go. Not only Qin Gang, but the others also had strange expressions on their faces. Zhuowin didn't act like an expert at all. Qin Gang's eyes flickered. In the end, he compromised. He took off the spirit ring and threw it to Zhuowin. Zhuowin caught the spirit ring and handed it to Huang Ken, who was beside him, as he said, "Brother Huang, take this spirit ring. The spirit ring is also yours." Huang, can Huang Zhuowin Huang's spirit ring. And Huang Ken, Huang's name Huang, is Huang Zhuowin Huang, Zhuowin Huang, Zhuowin Huang, Zhuowin Huang, Zhuowin Huang. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Qin Gang's items aren't very useful to me, but they're extremely useful to you. I hope you can become a 4th-rank Arcana Master as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be accepted as an official disciple by teacher. Do your best. Huang Can's eyes revealed a look of gratitude as he nodded heavily and said, "Brother Zhuo, I will." On the other hand, Qin Gang's expression was extremely gloomy. If Zhuowin had taken his spirit ring for his own use, Qin Gang would not have felt anything. However, this guy had actually disregarded his spirit ring and tossed it to Huang Ken. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Not only was Zhuowin Grandmaster Lan Miao's disciple, but his mind power cultivation was also at the great perfection of the 5th grade. In a sense, such an existence already stood at the peak of the Arcane Tower's disciples. He absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. "Lord Zhuo, can I go now?" Qin Gang smiled embarrassedly. "Scram. However, I'll say this in advance. If you find trouble with Brother Huang in the future, don't blame me for being impolite," Zhuowin said indifferently. Yes. Lord Zhuo, don't worry, I won't look for trouble with Brother Huang in the future." Qin Gang repeatedly bowed. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Huang Can and said with a smile, "Brother Huang, in the future, I won't touch a single hair on Luo Xiang. She belongs to you. I won't touch her. As for the previous matter, I hope Brother Huang can forgive me." Huang Ken's eyes were gloomy. He said indifferently, "I have nothing to do with Luo Xiang. You don't have to mention her." Oh, since Brother Huang has nothing to do with Luo Xiang, then I also have nothing to do with her. I won't look for her in the future. Brother Huang can rest assured about this. Qin Gang knew how to behave himself. He quickly distanced himself from Luo Xiang. Now that Zhuowin and Huang Can had established a relationship, he really didn't dare to offend the other party. Admitting defeat now would definitely be beneficial for him to continue staying in the Arcane Tower in the future. "Qin Gang, what do you mean by this? Didn't you promise me your undying love and everlasting love? Now you want to distance yourself from me?" As soon as Qin Gang's words fell, a slightly angry shout rang out from the crowd. Luo Xiang, who was dressed in a yellow robe, slowly walked out. Her beautiful eyes were somewhat embarrassed as she stared at Qin Gang, who was nodding and bowing in front of Zhuowin and Huang Ken. Back then, Qin Gang had promised her many benefits. That was why she gave herself to Qin Gang. Now, Qin Gang actually wanted to distance himself from her in front of Huang Ken. What did Qin Gang think of her? Qin Gang glanced indifferently at Luo Xiang. Soon after, he said goodbye to Zhuowin and Huang Ken and directly left the 3rd floor. He didn't even look at Luo Xiang. Looking at Qin Gang's resolute back, Luo Xiang's pretty face was pale. Her beautiful eyes were slightly dazed and confused. Many people in the surroundings looked at this scene with ridicule. Back then, Huang Can and Luo Xiang were a loving couple. Moreover, Huang Can was extremely fond of Luo Xiang. It was considered a good story on the third floor. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. Luo Xiang couldn't resist Chen Gang's temptation and resolutely abandoned Huang Can and threw herself into Qin Gang's arms. She did so for the vanity in her heart and the benefits of being able to enter the fourth floor to speed up her cultivation. Now, Huang Can had a reversal of fortune. Not only did he become the disciple of Grandmaster Lan Miao, but the perfect grade 5 monster, Zhuowen, also had an extremely good relationship with Huang Can. Even Chen Gang had to give in front of him. It was likely that no one in the entire arcane tower would dare to provoke Huang Can. Now, Nuo Xiang was mercilessly abandoned by Qin Gang. Endless regret began to surface in her heart. If she didn't make the wrong decision back then, she and Huang Can might really be a celestial couple now, enjoying the envy of others. It's still not too late. Huang Can will definitely still accept me. Gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Luo Xiang walked straight towards Huang Can, who was standing beside Zhuowen. There was a trace of pitiful look in her beautiful eyes. Oh! Zhuowen also noticed Luo Xiang walking over. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He glanced indifferently at Huang Can, who was trembling beside him, and said in a low voice, "I think Brother Huang should be clearer than me about whether some people are hypocritical or fake, right?" After speaking, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the stairs leading to the fourth floor. Now he still had to look for Grandmaster Lan Miao. At the same time, there was a trace of hope in his eyes. Grandmaster Lan Miao had said that there was a way to rapidly increase his mental energy. Therefore, he was looking forward to this trip. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Huang Can's eyes brightened. His originally somewhat chaotic heart gradually calmed down. Looking at Luo Xiang walking over in front of him, his heart was as calm as water. "Huang Can, do you still remember that you said in the past that you will accompany me until we grow old? You said that you will accompany me to watch the sunrise and sunset every day, chase after flowers and butterflies, and accompany me until we grow old. You haven't forgotten these, right?" Luo Xiang came in front of Huang Can and said in a gentle voice. Huang Can nodded and said seriously, "I have indeed said these words before. Moreover, I also intend to carry them out." Luo Xiang's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Striking while the iron was hot, she said, "Previously I was bewitched by Qin Gang and went astray. In fact, I was completely coerced by Qin Gang. Now it's all good. That Qin Gang will no longer dare to make things difficult for you. I can also return to your side. Let's be together for the rest of our lives and never be separated again, okay?" Huang Can suddenly smiled. He extended his right hand and gently stroked Luo Xiang's beautiful hair. His gaze became a little blurred. Luo Xiang revealed a shy expression. Her hands were placed in front of her and twisted together, appearing like a little girl. "Luo Xiang, I do want to be with you for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, the Luo Xiang from before is dead. The Luo Xiang in my heart has also disappeared. You are not the person I want to protect for the rest of my life." After he finished speaking, Huang Can revealed a slight smile on the corners of his mouth. He simply brushed past Nuo Xiang. There was no longer any pity or regret in his eyes. There was only a calmness that was like water in an ancient well. Some people, some things, if missed, were destined to be irreparable. Huang Can still thank Luo Xiang for abandoning him back then. It made him understand that Luo Xiang was really worthy of his love and protection. Now he understood, so he no longer intended to accept Luo Xiang. He didn't even intend to spend time on love. He wanted to make himself stronger. Luo Xiang's betrayal back then and Zhuowen's advice made him thoroughly understand that this world was cruel. Under the law of the jungle, if he couldn't become stronger, he didn't even have the qualifications to love and be loved. Luo Xiang stood where she was in a daze. Huang Can's words from before constantly echoed in her ears. Her pretty face had already become incomparably pale. She slowly squatted down and silently wept. She knew that everything was already irreversible. What was lost would be lost in the end. After entering the 4th floor, Zhuowen didn't stop at all. He directly walked towards the 5th floor. According to Huang Ken, the core of the arcane tower was actually the last 3 floors, which were the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. When Zhuowen stepped onto the 5th floor, his body suddenly became sluggish. A strange gravity pressed down on his body, causing Zhuowen's waist to slightly bend and his knees to slowly bend. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his sleeves, mental energy gushed out from his Niwen palace and formed an invisible force around his body, resisting the pressure that had mysteriously appeared on his body. At the same time, his body also slowly stood up. When Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 5th floor, his pupils suddenly shrank. Soon after, he was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1084. River Diagram among the dozen or so figures. Zhuowen spotted 2 rather familiar figures. They were the 2 he had defeated on the 3rd floor, Bai Zai and Qin Exan. Bai Zai and Qin Exan also noticed Zhuowen walking up to the 5th floor. Their faces were somewhat gloomy, but they did not express anything. Instead, they remained in their original positions. Zhuowen's arrival also attracted the attention of the other people on the 5th floor, especially the green robe on Zhuowen's body, which caused many people to look at him strangely. However, Zhuowen did not hide his grade 5 mental energy aura. Although Zhuowen was only wearing a green robe, the other people on the 5th floor did not stop Zhuowen. The space on the 5th floor was very strange. It contained a trace of faintly discernible, powerful pressure. This pressure was not directed at the physical body, but at the mind. Feeling the pressure on his body, Zhuowen estimated that only a grade 5 Arcana Master could withstand it. Moreover, he could move freely on the 5th floor. If a grade 4 Arcana Master entered the space, it would definitely be difficult for him to move even a single step. It was even possible that his life would be in danger because of this terrifying pressure. A terrifying howl rang out from above the 5th floor, attracting Zhuowen's attention. Soon after, Zhuowen raised his head slightly and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Above this space was an empty space. It was like the night sky, illusory and suffused with a deep blue color. In this empty space, the illusory figure of a huge, exotic beast constantly paced back and forth. This exotic beast had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Under its 4 hooves, a yellow river surged. Every time it stepped out, a long yellow river would be left behind in the empty space. It was a rather spectacular sight. Even more bizarre was that there was a strange pattern drawn on the back of this exotic beast. This pattern was a strange pattern formed by black and white dots following a strange trajectory. This is a dragon horse. Zhuowen could not help but mutter to himself as he looked at the exotic beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse that constantly paced back and forth in the sky. River Diagram, Luo Book, Sage. Could it be that the pattern on the back of the dragon horse is the river diagram? The shock in Zhuowen's eyes became more and more intense. The legend of He, Tu, and Luo Shu was extremely famous on Earth before his time travel. Legend had it that during the Fuxi era, a dragon horse appeared from the Yellow River, carrying the river diagram on its back. A divine turtle appeared from the Luo River, carrying the Book of Luo on its back. The appearance of the river diagram and the Book of Luo represented the sign of the arrival of a saint. Now, Zhuowen saw the draconic horse carrying the river diagram on its back on the 5th floor of the arcane tower in the outer courtyard. Although the draconic horse was only a shadow, it still surprised Zhuowen. In his previous life, Zhuowen was particularly obsessed with China's ancient myths and legends. Among them, he was particularly fond of He Tu and Luo Shu. He had once specially studied He Tu and Luo Shu and had some understanding of the He Tu and Luo Shu's patterns. Looking at the river diagram on the back of the draconic horse, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the river diagram was actually incomplete. Although he did not know the reason, for Zhuowen, who had studied He Tu and Luo Shu in his previous life, the river diagram did not look like the one on the back of the draconic horse. Moreover, most of the pressure in this space came from the draconic horse lying across the void. The draconic horse was in the category of mythical beasts. Although it was only a shadow, the pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, one of the figures sitting cross-legged on the 5th floor slowly stood up. This person had a white face and sharp eyes. He should be around 25 years old. The mind power fluctuation emitted from the surface of his body was around the complete grade 5. This person was the only arcanist whose mind power had reached the complete grade 5 on the 5th floor. He was also the strongest person. Many people around looked at this person with a hint of awe. Is Lang Yao going to challenge the draconic horse again? The draconic horse is too strong. We're sitting at the lowest level and we can barely withstand the pressure of the draconic horse. Moreover, the closer we are to the draconic horse, the more terrifying the pressure is. It is difficult for a grade 5 arcanist to break through the draconic horse. Although Lang Yao's mind power is the only one who has reached the complete grade 5 among us, the hope of him breaking through the draconic horse is still very slim. After all, those geniuses in the past usually only managed to break through the draconic horse when their mind power reached grade 6. Suddenly, there are sounds of discussion around. Those arcanists who were sitting cross-legged on the ground opened their eyes and stared at Lang Yao, who stood up and walked out slowly. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. From the surrounding discussions, it seemed that one could enter the 6th floor after breaking through the draconic horse. Lang Yao came to the center of the 5th floor. He raised his head slightly and stared at the draconic horse above him. There was a deep solemnity in his eyes. Dang, dang, dang. A series of steady footsteps slowly resounded over this place. Lang Yao, who was about to take a step forward, suddenly paused. His eyes stared intently at the sky. The rest of the people in the space also raised their heads. Their eyes were fixed on the top of the dragon horse. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared on the back of the dragon horse. These 4 figures stepped on the void and slowly walked down. The crisp sound of their footsteps spread throughout the entire space. That is, teacher? Zhuowen's eyes were also fixed on the sky. His attention was attracted by a blue figure. The blue figure was none other than Master Lan Miao, who had taken him in back then. At this moment, Master Lan Miao was chatting happily with 3 other old men who were about the same age as him. The atmosphere was harmonious. Needless to say, the remaining 3 should be the other 3 lineal disciples of Master Mufeng. They were Master Tusida, Master Tian Yi, and Master Wukong. The 4 masters had extremely high positions in the Arcane Tower. Everyone in the Arcane Tower knew the names of the 4 masters. Greetings to the 4 masters. When Grand Master Lan Miao and the other 3 finally descended, everyone on the 5th floor stood up and bowed to the 4 with great respect. At the same time, they also very orderly divided into 3 groups and arrived behind the other 3 grandmasters other than Grandmaster Lan Miao. Obviously, the arcanists on the 5th floor were also the disciples of these masters. Of course, Master Lan Miao was an exception. He did not accept any disciples previously because Master Lan Miao's standards were too high. Teacher. Lang Yao slowly walked in front of Master Tusida. He cupped his hands and said respectfully. Master Tusida placed his right hand on Lang Yao's shoulder. After pondering for a moment, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Lang Yao, not bad. You have made a breakthrough during this period of time. I'm afraid that you have a high chance of passing the draconic horse this time? Lang Yao nodded his head and said seriously, Teacher, I have a 50% chance of passing. 50% chance? Good, good. You are really good. Master Tusada was stunned at first. Soon after, he laughed out loud and there was some pride in his eyes. The other 3 masters were surprised when they heard this. A 50% chance was an extremely high probability. If Lang Yao did not make any mistakes, he might really be able to pass the draconic horse stage. Tusada, you have really taken in a good disciple. If Lang Yao really passes the draconic horse stage this time, I'm afraid that there will be a 5th master on the 6th floor. Master Wukong said with some envy. Master Tianyi's face was also filled with envy. He said, back then you were more insightful. You actually took in Lang Yao as your disciple before he grew up. Now we are really regretting it. Master Lan Miao's eyes flickered. He did not say anything and appeared to be rather quiet. This is also a fluke. At that time, I accidentally passed by the 3rd floor and took a fancy to Lang Yao. Lang Yao did not disappoint me. Master Tusada laughed heartily. There was a rich pride on his face. Lan Yao, I heard that you have also taken in a disciple. I wonder if you have brought your disciple here today. After calming down, Master Tusada suddenly looked at Lan Miao, who was silent, and asked. Master Tian Yi and Master Wu Kong also looked at Master Lan Miao. They both knew that Master Lan Miao had extremely high standards and would not easily take in a disciple. Now that he had taken in a disciple, this disciple must be extraordinary. I took him in 3 days ago. He is here now. Master Lan Miao smiled. He extended his right hand and waved at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and came in front of Master Lan Miao. He nodded and said respectfully, Master. Master Tusada casually glanced at Zhuowen. Although Master Lan Miao was famous for his high standards, he did not think that Lan Miao could take in a disciple who was more monstrous than Lang Yao. Therefore, he was not very concerned. However, when his gaze finally landed on Zhuowen, the casual look in his eyes slowly disappeared. Soon after, it was replaced by a grave and deep expression. Grade 5, complete realm? Master Tusada exclaimed. His face was slightly stiff. The expressions on Master Tian Yi and Master Wu Kong's faces were not any better. Their eyes were stiff. When they heard that Lan Miao had taken in a disciple, they had already guessed that Master Lan Miao's disciple should be around grade 5 lower realm. The highest should be around grade 5 upper realm. However, they never thought that Master Lan Miao's disciple would be a grade 5 complete realm. It should be known that disciples with such cultivation were not common in the Arcane Tower. There was only Lang Yao. Moreover, Lang Yao was also cultivated by Master Tusada with many resources. When did the Arcane Tower have a grade 5 complete realm disciple that the 3 of them did not know about? Haha, the 3 of you don't have to be surprised. Zhuowen is a new student this year. It's normal that you don't know about him. A smile finally appeared on Master Lan Miao's face. He's a new student this year. Master Tusada and the other 2 were stunned at first. Immediately, their eyes were filled with annoyance. Why didn't they meet Zhuowen earlier? If they had met him, they could have recruited such a genius in advance. Chapter 1085. Breaking the Dragon Horse, Teacher. What are the benefits of breaking through the dragon horse and reaching the 6th floor? Zhuowen suddenly asked with cupped hands. He had a feeling that the dragon horse pattern appearing in the sky above the 5th floor was not simple. It was definitely not just for others to admire. Perhaps there were some other benefits contained within. The corners of Grandmaster Lan Miao's mouth curled up slightly as he smiled. Of course there are benefits. But these benefits can only be enjoyed by 5th-tier arcanists. What do you mean? Zhuowen was a little confused. Grandmaster Lan Miao's words were a little confusing. If a fifth-tier arcanist can break through the dragon horse and reach the sixth floor, then his mental strength will skyrocket and immediately reach the sixth-tier initial success. Before Grandmaster Lan Miao could explain, Lang Yao, who was standing in front of Grandmaster Tusada, suddenly spoke. Lang Yao glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, then focused his gaze on the dragon horse treading on the yellow river. His eyes were filled with a fierce radiance. He wanted to climb on the dragon horse and reach the sixth floor, then use the power of the dragon horse to break through to the sixth-tier Arcana Master in one fell swoop. Zhuowen's gaze shifted from Lang Yao to Grandmaster Lan Miao and found that the latter also nodded lightly. He knew that Lang Yao's words were probably true. However, the pressure of the dragon horse is extremely strong. Even a sixth-tier initial success arcanist can barely endure it and reach the sixth floor. For those below the sixth tier, the difficulty is like climbing the heavens. For those below the sixth tier to successfully break through the dragon horse, the benefits obtained are enormous. For those above the sixth tier, they can only gain a trace of enlightenment. It is far from comparable to the benefits of a fifth-tier arcanist, Grandmaster Lan Miao added. Nodding, Zhuowen also understood the benefits of breaking through the dragon horse. In order to obtain the best benefits, one must break through as a fifth-tier arcanist. Once they passed, they would directly reach the sixth-tier initial success arcanist. If he were to attempt the dragon horse as a sixth-rank Arcana Master, the benefits would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If he were to attempt the dragon horse as a fifth-rank Arcana Master, the risk he would have to bear was much greater than that of a sixth-rank Arcana Master. No wonder Grandmaster Lan Miao told him that he could reach the sixth grade in a short time. It turned out that it was mainly because of the dragon horse's power. However, Zhuowen was puzzled. Did Grandmaster Lan Miao really believe that he could smoothly pass the dragon horse's test and become a sixth-grade Arcana Master? Lan Miao, both our disciples are grade 5 Great Perfection. Why don't we have a competition to see whose disciple can ascend to the sixth floor? Grandmaster Tusada suddenly said as he looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao somewhat provocatively. Tushita, aren't you making things difficult for Lan Miao? Although his disciple is also a grade 5 Great Perfection, he has never cultivated in the Arcane Tower and has never been taught by Lan Miao. I'm afraid his strength is still weaker than Lang Yao's. Master Tian, he suddenly said. Yeah, Tushita, your way of doing things is a little unfair. Lang Yao is a disciple that you have carefully cultivated. The two are not comparable. Master Wukong also shook his head. Obviously, in the eyes of the two masters, Zhuowen was just a freshman. Although his mental strength was similar to Lang Yao's, he had not been carefully cultivated by Lan Miao. His strength was bound to be much weaker. Tushita shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The competition I'm talking about doesn't need any prizes. It's just a simple competition. After all, Zhuowen's mental strength has reached the grade 5 Great Perfection. He will definitely try the dragon horse. If he fails the first time, it will also lay a foundation for the future and increase the success rate." Hearing Grandmaster Tushita say so, Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong did not say anything. Since it was just a simple competition, there was indeed nothing to say. It was up to Lan Miao to agree. Grandmaster Lan Miao was extremely calm from the beginning to the end. He turned his head slightly and smiled at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, what do you think? Do you want to give it a try?" The eyes of the other 3 masters also gathered on Zhuowen. Even Lang Yao, whose eyes fell on the dragon horse, looked at Zhuowen for the first time at this moment. A trace of provocation spread across his face. On the 5th floor, his cultivation was at the grade 5 Great Perfection. Now that there was finally another arcanist with the same cultivation as him, he naturally felt a sense of competition in his heart. Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "Try. Why not? You have courage. Lan Miao, let's not talk about other things first. Your disciple's courage is extraordinary. Even if he fails the dragon horse this time, he still has a great chance to succeed in the future." Grandmaster Tishita could not help but praise. Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong also nodded. They were also quite approving of Zhuowen's plan to try the dragon horse. After all, this was the first time he came to the 5th floor. He had not adapted to everything yet, but he dared to directly try the dragon horse. It really required a certain amount of courage. Grandmaster Lan Miao also showed a rare smile and said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, I haven't given you your apprenticeship gift yet. I originally planned to give you a grade 5 origin array, but if you can pass the dragon horse this time, I will give you a grade 6 origin array. How about it?" As soon as he said this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master. I will do my best this time." Grandmaster Tishita and the other 2 masters looked at each other and showed a surprised expression. Grandmaster Lan Miao's courage was not small. He actually planned to use a grade 6 origin array as an apprenticeship gift. This thing was also quite precious to the 3 of them who were at the grade 6 great perfection. However, the 3 of them were only surprised for a moment and did not take it seriously because they did not believe that Zhuowen could really pass the dragon horse. After all, even Lang Yao only had a 50% chance, let alone Zhuowen. "Lang Yao, you go first. After all, this is Zhuowen's first time coming to the 5th level, and he is not familiar with the dragon horse. You go first, and you can give him a demonstration." Grandmaster Tishita said with a laugh. Lang Yao nodded and did not say anything else. He suddenly stepped out in the void, and a surge of mental strength gushed out from his Naiwan palace, forming a mental step under his feet. The ground is 99 feet away from the dragon horse. You can only reach the dragon horse by stepping on 99 mental steps in the void. The most important step is the 100th step. If you can step on the dragon horse's back on the 100th step, you will be able to enter the 6th level. At that time, you will be baptized by the power of the dragon horse. Step by step, Lang Yao's clear voice resounded in the void. Zhuowen knew that Lang Yao's words were meant for him. Everyone on the 5th level lifted their heads to look at Lang Yao's figure. Their eyes were filled with respect. The mental energy that Lang Yao had displayed today was much stronger than before. Perhaps Lang Yao might really be able to step on the dragon horse's back and successfully ascend to the 6th level. Stomp! Stomp! Finally, when Lang Yao took his 50th step, his speed started to slow down. It was obvious that the dragon horse's aura at the 50th step had become terrifying. However, Lang Yao only paused for a moment before he stepped out resolutely and continued to climb upwards. Looking at the scene, Grandmaster Tishita smiled. Lang Yao had indeed improved a lot compared to the previous time. He still remembered that Lang Yao paused for 5 breaths of time at the 50th step. However, he only paused for a moment this time. Stomp! 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 Lang Yao has improved a lot. This time he only paused for 5 breaths of time at the 80th step. Looks like it's really possible for him to reach the 6th level. Grandmaster Tian Yi and Grandmaster Wukong looked at each other and couldn't help but murmur. On the other hand, the remaining arcanists on the 5th level were in an uproar. It was obvious that Lang Yao's ability to cross the threshold of the 80th step in such a short period of time was out of everyone's expectations. He's moving towards the 90th step. Grandmaster Tishita's smile grew wider. When Lang Yao finally stepped onto the 90th step, the smile on Grandmaster Tishita's face was as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum. Zhuowen, the last 10 steps are the 10 steps with the strongest pressure, and the last step is the most difficult and crucial step. When the time comes, just be careful. Grandmaster Lan Miao's eyes flashed as he spoke to Zhuo when beside him. Teacher, I got it, Zhuo nodded and said seriously. After taking the 90th step, Lang Yao's speed had completely decreased. Compared to before, he was as slow as an old bull pulling a cart. Lang Yao's face turned from red to pale. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Stomp! 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 Lang Yao was panting, and he knelt down on the 96th step. His loose green robe was already stuck to his back due to the large amount of sweat he had. Seems like Lang Yao has reached his limit. However, reaching the 96th step is already a great result. After all, he only reached the 80th step the last time. Grandmaster Tian Yi said as he shook his head. Grandmaster Tusida frowned and sighed softly. He knew that it wasn't easy to break through the dragon horse's oppression. Although he was disappointed that Lang Yao couldn't break through, it was already an excellent result for Lang Yao to reach the 96th step. Stomp! Stomp! Chapter 1086. 90 Steps of Course. This depressing atmosphere only lasted for a moment before it was covered by an uproar. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Lang Yao, who had already reached the 99th step. He has reached the 99th step. He is only one step away from the spine of the dragon horse. Lang Yao is really good. Grandmaster Tusida's eyes flickered as he involuntarily laughed out loud. Grandmaster Tian Yi, Grandmaster Wukong, and Grandmaster Lan Miao also revealed a change in expression. Clearly, they did not expect Lang Yao, who was originally at the end of his rope, to suddenly erupt and take 3 consecutive steps. Zhuowen's eyes also revealed an interested expression. This Lang Yao was indeed very strong. He was actually able to reach the front of the dragon horse. However, Grandmaster Lan Miao had said that the last step was the most crucial and also the most difficult step. He wondered how Lang Yao would take it. Awu! In the sky, the huge illusory dragon horse also noticed Lang Yao, who was close to it. It roared furiously, and its front hooves suddenly stepped forward. Immediately, a huge yellow river surged out and rushed towards Lang Yao. This yellow river was formed by mental energy. It contained destructive mental energy, and its power was extremely terrifying. Lang Yao's expression changed slightly as he cried out loudly. He raised both of his hands, and the mental energy in his Naiwan palace was released without any restraint in order to block the yellow river that was rushing towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow river was like a galloping wild horse. It arrived in an instant and wrapped around Lang Yao's entire body. Immediately, a muffled groan was emitted. Immediately, a somewhat miserable figure flew out from the yellow river and fell downwards. He failed. Sighs sounded from the surroundings as they watched the figure fall. They knew that Lang Yao had ultimately failed to pass the last step and reach the spine of the dragon horse. Grandmaster Tusida's eyes revealed a disappointed expression. With a shake of his sleeve, a frightening mental energy rushed out. Like a gentle breeze, it gently wrapped around Lang Yao's falling body and brought him to his side. At this moment, Lang Yao's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked quite ferocious. Once Grandmaster Tusida put him down, Lang Yao knelt on the ground and began to pant intensely. Teacher, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Standing up slowly, Lang Yao looked a little ashamed and his voice became a little hoarse. Grandmaster Tusida waved his hand and said, Don't blame yourself. Lang Yao, your improvement is obvious to all. Last time, you reached the 80th step, but this time, you were able to reach the 99th step. I think that if you were to settle down for a period of time, entering the 6th level is just around the corner. Tushita is right. It's already commendable that a level 5 great perfection can reach the 99th step. You should know that the 4 of us relied on level 6 small success to barely reach the 6th level. When we were at level 5 great perfection, none of us exceeded the 90th step. You reaching the 99th step is already very good. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong also smiled and agreed. Great Master Lan Miao also nodded clearly agreeing with Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong. Lang Yao nodded. The self-blame in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by determination. Next time, he would definitely ascend to the 6th level. Since Lang Yao has finished, it's Zhuowen's turn next. Grandmaster Tusada could not help but look at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, are you ready?" Great Master Lan Miao suddenly smiled. "I'm ready." Zhuowen nodded and stepped out, walking towards the center of the 5th level. The center position corresponded to the spine of the dragon horse shadow. This boy is Great Master Lan Miao's new disciple. Is he also planning to challenge the dragon horse? It seems so. From Great Master Lan Miao's words just now, this boy seems to be this year's freshman, and his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. He's just a freshman, and his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. This boy is not simple. But after all, he's a freshman, and there's still a big gap between him and Lang Yao. Even Lang Yao couldn't pass the dragon horse. This boy can forget about passing it. Looking at Zhuowen's action, more than 10 arcanists on the 5th level began to discuss and whisper. Most of them had a strange look in their eyes. Great Master Lan Miao, the disciple you've accepted this time is a good seedling. He's a few years younger than Lang Yao, but his mind power has reached level 5 great perfection. This is his first time challenging the dragon horse. It's not bad to be able to pass 50 steps. It's not bad to accumulate experience for the next challenge. Great Master Tusada smiled faintly. Tusada is right. It's not bad to be able to pass 50 steps for the first time. If Zhuowen can really reach such a height, you can guide and train him well. Maybe he can really enter the 6th level. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong also echoed. Great Master Lan Miao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said, "Maybe." Under everyone's gaze, Zhuowen stood in the center position. He raised his head slightly and stared at the dragon horse shadow in the sky. His eyes were calm and there were no other emotions. Boom! A thunder-like sound was heard. Zhuowen stepped out of the void. The powerful mind power of his mud pill palace gushed out and formed a mind step under his feet. Then Zhuowen stepped on it. This pressure is really strong. It's just the first step and it's already so oppressive. Zhuowen frowned slightly. When he took the first step, he felt his body sink. It was as if the gravity acting on his body had increased by several times. After getting used to the pressure, Zhuowen took another step. He walked very steadily. Although his speed was not as fast as Lang Yao's, it was very stable. Every step was very solid and heavy. Dang, dang, dang. Step by step, Zhuowen finally took 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 40 steps. When he reached the 50th step, Zhuowen stopped. The pressure at the 50th step was much stronger than before. It was as if there was a qualitative change. No wonder Lang Yao would stop here for a while. It turns out that the pressure here has undergone a qualitative change. Zhuowen stopped and muttered softly. He has reached the 50th step. This should be Zhuowen's limit. Master Tusada said confidently. He also knew that after the 50th step, the pressure would undergo a qualitative change. In addition to the fact that Zhuowen had stopped here, he was certain that Zhuowen had reached his limit. That might not be the case. Master Lan Miao suddenly laughed. "Oh, Lan Miao, you seem to be very confident. The pressure after the 50th step is usually quite oppressive for a newbie who is challenging the Dragon Horse Challenge for the first time." Master Tusada said in surprise, "Let's continue watching." Master Lan Miao said and did not say anything else. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen, who was in the sky. Lang Yao's gaze also fell on Zhuowen. However, he did not linger on the latter for too long. This was because he knew that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to reach the height record that he had just set. After looking away, Lang Yao sat cross-legged on the ground and began to silently repair the damage caused by the Yellow River. Stomp! Zhuowen took a step forward. When he reached the 51st step, the surrounding pressure came crashing down like a hurricane. It was as if it wanted to kill Zhuowen completely. Break! Zhuowen snorted coldly. He did not stop there. He stomped heavily on the 51st step and continued to climb up the steps. His speed was still stable and uniform. He passed it. Master Tusada frowned slightly and muttered in surprise. However, he did not take to heart. It was only the 50th step, and there was still a huge gap between him and Lang Yao. Stomp! 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 Zhuowen continued to climb up step by step. The 60th step, 70th step, 80th step. When he reached the 90th step, Zhuowen's figure stopped again. Along with Zhuowen's footsteps, the breathing of the crowd below also stopped. Everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at the figure standing on the 90th step. Some of them even began to criticize in their hearts. It was really his first time challenging the Dragon Horse Challenge. How could he reach the 90th step? It was really unbelievable. Master Tusada's face stiffened and a strange look appeared in his eyes. He did not expect Zhuowen to surpass the 50th step and reach the 90th step in his first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. His result was many times more dazzling than Lang Yao's. He clearly remembered that when Lang Yao challenged the Dragon Horse Challenge for the first time, he stopped at the 50th step. The second time it was the 80th step, and the third time it was the 99th step. Lang Yao, who was originally seated cross-legged on the ground, also vaguely sensed the strange atmosphere around him. He slowly opened his eyes, lifted his gaze, and looked at Zhuowen's figure above. His entire body was startled when he saw Zhuo when standing on the 90th step. He suddenly stood up and stared intently at Zhuowen. Reaching the 90th step for the first time, Lang Yao muttered in disbelief. Zhuowen's result was much better than his first attempt. At that moment, Zhuowen was quietly standing on the 90th step. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. The crowd below were also staring at the sky. They all wanted to see if Zhuowen would be able to take another step. Seems like he has reached his limit. Looking at Zhuowen, who did not move for a long time, Lang Yao let out a sigh of relief and sat down again. However, he did not close his eyes to meditate. He was still worried about Zhuowen, and his attention was still on Zhuowen. This should be the end, Master Tusada said with a smile. Boom! A thunder-like sound resounded. Then, the originally motionless figure moved again. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed on the 91st step. Then he continued to take steps until he reached the 99th step. He faced the dragon horse in the sky. Chapter 1087. The spine of the dragon horse. Zhuowen, a new student of this year, had reached the 99th step in his first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. He had reached the height that Lang Yao had reached 3 times. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Zhuowen would be able to reach such a height. This was an outcome that no one had expected. 99th step? Master Tusada came back to his senses. His right hand was trembling slightly, showing that he was not calm. Lang Yao also stood up and stared at Zhuowen's back. The shock in his heart could only be described as turbulent waves. Even his heart had begun to tremble. He had reached the height after 3 attempts, but Zhuowen had reached it in 1 attempt. The gap was not small. Zhuowen stood silently on the 99th step with his brows knit together slightly, and his countenance was slightly ghastly pale. Earlier, he'd taken 9 steps in 1 go, and even he felt suffocated in his chest and had a splitting headache, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. This kid is really amazing to be able to reach the 99th step. Lang Yao, you have accepted a good disciple. Although he failed this time, he might be able to reach the 6th level on his 2nd attempt. Master Tusada sighed softly and looked at Master Lang Yao. Master Tusada was also envious of Master Lang Yao's luck to be able to accept such a talented disciple like Zhuowen. He sighed in his heart. Why didn't he have such good luck? Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong had similar reactions. Their eyes were filled with envy. It was already good enough for Master Tusida to accept a genius like Lang Yao. Now, Master Lan Miao had accepted a genius who was even more talented than Lang Yao. Master Lan Miao smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps Zhuowen can create a miracle." As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of the three masters constricted slightly. Among them, Master Tusida frowned slightly and said, "Lan Miao, are you saying that this kid can climb the dragon horse's back on his first attempt?" "Why, do you think it's impossible?" Master Lan Miao asked. Master Tusida and the other two smiled embarrassedly. There was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Being able to reach the 99th step on his first attempt was enough to shock them. As for the dragon horse's back, it was basically impossible. The moment he reached the 99th step, the dragon horse shadow in the void roared angrily again. It stomped its front hooves, and an extremely terrifying yellow river gushed out violently, sweeping towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood tall and looked at the surging yellow river. His gaze was extremely solemn. The power of the yellow river was extremely terrifying. Previously, Lang Yao had failed under the impact of the yellow river and fell into the void. "We have to stop this yellow river." Zhuowen took in a deep breath as an extremely rich glow erupted from his eyes. Soon after, he began to circulate the 10,000 expansion scripture within his body. The mental energy within his Naiwen palace actually gushed out in countless strands. Every strand was comparable to a perfect Grade 5 Arcana Master. The 10,000 expansion scripture was a powerful secret spirit technique that could split one's mental energy into nearly 10,000 strands. Moreover, every strand was comparable to the mental energy of an Arcana Master of the same level. It was an extremely powerful secret spirit technique. Up till now, Zhuowen had already split the mental energy within his Naiwen palace into nearly 1,000 strands. His mental energy was much more powerful than an Arcana Master of the same level. In a sense, he was much more powerful than Lang Yao. "Zhuowen is going to lose." Lang Yao shook his head and muttered softly. He was well aware of how terrifying the yellow river beneath the dragon horse's feet was. Back then, even though he had given it his all, he was still defeated by its power. Although he was slightly shocked that Zhuowen could also reach the 99th step, he did not think that Zhuowen was much stronger than him. At most, Zhuowen was on par with him. Even he could not withstand the power of the yellow river, let alone Zhuowen. The others also shook their heads. Everyone had experienced the terror of the yellow river when Lang Yao was charging through the dragon horse. Now that Zhuowen was facing it again, they were afraid that he would not fare any better than Lang Yao. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Zhuowen, the yellow river had already arrived in front of Zhuowen and submerged him in an instant. The moment the yellow river submerged Zhuowen, everyone revealed an expression that they had expected it. Obviously, everyone thought that Zhuowen would not have a chance to turn the tables under the power of the yellow river. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen would fall from the yellow river above him suddenly started to churn. Then, countless amounts of yellow river water flew out, and the terrifying yellow river was annihilated into countless fine powder. Then a tall and straight figure was revealed. At that moment, Zhuowen was enveloped by nearly 1,000 strands of mental energy. He suddenly stepped out into the void. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were indifferent. Then, under everyone's gaze, he took a step and stepped on the dragon horse's spine. Awoo! The dragon horse roared angrily and twisted its body in the void. It wanted to use the twisting force to get rid of Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen was like a sticky candy. He stuck to the dragon horse's back so tightly that it could not get rid of him. Hiss! 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 Looking at this scene, everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhuowen had actually climbed onto the dragon horse's spine. Moreover, looking at his performance, it seemed like he did not find it particularly difficult. Haha, Tusida, I've said it before. Zhuowen might be able to create a miracle. Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly laughed. Moreover, he laughed quite happily. Although he had high hopes for Zhuowen before, he was still a little uncertain in his heart. But now the uncertainty in his heart had completely disappeared because Zhuowen had finally climbed onto the dragon horse's spine. Grandmaster Tusida and the other two opened their mouths but did not know what to say. Only the lingering shock in their eyes remained. On the other hand, Lang Yao, who was standing beside Grandmaster Tusida, was stunned on the spot. His lips trembled slightly, showing the turbulent emotions in his heart. In the void, Zhuowen stood firmly on the dragon horse. He realized that the dragon horse's spine was only a step away from the 6th level. Currently, he only needed to take a step forward to reach the 6th level. However, he did not do so. Instead, he stood quietly on the dragon horse's spine and stared at the strange pattern that was formed by the black and white dots on the spine. It is indeed the river diagram. However, it is incomplete and not complete. Zhuowen muttered softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. I wonder what will happen if I complete the river diagram. With this thought, Zhuowen could not help but stretch out his right hand. Surging mental strength gathered on his right hand as he gently began to fill in the missing parts of the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Why hasn't he entered the 6th level? Grandmaster Lan Miao muttered to himself in confusion as he looked at the figure that was still on the dragon horse's spine. The rest of the people also had strange expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not understand Zhuowen's actions. This kid is drawing on the dragon horse's spine? What is this kid trying to do? The pattern on the dragon horse's spine was personally drawn by Grandmaster Mu Feng. This kid dares to change it without permission. This is really disgraceful. Grandmaster Tusida was stunned at first, but soon after his eyes revealed a trace of shock and anger. He stomped his foot and rushed toward Zhuowen. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong were both shocked and furious. They followed behind Great Master Tusida and flew into the air. Only Great Master Lan Miao frowned. With a shake of his sleeve, he blocked Great Master Tusida and the other two. Lan Miao, what are you trying to do? This kid is doing a disgraceful thing. You want to protect him? Grandmaster Tusida glared at Grandmaster Lan Miao in front of him and said coldly. Grandmaster Lan Miao shook his head and said, It's not that I want to protect him, but Zhuowen might be supplementing the pattern on the dragon horse. When Grandmaster Mu Feng built the arcane tower, he built the dragon horse's shadow between the 5th and 6th levels. At that time, he lamented that he was unable to draw the complete dragon horse pattern. In other words, the pattern on the dragon horse's spine was incomplete at that time. Zhuowen's actions should be to complete this incomplete pattern. Grandmaster Tusida was stunned at first, but soon after he sneered and said, The pattern on the dragon horse's spine is indeed incomplete. I know this, but Lan Miao, aren't you trusting this kid too much? A mere junior can complete the pattern that Grandmaster Mu Feng was unable to draw. Aren't you joking? That's right, Lan Miao. Although this Zhuowen is your disciple, you can't protect him like this. The dragon horse diagram was drawn by Master Mu Feng. If this Zhuowen messes around and changes it, we won't be able to bear the consequences if Master Mu Feng blames us. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong both agreed. Grandmaster Lan Miao's eyes darkened. The cultivation of Grandmaster Tusida and the other two was not much different from his. If the three of them attacked together, he could not stop them alone. In fact, he also felt a little depressed about Zhuowen's abrupt actions. But he believed that Zhuowen was not a reckless person, so he chose to believe in Zhuowen at the first moment and intercepted Grandmaster Tusida and the other two. Tian Yi, Wukong, the two of you stop Lan Miao. I'll go stop Zhuowen. We can't let him destroy the dragon horse pattern at will, Grandmaster Tusada said to the two grandmasters behind him. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept toward Zhuowen like a gust of wind. Grandmaster Lan Miao wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Grandmaster Tian Yi and Grandmaster Wukong. Lan Miao, you'd better not meddle in this matter. After all, this Zhuowen is too bold. He actually dares to tamper with the dragon horse pattern. He's simply too audacious. At this moment, Lang Yao and the others on the open space also reacted. They all stared at Zhuowen, who was constantly drawing the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine with a strange look. Is this Zhuowen courting death? How dare he touch the dragon horse pattern? Lang Yao shook his head with a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 1088. Stripping the river diagram. Zhuowen, are you still not going to stop? How can you tamper with the diagram on the back of the dragon horse as you wish? Master Tishita roared at Zhuowen as he dashed over like a gust of wind. Zhuowen also noticed Master Tishita, who was dashing over. However, he ignored him. He was about to complete the river diagram on the back of the dragon horse. How could he have the time to bother with Master Tishita? Master Tishita's face darkened as he looked at Zhuowen, who was still focused on drawing the river diagram. He increased his speed and arrived in front of the dragon horse in 5 breaths' time. Stop! Master Tishita pressed his right palm down as he spoke. Terrifying mental energy came crashing down and turned into a giant palm that grabbed Zhuowen's waist in an attempt to take him away. Done! Just as the mental energy palm was about to reach Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen finally completed the drawing of the river diagram. The dragon horse, which was struggling non-stop, suddenly calmed down. Following that, a pressure that was much more terrifying than before gushed out. This pressure was much more terrifying than the one on the dragon horse. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. In an instant, more than 10 arcanists on the 5th level bent their knees and trembled under this terrifying pressure. What's going on? How did the dragon horse's aura become so terrifying? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Soon, they attributed this phenomenon to Zhuowen. After all, it was Zhuowen who had drawn the diagram on the back of the dragon horse that caused the pressure to suddenly become so terrifying. Boom! At the same time, Master Tishita's mental energy palm was crushed by the sudden increase in pressure when it reached the dragon horse. Terrifying yellow river water swept out from the void and blasted toward Master Tishita. Thud, thud, thud. Grandmaster Tusada's expression changed slightly. His feet hit the air and he took dozens of steps back. He looked at Zhuowen with a grave expression. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing quietly on the dragon horse. The originally violent dragon horse also seemed to have calmed down, as if it had submitted to Zhuowen. Such a scene immediately made the hearts of the crowd twitch violently. The usually wild and unruly dragon horse had actually revealed such a tamed expression today. This was something that everyone found hard to believe. Master Tusada took a few steps back, but he didn't dare get too close to the dragon horse. The dragon horse's power was far greater than it had been before. Master Tusada couldn't even get close to it. He had no idea what Zhuowen had done to the dragon horse. When the river diagram was finally completed, a purple-robed figure, silently sitting cross-legged on the 7th floor of the arcane tower, slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of surprise in his purple eyes. The 7th floor was a space of its own. It was surrounded by a void where the sun, moon, and stars were constantly streaking across the void. It was a spectacular and beautiful scene. The purple-robed figure slowly stood up. His purple eyes were deep and distant. He was a middle-aged man with purple hair. There were 2 purple earrings on his ears, which made him look rather strange. The river diagram has been completed by someone. The calm voice was mixed with a hint of surprise and bewilderment. I have to go to the 5th floor to take a look. I'm really surprised that someone could complete the river diagram. As he spoke, the purple-robed figure took a step in the air and disappeared from this strange empty space. What did you do? Master Tishita asked with an ugly expression on his face. He was dozens of meters in front of the dragon horse on the 5th floor. Zhuowen did not answer. His gaze was solemn as he quietly looked down at the complete river diagram under his feet. He muttered in a low voice, "Does this river diagram have anything to do with the Supreme Dragon Cauldron?" Just now, after Zhuowen completed the river diagram, a mysterious power erupted from the river diagram. Then, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, lying quietly in his sea of consciousness, had undergone a slight change. Boy, the Supreme Dragon Cauldron in your sea of consciousness is quite mysterious. Perhaps it really does have something to do with the river diagram on the dragon horse. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded. Let me take it out and try. Zhuowen nodded. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the broken jade cauldron. Back then, Xiao Hei had said that the cauldron was called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. In fact, Zhuowen did not agree at all. This was because this jade cauldron was brought by Zhuowen from Earth. Although Zhuowen did not believe in gods and Buddhas on Earth and thought that they were illusory, Zhuowen in his previous life also thought the same. However, when the jade cauldron brought him to this strange world, Zhuowen finally understood that there were gods and Buddhas in this world. In addition, there were many records and legends about ancient gods and Buddhas on Earth. Zhuowen knew that the ancient era of Earth might have been an era where martial arts were extremely prosperous. However, for some reason, martial arts gradually declined and eventually evolved into an era of science and technology that did not believe in gods and Buddhas. The river diagram, the Luobook, and the sage. This was the record of ancient Huaxia, and this record pointed to Fuxi. Fuxi had a pivotal position in the Huaxia civilization. He was the head of the 3 sovereigns and the ancestor of humanity. The dragon horse carried the river diagram, and the divine turtle came out of the Luobook. This was the sign of the birth of Saint Fuxi. Now, Zhuowen saw the shadow of the dragon horse in this arcane tower and carved the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine. This river diagram had a trace of connection with the broken jade cauldron. Could it be that this jade cauldron is related to Fuxi? Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he muttered in a low voice, "Buzz!" The moment the broken jade cauldron appeared on the dragon horse's spine, the dragon horse suddenly whined and knelt down on all 4s. It trembled, and there was a trace of sorrow in its eyes. At the same time, Zhuowen keenly noticed that the river diagram on the dragon horse's spine began to slowly peel off. Then, with a whoosh, it was engraved on the broken jade cauldron. This is, when the river diagram was finally engraved on the jade cauldron, Zhuowen's pupils slightly shrank as he discovered that the originally damaged jade cauldron was actually slowly recovering. The dim luster on its surface actually once again emitted a terrifying luster. The jade cauldron is recovering? Xiao Hei's voice rang out again. Her voice was also filled with a trace of surprise. In the past, the dragon turtle came out of the river diagram, the book of Luo came out of the Luobook, and the earth came out of the Chenghuang. Today, the 3 auspicious ones have not appeared. It's sad and lamentable. A sigh slowly sounded from the jade cauldron and entered Zhuowen's mind. What are the 3 auspicious ones? Could the river diagram and the book of Luo be 2 of the 3 auspicious ones? Then, what is this Chenghuang that comes out of the Chenghuang? Could it be the last of the 3 auspicious ones? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice as he pondered the deeper meaning of this sentence. Xiao Hei, is this jade cauldron really called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron? Did you just say it casually back then? Zhuowen felt more and more that this jade cauldron was not ordinary. Suddenly he asked Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei was startled. Immediately after, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "This dragon lord came up with the name of this Supreme Dragon Cauldron. After all, This jade cauldron does indeed have the power to suppress the dragon clan. If it's not called the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, then what is it called? Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be speechless. It turned out that Xiao He did not even know the name of this jade cauldron. This deceitful dog, Xiao He, was really unreliable. After absorbing the river diagram, this jade cauldron has recovered quite a bit. Even its power has become much stronger. Zhuowen acutely sensed that the aura of this jade cauldron was much stronger. Moreover, he also discovered that the river diagram engraved on the cauldron could be stripped off and formed into a mysterious formation. This river diagram should be a formation. Moreover, it should be an extremely powerful formation. However, maintaining this river diagram formation requires an extremely large amount of mental strength. Xiao He suddenly said to Zhuowen solemnly. Zhuowen nodded. He also sensed that the river diagram absorbed into the jade cauldron was a powerful formation. However, as for how to release it, Zhuowen still needed to slowly comprehend it. Oh, after losing the river diagram, the dragon horse became somewhat dispirited. The pressure on its body also decreased sharply. It was much weaker than before. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The four masters, Tishita, Lan Miao, Tian Yi, and Wukong, all came near the dragon horse. Their gazes were grave as they looked at the dispirited dragon horse and the river diagram that had been stripped off the dragon horse's spine. Their gazes were somewhat unsightly. Zhuowen, you took away the pattern on the dragon horse's spine? Master Lan Miao said with a frown. This dragon horse was created by Mu Feng. It was extremely useful to the arcane tower. However, Zhuowen had actually stripped the pattern from the dragon horse, causing its aura to become so dispirited. Even Master Lan Miao was somewhat displeased, let alone Master Tishita and the other two masters. Teacher, the pattern on the dragon horse's spine is called the river diagram. It has a slight connection with my armor soul. That's why I took the risk to absorb it. As Zhuowen spoke, he took out the jade cauldron and showed the river diagram on the cauldron to Master Lan Miao and the others. Master Lan Miao and the other three masters were 6th grade Great Perfection Arcana Masters. If they really wanted to deal with Zhuowen, Zhuowen knew that he was definitely not their opponent. The best way now was to confess. Master Lan Miao was startled. He also didn't expect that the pattern on the dragon horse's spine was actually related to Zhuowen's armor soul. No wonder this boy could successfully draw the pattern on the dragon horse's spine. This won't do. This is something that teacher Mu Feng drew. It's also a test for the 5th floor to the 6th floor. Now that you've stripped it away, what will happen to the 5th floor's test in the future? Master Tishita said with some displeasure. I think you'd better hand over the river diagram and redraw it on the dragon horse's spine. Otherwise, if this matter reaches teacher Mu Feng's ears, you will be severely punished. Master Tian Yi and Master Wukong also echoed. Zhuowen's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Master Lan Miao. After all, Master Lan Miao was his teacher and also Mu Feng's personal disciple. He should be able to help him. The three of you, can you make an exception? Regarding this river diagram, I will personally apologize to teacher Mu Feng. When the time comes, Master Lan Miao is willing to accept any punishment. As long as the three of you don't make things difficult for Zhuowen, it's fine. Master Lan Miao bowed deeply to Master Tishita and the other two masters as he pleaded. Chapter 1089. Grandmaster Mu Feng, Grandmaster Tishita, and the other two looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao in surprise. They did not expect Grandmaster Lan Miao to go to such lengths for Zhuowen. Lan Miao, I still feel that this matter is inappropriate. Why don't we ask Zhuowen to hand over the river diagram first and let Grandmaster Mu Feng make the decision? Grandmaster Tishita said hesitantly. Swoosh! During this stalemate, the sound of something rushing through the air rang out. Subsequently, a purple-robed figure slowly descended from the 6th level. This figure was extremely imposing. His purple eyes contained a strange luster. An indistinct pressure surged from his body. It was as vast as a 10,000-foot-tall mountain, causing a trace of respect to involuntarily arise in the hearts of those who saw it. Is that Grandmaster Mufong? I did not expect Grandmaster Mufong to descend to the 5th level. How rare! Everyone on the 5th level also saw the imposing purple figure descending. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The mysterious Grandmaster Mufong had actually descended to the 5th level. Clearly, this was out of everyone's expectations. Greetings, teacher! Grandmaster Lan Miao, Tishita, Tianyi, and Wukong respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to the purple-robed figure before them. The purple-robed man's identity was obvious. Grandmaster Mufong. Zhuowen's gaze gathered on the purple-robed figure, especially when he felt the faint aura from the purple-robed man. His heart palpitated slightly. Mufong was a grade 7 arcane heavenly master. His power was extremely terrifying. Even the outer court dean had to be polite to him. It was no wonder that the aura he emitted could cause Zhuowen's heart to palpitate. Mufong nodded to Lan Miao and the other 3. Then his gaze involuntarily landed on Zhuowen, who was standing on the dragon horse's back. He said indifferently, "The river diagram on the dragon horse's back was completely drawn by you?" It was unintentionally drawn by a junior. There was a trace of luck involved in it. Zhuowen said respectfully. He did not dare to offend such an existence. He could only be polite. "Teacher, this child just said that the river diagram on the dragon horse's back is related to his armor soul. That is why he was able to draw the complete river diagram in detail," Grandmaster Tishra said respectfully as he came to Mufeng's side. "Oh, is it related to your armor soul?" Upon hearing this, Mufeng's eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen to furrow his brows. The expression in Mufeng's eyes was somewhat strange, as though he had found something he was looking for. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Zhuowen still nodded and said, "That is indeed the case. The river diagram on the back of the dragon horse is indeed related to the armor soul on my body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to complete the river diagram by myself." "I see. Can you take out your soul armor and let me take a look at it?" Mufong opened his mouth once again. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as a look of hesitation appeared on his face. The jade cauldron soul armor was extremely mysterious. If he were to allow Mufong to inspect it carefully, he didn't know if Mufong would discover anything. "Don't worry. Armor souls are innate powers. I won't do anything to your armor soul. I'm only interested to see what kind of armor soul is capable of subduing the river diagram." Mufong spoke again, his purple eyes as deep as the endless abyss. "Zhuowen, don't worry. I'm an arcane heavenly master. I won't covet something that belongs to a mere junior like you. Don't worry and let me take a look," Grandmaster Tusada hurriedly added. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he turned his head to look at Grandmaster Lan Miao, only to see the latter nod his head. Zhuowen didn't refuse. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the jade cauldron and tossed it to Mufong. With a wave of his sleeve, Mufong caught the jade cauldron in front of him. Soon after, his gaze landed on the river diagram on the surface of the jade cauldron. It's actually able to absorb the tracks of the river diagram. "Your jade cauldron soul armor is quite extraordinary." Mufong silently inspected the jade cauldron in his hand. His gaze was basically focused on the river diagram on the cauldron, causing him to involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. "What's your name?" Suddenly, Mufong asked with a smile. "Zhuowen." Zhuowen calmly replied. Mufong nodded his head and continued, "Zhuowen, do you know that the river diagram was originally a type of array? I obtained this array from an ancient ruin in the Sea of Bitterness. However, it's a pity that it was incomplete. Therefore, I memorized it and drew it out when I was constructing this arcane art tower. However, you were able to complete the drawing of the river diagram. Furthermore, you allowed the river diagram to attach itself to your jade cauldron soul armor. This means that there's some fate between you and the river diagram. Today, I'll teach you the method to use the river diagram. Watch carefully. As he spoke, Mu Fang's right hand formed a sword finger and tapped it on the surface of the jade cauldron. Instantly, a wave of mental energy gushed out. Furthermore, Zhuowen's sharp senses allowed him to discover that the wave of mental energy that Mu Feng had sent out was slowly rotating in a clockwise manner, in accordance with the strangeness of the river diagram. Sit in the north and face the south, left to the east, right to the west. Water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. This is the left-hand rotation of the 5 elements. The center doesn't move. 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are the left-hand rotation of the yang numbers. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 are the left-hand rotation of the yin numbers. All of them are rotating in a clockwise manner, representing the mutual generation of the 5 elements and all living things. There's a left-hand rotation principle within the river diagram. By using this principle, you'll be able to unleash the might of the river diagram. Mu Feng's voice resounded like muffled thunder within Zhuowen's mind. In the next instant, the river diagram on the jade cauldron's body blossomed with extremely dazzling black and white brilliance. In the next instant, black and white circular dots gushed out from the river diagram, transforming into strange trajectories in the air. In the next instant, they formed a gigantic river diagram in the air. In the next instant, Zhuowen could clearly sense that the area within a radius of nearly 100 kilometers had actually been completely enveloped by the power of the river diagram. This power was soundless and undetectable, and was actually slowly blocking his 5 senses. His vision, hearing, touch, and smell were actually slowly weakening. In the end, Zhuowen had sunk into an endless darkness, as though he had been completely isolated from the outside world. Zhuowen didn't know how long he had sunk into this state. When his 5 senses had recovered, he discovered that the people around him were also in a state of confusion. Clearly, everyone had also sunk into that strange environment like him. Mu Feng slowly lifted the jade cauldron, while the river diagram in the air had already been retracted into the body of the cauldron. Clearly, the river diagram array had already been removed by him. You can go back and properly comprehend this array. It'll be of great help to you in the future. Mu Feng gave a soft laugh. With a wave of his right hand, he tossed the jade cauldron back to Zhuowen. The latter received the jade cauldron in a daze, while shock and astonishment still filled his eyes. This river diagram array was actually able to block off a cultivator's 5 senses, causing them to enter a deep state of unconsciousness. This array was extremely powerful and strange, as it could unknowingly block off the other party's 5 senses, causing them to enter a state where they were completely powerless to resist. However, Zhuowen also knew that the reason why the river diagram array was so powerful was because it was in Mu Feng's hands. After all, Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master, and his mental energy was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was able to extend the river diagram array to a radius of several hundred kilometers, causing everyone on the 5th level to enter that strange state. To put it bluntly, if Mu Feng had any killing intent in his heart, everyone on the 5th level would have unknowingly died. This river diagram array is really terrifying, muttered Zhuowen in a low voice, as he looked at the river diagram on the jade cauldron, while his eyes were filled with hope. Many thanks, Grandmaster Mu Feng. Zhuowen immediately cupped his hands respectfully. Mu Feng waved his hand and said, "Do your best to act out this river diagram array. This thing is extremely powerful and will be of great benefit to you. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Mu Feng ignored Grandmaster Tusada and the other 3 behind him. He took a step forward, intending to leave this place. However, he was stopped by Zhuowen. "Is there anything else?" Mu Feng asked in confusion. Zhuowen took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said, "Grandmaster Mu Feng, do you know the whereabouts of the thousand-fold fossil? If you do, I hope you can tell me. I'll be eternally grateful." "Oh, how do you know that I have the whereabouts of the thousand-fold fossil?" Mu Feng asked in surprise. "Back then, Elder Xiuan told me that he once asked you for clues about the thousand-fold fossil in the outer court. Unfortunately, he was chased out by you." Zhuowen smiled embarrassedly. Mu Feng nodded, and a trace of understanding appeared in his eyes. He said, "So it's that little fellow Xiuan. I do know the whereabouts of the thousand-fold fossil, so there's no harm in telling you. The thousand-fold fossil should be in the Azura Blood Arena on Azura Island. If you have the chance, you can go to Azura Island to look for it." Azura Island's Azura Blood Arena? Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mu Feng to be so easy to talk to. He immediately told him about the whereabouts of the thousand-fold fossil. "Many thanks for telling me, Grandmaster Mu Feng," Zhuowen said with gratitude in his eyes. Mu Feng nodded and said meaningfully, "Remember, you must study the river diagram array well. Don't let my painstaking efforts down. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, Mu Feng left the 5th floor without looking back. He left in an extremely carefree manner. "Kid, don't you think that this Mu Feng is very strange? According to what Elder Xiuan said, this Mu Feng should be an extremely stubborn and paranoid fellow. Why is he so easy to talk to now? Also, this fellow kept asking you to study the river diagram array well. Is there something shameful about it?" Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuowen was startled. Now that he thought about it, Mu Feng's attitude towards him was indeed a little too good. However, he didn't think too much about it. He said, "Maybe it's because I've perfected the river diagram array. That's why Grandmaster Mu Feng treasures me. Now that I know the whereabouts of the thousand-fold fossil, it's a good thing for me." After speaking, Xiao Hei was silent for a moment. Then she continued, "In short, you must be careful. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world." "I know. I'll be careful," Zhuowen said absent-mindedly. His mind was currently focused on the thousand-fold fossil, and he didn't pay attention to Xiao Hei's reminder. Chapter 1090. Profound Qi Zhuowen. Your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to obtain Master's appreciation. Not only did he bestow the river diagram to you, he even taught you the method to use the river diagram formation. Master Lan Miao arrived before Zhuowen and spoke rather happily. "I was just lucky." Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a smile, "Zhuowen, we have wronged you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart." Master Tusada also came to Zhuowen's side and said somewhat embarrassedly. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, "Anyone would be anxious and angry when something like this happens suddenly. Master Tusada's reaction is understandable." Seeing that Zhuowen had let bygones be bygones, Master Tusada nodded gently. He had a good impression of Zhuowen. The young man in front of him did not blame him for his previous actions. His temperament was really good. "Haha, let's not talk about this. Zhuowen, you have passed the Dragon Horse level and are qualified to enter the 6th level. Once you enter the 6th level, you will experience the benefits of the 6th level." Master Lan Miao laughed and said to Zhuowen, "Teacher, can entering the 6th level really raise my mental energy from complete grade 5 to initial grade 6? Zhuowen suddenly asked. "You will naturally experience it when you enter the 6th level. Now follow me to the 6th level." Master Lan Miao smiled mysteriously. Immediately, he led Zhuowen into the void above the 5th level. Under the envious gazes of many people on the 5th level, they stepped into the 6th level. Lang Yao, who was among the crowd, looked at Zhuowen's figure that had disappeared into the 5th level. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He had never expected that he would fail the dragon horse 3 times. However, Zhuo Wen had succeeded on his first try. Moreover, Zhuo Wen had supplemented the river diagram and obtained the recognition of Master Mu Feng. Thinking of the scene just now, the originally arrogant Lang Yao felt a heavy sense of defeat. In the past, he was the #1 genius on the 5th floor. In his heart, he also thought that he should be the first to mount the dragon horse and enter the 6th floor. But now, Zhuo Wen's arrival was like a ruthless slap to his heart. It made him clearly understand what it meant by there was always someone better than him. Lang Yao, you don't need to be dispirited. You are far more talented than most arcanists. You can only blame that Zhuo Wen for being too monstrous. He's definitely the person with the strongest mental strength in my history. His future is limitless. Grandmaster Tusida came to Lang Yao's side and sighed. Lang Yao clenched his fists tightly before slowly relaxing them. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Teacher, I understand all of this. Now, I finally know that I'm actually nothing. So I have to work harder. It's good that you have the heart. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass mine. Don't belittle yourself. That will only hinder your path forward." Grandmaster Tusida nodded and said with relief when he saw that Lang Yao didn't become dispirited. Swoosh! The 6th floor of the arcane tower was actually a space filled with white mist. At the foot of this space was a knee-high white mist. Through this white mist, Zhuo Wen could see tall mountains, flowing water, chirping birds, and the fragrance of flowers. Under the lingering white mist, everything was perfect and flawless like a paradise on earth. Is this the space of the 6th floor? Looking at the scene, Zhuo Wen was a little stunned. Obviously, there was still a big difference from the 6th floor that he had imagined. Haha. Originally, the 6th floor was just a barren land. However, the 4 of us felt lonely, so we set up some illusion origin formations here. So, it does look quite pleasing to the eye. Grandmaster Lan Miao grinned. Zhuo Wen, now, feel the energy around the space of the 6th floor and see if there's anything different. Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly looked at Zhuo Wen with a smile. The latter also nodded and silently felt the difference in the energy around the space of the 6th floor. This is when Zhuo Wen tried to use the mental energy in his Naiwen Palace to probe the energy around him. He discovered that the strange energy around him was like rivers flowing into the sea. It poured into his Naiwen Palace and began to strengthen the mental energy in his Naiwen Palace. You feel it too, right? The 6th floor is filled with a kind of energy called origin essence. This kind of energy can directly communicate with the mental energy in your Naiwen Palace. It can continuously strengthen your mental energy in a very short period of time. However, origin essence only has the greatest effect on grade 5 Arcana Masters. It is much less effective on grade 6 Arcana Masters. This is also why I said that your mental energy can reach the initial success of grade 6 Arcana Masters in a short period of time after entering the 6th floor. Grandmaster Lan Miao said with a smile. Zhuo Wen nodded. This origin essence was indeed magical. Just now, he did not take the initiative to absorb it at all. The origin essence in the air flowed into his Naiwen Palace and began to strengthen the mental energy in his Naiwen Palace. He believed that if he took the initiative to absorb this origin essence, the speed at which his mental energy grew would greatly increase. Teacher, I can only stay here for 4 days. After 4 days, I need to leave the Arcana Tower to do something, Zhuo Wen suddenly said to Grandmaster Lan Miao. Oh, you can only stay for 4 days? In just 4 days, even if you rely on origin essence to break through to the initial success of grade 6 Arcana Masters, the difficulty is still quite high. Grandmaster Lan Miao was startled at first. Then he frowned slightly and revealed a trace of hesitation in his eyes. It's okay. Even if I can't break through this time, I should be able to continue cultivating the next time I come here, Zhuo Wen said with a faint smile. Grandmaster Lan Miao shook his head and said, "The first time you absorb origin essence is the best, and it is also the easiest to break through. If you rashly leave halfway, I'm afraid the next breakthrough will become quite difficult. Is there such a thing?" Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. "Zhuowen, you absorb origin essence here first, and I will stay by your side. I will try to guide most of the origin essence around to where you are. This should have a high chance of helping you break through to the initial success of Grade 6 Arcana Masters quickly." Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly said, "Teacher, will this consume a lot of your origin essence?" Zhuowen was startled and immediately asked with a flicker in his eyes. Grandmaster Lan Miao laughed and said, "Don't worry. I am a perfect Grade 6 Arcana Master. Merely guiding the origin essence around me won't consume much at all." Seeing that Grandmaster Lan Miao was so confident, Zhuowen nodded and did not refuse. He said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. You can concentrate on absorbing origin essence and leave the rest to me." Grandmaster Lan Miao waved his hand and said. Zhuowen did not talk nonsense and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. White mist lingered around his body, and he began to absorb the powerful origin essence around him, directly transforming it into mind power in his Naiwen Palace. Grandmaster Lan Miao silently looked at Zhuowen below him, took a deep breath, and stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a terrifying mind power burst out from his right hand. This mind power rushed to the sky like a fountain, and then scattered in all directions. Like countless tentacles, it pulled all the origin essence that was evenly distributed around him. "Withdraw!" With a light shout, the mind power controlled by Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly contracted. The origin essence that was distributed in the air was pulled over, and all of it filled the air above Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyelids trembled slightly. He also noticed that the origin essence around him had suddenly become rich. He knew that Grandmaster Lan Miao must have used some kind of method to gather all the origin essence around him. However, he was pressed for time now, so he naturally would not open his eyes. Instead, he began to absorb the origin essence that was gathering around him. With the continuous absorption, the mind power in Zhuowen's Naiwen Palace was also growing at a speed that was several times faster than before. Time flew by, and 4 days slowly passed. During these 4 days, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the 6th floor, constantly absorbing the rich origin essence around him. Grandmaster Lan Miao also silently stood beside Zhuowen, maintaining his mind power to gather all the origin essence around Zhuowen, saving a lot of time for Zhuowen. At this moment, Grandmaster Lan Miao's face was slightly pale. Maintaining the high concentration of origin essence around Zhuowen for 4 days and 4 nights had consumed a lot of origin essence, even for Grandmaster Lan Miao, who was already at complete Grade 6. It should be soon. Maintaining the origin essence that is almost 10 times richer for 4 days, Zhuowen should be able to smoothly break through to initial Grade 6. Grandmaster Lan Miao stared at Zhuowen's back with bright eyes and murmured softly, "Boom!" Suddenly, a muffled, thunder-like sound resounded. Immediately, the origin essence around Zhuowen suddenly became violent, forming a whirlwind of origin essence that was constantly rotating. It rushed towards the center of Zhuowen's eyebrows, and Zhuowen's aura was also constantly rising at a faster and faster speed. Crack! A sound like an eggshell cracking sounded. Immediately, an extremely frightening gale swept up around Zhuowen's body, constantly blowing in all directions. Zhuowen's loose robe also fluttered and swayed with the wind. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and a mind power like the heavens might burst out from the center of his eyebrows. Then, the air in the entire space stagnated. "You broke through." Grandmaster Lan Miao's smile grew wider and wider. Standing up, Zhuowen's whole temperament changed. It became much thicker and stronger than before, and at the same time it became much calmer. Turning around, Zhuowen saw Grandmaster Lan Miao's pale face. He bowed and said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for taking care of me these 4 days and helping me break through to initial grade 6. Zhuo Wen had seen everything that Grandmaster Lan Miao had done in the past 4 days. That was why he was extremely grateful to him. Haha, after all, you and I are teacher and disciple. How can a teacher not help a disciple? And you didn't let me down. Being able to break through to initial grade 6 in 4 days is very fast." Grandmaster Lan Miao waved his hand and immediately continued. "I remember that you have a grade 5 origin array on you, right? Let me see." Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he took out the ultimate sword array from the spiritual ring and landed in front of Grandmaster Lan Miao. Chapter 1091. Arena. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with joy. The infinity sword formation had been with him for a long time. He was also used to the usage of the infinity sword formation. Now, if he was asked to give it up, he was really reluctant. Master Lan Miao's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. This way, he could continue to use the infinity sword formation. It would not be like when he came into contact with other primary arrays, where he would be a little unfamiliar with it at the beginning. I roughly know where you live. After I upgrade your primary array, I will naturally send someone to send it to your residence. Didn't you say that you have something urgent today? Now, you can go and do your thing first. After Master Lan Miao kept the infinity sword formation in the spiritual ring, he waved his hand at Zhuo Wen. Then, I'll have to trouble teacher. After saying that, Zhuo Wen took a step forward and went down to the 6th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, he attracted the attention of Lang Yao and the others on the 5th floor. It's only been 4 days, and this Zhuo Wen is already out? Could it be that he broke through to the 6th grade initial realm in just 4 days? Lang Yao frowned slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. Zhuo Wen's talent was indeed unquestionable. However, even if he was a genius, it was impossible to break through from the 5th grade complete realm to the 6th grade initial realm in 4 days, even if it was the special environment of the 6th floor. When Zhuo Wen was about to walk down to the 5th floor, Lang Yao suddenly stood up and said to Zhuo Wen, "Zhuo Wen, you broke through to the 6th grade initial realm?" As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Wen's footsteps paused slightly. He nodded and said, "Yes. I was lucky to break through to the 6th grade initial realm." After saying that, Zhuo Wen did not stop and directly left the 5th floor. Only Lang Yao and more than 10 people were left, staring at each other and sitting on the ground, dumbfounded. The arena was a rather popular area in the academy. At the same time, it was also a place where the academy's students were quite popular. Here, there were fierce fists colliding with flesh, soul-stirring crazy battles, and equally shocking battles. The arena was a place where blood and strength were perfectly combined. The rules of the arena were actually very simple. Battles and gambling. That is, under the agreed amount of contribution points, the winner would get all the contribution points, and the loser would get nothing. After all, on the path of martial arts, if it was just boring cultivation, it would be like building a car behind closed doors, and one would only be left behind by others. Only by constantly fighting, accumulating experience in battle, and finding one's own mistakes and shortcomings, could a martial artist continue to make breakthroughs and progress. In the arena, regardless of whether the students were spectating or fighting, they would all be able to gain more or less. Even those who were extremely talented might have a breakthrough on the spot. This was also the fundamental reason why the arena was so popular in the academy. Today's arena was naturally filled with countless figures without exception. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a black mass of human heads. The thunder-like clamor was constantly ringing in everyone's ears. It was extremely ear-piercing, like an electric drill drilling. The arena was divided into many large platforms. Basically, there were martial artists fighting on these platforms. Of course, the academy also had regulations. Although there were no restrictions on the battles in the arena, one must not deliberately kill others. Hence, Although many academy students were fighting with their lives on the line, there would not be any danger to their lives. After all, if one were to kill in the arena, he would definitely be severely punished by the academy. The light punishment would be expulsion from the academy, and the heavy punishment would be death. Hence, although the battles in the arena were very intense, the probability of someone dying was still very low. Basically, every platform in the arena was surrounded by quite a number of people. However, there was one platform today that was surrounded by nearly half of the people in the arena. In fact, there were even quite a number of people from the other platforms that were crowding towards this platform. Following the crowd's line of sight, one would be able to see a tall and straight, white figure quietly standing at one end of the platform. It was as though he was waiting for something. This person was dressed in white and carried a long sword on his back. His face was handsome and clean. When his eyes opened and closed, there would always be a wisp of frightening radiance erupting from them. These few days, the rumor about Palm Master from the Emperor Pavilion challenging Zhuowen has been spreading like wildfire. Today is the day of the competition. This Palm Master has already gone up the platform. However, why is there no sign of Zhuowen? This Palm Master's talent is extremely terrifying. He has only joined the Emperor Pavilion for half a year and has already become the fourth strongest expert in the Emperor Pavilion. His strength is only below the 3 Pavilion Masters, and he is highly regarded by Lu Qing. This Palm Master seems to be the second strongest new student in this year's batch. During the new student recruitment test, it is said that he was defeated by Zhuowen. Today, this Palm Master is challenging Zhuowen to wipe away his previous humiliation and regain the title of the number 1 new student. Below the platform, there was a burst of whispers. Many people cast their gazes towards the white-clothed figure with a fearful expression on their faces. Palm Master's improvement was indeed great. Back then, Palm Master wasn't Du Tao's opponent. However, right now, he only needed 1 sword to defeat Du Tao. It could be said that he was no longer the same as before. Although the rumor about Zhuowen back then was extremely sensational, it was basically half a year ago. In this half a year, Zhuowen had basically been cultivating in seclusion in the cultivation pagoda and had never asked about the outside world. Therefore, many people had already started to forget about Zhuowen. If it wasn't for the title of the number 1 new student, it was most likely that many students would have already forgotten about the name Zhuowen. However, Palm Master was different. In this half a year, Palm Master would frequently come to the battle arena to challenge those famous seniors. Ever since Palm Master entered the battle arena for half a year, he hadn't tasted a single defeat. Many people in the academy knew that Palm Master wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the viewing platform behind the palm trees, a group of students wearing the same uniform almost occupied the entire viewing platform. Below the stage, many people had expressions of trepidation in their eyes when they saw this group of people. This was because they recognized the identity of this group of people. They were none other than members of the Emperor Pavilion. The leader of this group of people was holding a heavy spear wrapped in cloth. His right hand was holding the spear, while his left hand was holding a teacup, leisurely sipping tea. This person was none other than the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Beside Lu Qing, there was a black-robed woman with a voluptuous figure. This woman was constantly looking outside, as though she was searching for something. That Zhuowen still isn't here? Could it be that he is too cowardly to come? Lu Xiang curled her lips and spoke with hatred. Don't worry, that fellow will come. If he doesn't come, I'm afraid that the reputation that Zhuowen has accumulated in the past will truly be destroyed. Lu Qing was not the slightest bit anxious as he spoke. Lu Xiang nodded and quieted down. She no longer deliberately searched, but silently waited. Time passed by minute. Very quickly, the sun was high in the sky. However, there was still no one on the opposite side of Palm Master. Below the platform, many people revealed a sliver of impatience in their eyes. What exactly is going on? That Zhuowen still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he is afraid of Palm Master and is avoiding the battle? Due to their impatience, many people below the platform booed. Some of the more excessive people even began to mock and ridicule Zhuowen, who had yet to appear, without any scruples in their words. On the other side of the spectator stand, there were 4 people whose brows were slightly furrowed. A sliver of anxiousness appeared on their faces. These 4 people were Mo Lingtian, Jianan Gatha, and Xian Xing. Why isn't Big Brother Zhu here yet? It's already high in the sky. Jianan's face was filled with anxiety. His face flushed red as he spoke. Jianan, don't be anxious. There is still 2 hours before the agreed time. I believe that Zhuowen will definitely arrive. Moreover, given Brother Zhu's strength, it is impossible for him to be afraid of Palm Master. And Mo Lingtian shook his head. Although there was also a sliver of anxiety, he was much calmer than Jianan. Is Big Brother Zhu delayed by something? I haven't seen him in person for the past 4 days. Gatha and Xian Xing exchanged a look, a sliver of anxiety appearing in their beautiful eyes. Let's wait and see. Mo Lingtian shook his head. Time continued to flow like an hourglass. Finally, the sun that was high in the sky began to show signs of setting. There was less than 15 minutes left of the agreed 2 hours. On the battle stage, Palm Master's originally narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A somewhat mocking smile appeared from the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a clear voice. Everyone! There is less than 15 minutes left before the agreed time, but that Zhuowen has yet to appear. I believe everyone should have guessed the reason, right? Many people below the stage also revealed looks of indignation. The crowd was stirred up and indignant. It must be that this Zhuowen is afraid of Brother Palm Master's power and is avoiding the battle. Such a coward who doesn't even dare to fight is not qualified to be Brother Palm Master's opponent. On the spectator stand behind, Lu Qing gently lifted the teacup in his right hand. The corners of his mouth raised in a mocking smile as he echoed in a clear voice. The smile on Palm Master's face grew even wider as he said, It seems that it is, as the 3rd Pavilion Master said, that Zhuowen doesn't dare to fight. Since he doesn't even dare to fight, then the title of number 1 among the new students doesn't really belong to him. Of course, how can such a coward be worthy of the title of number 1 among the new students? This title should belong to someone else, and the best candidate now is Brother Palm Master, Lu Qing echoed in a timely manner. The 2 of them echoed each other like this, and it caused many people below the stage to feel indignant. Everyone cursed Zhuowen in their hearts for being as cowardly as a mouse. He actually didn't dare to come out and fight, and had really wasted their time waiting. It seems that my challenge to Zhuowen back then was unnecessary. Since he doesn't dare to come, then I don't need to wait any longer. Palm Master shook his head and slowly walked down the stage, no longer waiting for Zhuowen to appear. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly swept over, bringing with it a sharp sound of tearing the air as it swept directly behind Palm Master. Palm Master, who was about to walk down the stage, had a slight change in his expression. His lifted foot suddenly changed as he stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Chapter 1092. 500,000 contribution, points bang. Just as Palm Man's furious cry sounded, the long black blade that was inserted into the ground suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately, a terrifying aura filled the hilt and blade. Swoosh! The instant this aura rose, the long black blade suddenly rushed out. Its target was Palm Man by the side. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. This sudden change in the long black blade had exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, this included Palm Man, who had shouted furiously, "Damn it!" Palm Man clearly did not expect the long black blade to have such a change. He cursed angrily and moved his feet in an attempt to dodge the blade that was rushing over. However, the long black blade was too fast. Helpless, Palm Man could only spit out yuan power from his right palm and accurately slap the blade. Swoosh! The thing that caused Palm Man's pupils to shrink was that just as his right palm was about to smash against the long black blade, the strange long blade suddenly changed. It actually bent 90 degrees and rushed towards his forehead. This time around, Palm Man was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. His neck tilted, and he immediately dodged the long black blade that was rushing towards him. Drip! Drip! Fresh blood flowed from Palm Man's right cheek in an arc and flowed down Palm Man's chin. Finally, it dripped down. The gurgling sound of water dripping on the ground appeared so clear and pleasant to the ear. A cherry-red scar actually appeared on Palm Man's cheek. It was a scar caused by the long blade just now. Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone below the stage revealed a stunned expression. After a short silence, an extremely frightening noise erupted from the surroundings. Palm Man was actually injured by a long black blade that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it was merely a scratch on his cheek, this was a long blade that was not controlled by anyone. If it was able to injure Palm Man, wouldn't the owner of this long blade be able to unleash an extremely great power when wielded by him? The viewing gallery where Lu Qing was had successively sunk into an atmosphere of silence. Even Lu Qing's right hand, which was holding the teacup, had instantly stiffened when the gurgling sound of water rang out. Who is it? Palm Man suddenly flew backwards. His right hand wiped away the blood on his cheek. His gaze was extremely dark. To have his face slashed by an uncontrollable black saber in front of so many people was an absolute humiliation to him. Brother Palm Man, weren't you waiting for me earlier? Now that I am here, you are asking me who I am? Oh, that's right. Did you like the meeting gift from earlier? A slightly mocking voice resounded in the sky above the spectator stands. The instant this voice rang out, an extremely oppressive sound of something breaking through the air suddenly descended. It was as if a huge object had fallen from the sky. Rumble! A figure smashed onto the battle platform in an extremely barbaric manner. Immediately, a pit that was nearly 10 feet wide was formed in the middle of the battle platform. This figure landed on one knee in the middle of the pit, after which he slowly stood up and slowly walked out from the endless dust that filled the air. Finally, a handsome young man with cold eyes was revealed. Palm Man, Palm, after waiting for you for so long, you are finally here. Palm Man narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Palm's voice was neither soft nor soft, and it just so happened to permeate the surroundings of the battle stage. The astonishment in the eyes of the crowd, which had originally revealed stunned expressions, was replaced by a trace of understanding. It turned out that this youth who had suddenly appeared was the opponent that Palm had challenged this time, Zhuowen. Didn't they say that Zhuowen is a coward? Moreover, Lu Qing had also said that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to withstand a single blow. However, it doesn't seem to be the case now. You are right. That long black blade should be Zhuowen's weapon. Being able to injure Palm Man with a long blade from afar is not something that an ordinary cultivator can do. After Zhuowen's identity was revealed, the crowd below the stage began to whisper to each other. This was because they realized that the Emperor Pavilion's rumors were different from the Zhuowen that they saw now. Given Palm's hearing, he naturally heard all the whispers around him. His expression gradually darkened. That slash from before had indeed caused him to lose face. Hence, the gaze he used to look at Zhua when had also become somewhat unfriendly. Big brother, Zhua, has finally arrived. This time we can teach Palm Man and the Emperor Pavilion a lesson. Jia then clenched his fists as he looked at the tall figure on the stage. Emo, Lingtian, Gatha, and Xianxing also inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief after Zhuowen's appearance. The stone in their hearts had finally been lifted. As expected of Brother Zhuowen, you purposely delayed your arrival until now. Moreover, you also waited until Brother Palm Man was about to leave. You chose this opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind and injure Brother Pawman in one fell swoop to show off your strength. Brother Zhuowen's style has not changed at all. Just when the surrounding atmosphere was a little gloomy, Lu Qing suddenly stood up and gently clapped his hands. He began to mock and ridicule Zhuowen. With Lu Qing's instigation, many people below the stage revealed strange expressions. It seemed that Zhuowen's attack was indeed a sneak attack. My black saber is clearly a long-range attack. Moreover, it was a frontal attack on Pawman. Pawman's strength is not enough. His face was injured by the saber. This scene seems like a sneak attack to you. Brother Lu Qing's ability to distort the truth is getting better and better, Zhuowen retorted. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He said, "You're quite good at quibbling. Since you're here, the battle can also begin." At this moment, Pawman had also regained his calm. He stared indifferently at Zhuowen in front of him and said, "Zhuowen, you've made me wait for a long time. I was actually dragged out by you for so long. However, it's good that you're here. After I defeat you later, this title of #1 new student will be worthy of my reputation." Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Worthy of your reputation? I think you're overthinking it. Also, according to the rules of the arena, both sides of the battle will have to pay out the contribution points, right?" As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze shifted from Pawman to Lu Qing, who was above the spectator stand. Lu Qing was the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. Naturally, he had a certain degree of decision-making ability. Haha, naturally, we have to do things according to the rules. This time, our Emperor Pavilion will pay out 100,000 contribution points. I wonder if Junior Zhuowen can take out so many contribution points with his wealth. Lu Qing smiled faintly. The hearts of quite a number of people below the stage trembled slightly when these words were uttered. A wager of 100,000 contribution points was extremely rare in the many fights in the fighting arena. It could be considered a very large wager. Normally, only a fight between some of the more famous geniuses in the academy would use such a large amount of contribution points as a wager. However, Zhuowen shook his head. The former's reaction made the mocking smile on Lu Qing's face even more. He said, "It seems that I've overlooked it. Junior Zhuowen is alone. It's unlikely that he can take out so many contribution points. In that case, I'll reduce it by half to 50,000 contribution points." However, Zhuowen still shook his head. This caused Lu Qing's expression to sink as he said, "Junior Zhuowen, 50,000 contribution points is already the lowest. The bets of our Emperor Pavilion will never be lower than 50,000 contribution points. I think if you can't take out so many contribution points, there's no need to continue this battle. #1 among the new students? You can't even take out 50,000 contribution points? Zhuowen, don't you feel embarrassed?" Lu Xiang, who was seated beside Lu Qing, suddenly spoke with her signature sharp voice. It was extremely ear-piercing. The spectators below the stage all had strange expressions on their faces. There were even some who helplessly shook their heads. They originally thought that there would be a heaven-shaking battle to watch. Could it be that the battle was delayed because Zhuowen didn't have enough contribution points? Zhuowen suddenly laughed. He then spoke in a clear voice, "Senior Lu Qing, I didn't say that. The reason I shook my head was not because the bet was too big, but because it was too small." "MHM? Too small?" Lu Qing started. His right hand that was holding onto the teacup stiffened. After that, he continued to smile. "If that's the case, that would be for the best. However, since Junior Zhuowen said that the bet is too small, how much do you think is appropriate?" As the sound of his voice faded, the other members of the Emperor Pavilion behind Lu Qing all had looks of ridicule on their faces. They all claimed that the Emperor Pavilion was a major power and didn't lack contribution points. This Zhuowen was merely a loner. It was already not bad if he could take out 100,000 contribution points. This brat actually felt that it was too little? Could it be that he was slapping his face until it was swollen at its own cost? Hee. How about 500,000 contribution points? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and gestured 5 times. Gotcha! Lu Qing, who originally planned to slowly sip his tea, when he heard this, his eyes bulged out. He couldn't control the strength in his right hand and crushed the teacup into pieces. The clear, shattering sound appeared extremely clear and sweet in this somewhat quiet atmosphere. However, this shattering sound did not cause anyone to frown. The expressions on everyone's faces at this moment had all descended into a dull state. Their faces were stiff. When everyone finally regained their senses, an uproar broke out. The first reaction in their hearts was that Zhuowen was absolutely crazy. A bet of 500,000 contribution points was something that had never appeared in the history of the arena. This was a huge sum, even for the Emperor Pavilion. A bet of 500,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount. After all, this was just a competition. To bet 500,000 contribution points was definitely considered extravagant. Junior Zhuowen, are you sure you're not joking? I suspect that you don't have that many contribution points on you, right? Lu Qing frowned and said. Palm Tree, who was standing on the opposite side of the battle stage, had a dark look in his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhuowen was only a freshman. How could he obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time? Even though Palm Tree had joined the Emperor Pavilion for half a year, the total amount of contribution points he obtained wasn't even 500,000. This Zhuowen actually took out 500,000 contribution points as a bet from the start. This was too unexpected. You think that I don't have enough? Zhuowen coldly laughed. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived at the top of a pillar that was several feet tall. He swiped the contribution counter on his right hand, and instantly, a light screen appeared on the pillar. The number displayed on the light screen was 500,000. Chapter 1093. AO Sword Technique. At this moment, the huge light screen on the battle stage displayed the number 500,000. It was extremely dazzling. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar broke out below the stage. It really is 500,000 contribution points? Zhuowen is just a new student. How can he have so many contribution points? After a brief moment of silence, the stunned looks in everyone's eyes rapidly turned into shock. 500,000 contribution points. To the majority of the academy students, they might not be able to earn that much even after 10 years. However, Zhuowen had only entered the academy for 7 months and already possessed such a considerable amount of wealth. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. On the other side of the battle stage, Palm Tree's heart violently twitched. How did Zhuowen do it? How could he have so many contribution points? However, if Palm Tree knew that Zhuowen had more than this amount of contribution points, she would probably be so shocked that her jaw would drop. After all, Zhuowen had obtained the spirit rings of Emperor Jin, Emperor Feng, and Emperor Lan. With the wealth of the 3 Emperor stage experts, Zhuowen was able to exchange for more than 1 million contribution points. Therefore, 500,000 contribution points was really nothing to Zhuowen. Zhuowen quietly stood at the top of the pillar and looked down at Lu Qing on the spectator stand. He grinned and said, Senior Lu Qing, this junior is not joking. If Senior Lu Qing feels that 500,000 contribution points is too much, I can make an exception and reduce the wager a little. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, and his expression was somewhat ugly. Zhuowen's words were ruthless. If he really reduced the wager, wouldn't it mean that his Emperor Pavilion was not as wealthy as Zhuowen, who was all alone? The Emperor Pavilion could not afford to lose face. Humph! 500,000 contribution points. I don't think it's too much. Lu Qing spoke in an indifferent voice. With a stomp of his foot, he also flew to the top of the pillar above the battle stage. With a tap of his right hand, he also inserted 500,000 contribution points. The light screen above the pillar displayed 1,000,000 contribution points. Such a huge number was a huge blow to many people below the stage. Some of the students even revealed greed in their eyes. Of course, this trace of greed only lasted for a moment, regardless of Lu Qing from the Emperor Pavilion or Zhuo Wen. Both of them weren't existences ordinary people could contend against. This sum of money wasn't something ordinary people could snatch away. Once they did, the consequences would be extremely severe. After Lu Qing returned to the stands, Lu Xiang, who was beside him, frowned and whispered, "Big brother, isn't it strange for Zhuo Wen to bet 500,000 contribution points? Could it be that he's very confident in this battle?" Maybe he thinks that after defeating you, his confidence is off the charts. Plus, the palm was once defeated by him, so it's normal for him to look down on the palm. It's just that he doesn't know how much the palm has improved in the past 6 months. After he's defeated, he'll regret his decision now. Lu Qing faintly smiled. Lu Xiang nodded and agreed with Lu Qing's words. She sneered. This Zhuo Wen's attitude of looking down on the palm may not be a bad thing for the palm. When he's defeated by someone he once defeated, I wonder what kind of expression this little bastard will have. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth raised slightly, but he didn't reply. However, from the mocking curve of his mouth, one could see that Lu Qing's thoughts were similar to Lu Xiang's. On the battle stage, the palm had also regained his calm. He indifferently stared at Zhuo Wen and said, "Brother Shua, a day apart really feels like 3 years. In just 7 months, you've actually earned 500,000 contribution points. Even I have to admire you. It's a pity that the contribution points you've worked so hard to earn will soon change owners. In the future, they'll belong to me, the palm." As he spoke, the palm slowly took a step forward. A terrifying aura surged out like a tide, and a series of thunderous, ear-piercing sounds rang out from the palm's body. That was the sound of yuan power circulating at high speed in the meridians in the body. Zhuo Wen sneered and said, "It seems that Brother Palm is very confident. However, I think it's too early for you to be happy. The 500,000 contribution points I've put down aren't something you can take as you wish. When the time comes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for you." Zhuo Wen also took a step forward. Slaughter aura pervaded his body, and a terrifying pressure spread out. It was as if countless mountains had descended around Zhuo Wen. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. The palm really has advanced to mid-heavenly venerable. What a terrifying aura. On the other side, Jia Nan frowned slightly. There was some worry in her voice. Mo Lingtian, Gatha, and Xian Xing all frowned. They could feel that the palm's aura was much more terrifying than when he had first entered. The palm probably already has the qualifications to challenge the heavenly venerable leaderboard. I never thought that he would improve so quickly in half a year. Mo Lingtian sighed softly. Brother Zhuot isn't weak either. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of Golden Venerable, his true battle prowess is probably no weaker than the palm. I just don't know who'll be stronger if they really fight, Gatha softly agreed. If the two of you have no other objections, we can begin now, Lu Qing said leisurely from the spectator's stand. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the palm with a surging aura stomped his foot. He instantly turned into a bolt of white lightning and rushed toward Zhuo Wen. Then he pulled out the long sword on his back with his right hand. A chilling light spread out and shone brightly on the battle platform. Zhuo Wen quietly stood where he was. Soon after, he clenched his right hand. Immediately, a suction force was generated from his palm. Then the 7-kill saber, which had fallen to the other side, buzzed and was grasped in his hand. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly arrived. The palm was extremely fast and had already arrived a few feet in front of Zhuo Wen. He raised his right hand, which was holding the long sword, and immediately smashed it down heavily. Strands of sword light burst forth and enveloped Zhuo Wen's entire body. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He lifted the 7-kill saber in his right hand and accurately blocked the longsword's blade that was enveloped by countless rays of sword light. Bang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Soon after, the saber and the sword collided, creating sparks. The terrifying force contained in the collision swept out from the saber and the sword, turning into a ring-shaped airwave that spread in all directions. It even spread below the stage. Some of the students who were caught off guard were forced back a few steps by this airwave. Their eyes were filled with shock. He had never imagined that the shock waves from the collision between the two of them would be so powerful. Furthermore, Zhuowen, who was only at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, was as unmoving as a mountain in the face of this collision. He was extremely calm. This Zhuowen is not simple. There is quite a gap between his cultivation level and the palm, but he did not fall into a disadvantage in this exchange. This scene was witnessed by many people. Soft whispers rang out. Clearly, Zhuowen's calm performance was beyond many people's expectations. Palm narrowed his eyes. The sword in his right hand changed. It brushed past the blade of the 7-kill saber and continued to stab in front of Zhuowen. His target was Zhuowen's neck. This sword was very sudden and the angle was very tricky. If an ordinary person encountered this sword, they would definitely be flustered and have many loopholes. However, Zhuowen did not. He slowly stretched out his left hand and put 2 fingers together. A terrifying force erupted from between his fingers and caught the long sword that was sweeping towards his neck. Palm only felt that the long sword in his hand was pressed against a hard rock. No matter how much strength he used, he could not make the long sword continue to move forward. Brother Palm, is this all you've got? With this kind of strength, you want to take the title of #1 new student from me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Immediately, the 7-kill blade swung out horizontally and slashed at the palm tree in front of him. If the palm tree was unable to dodge this attack, it was very likely that it would be cut into 2. Retreat! Palm's gaze changed slightly. Yuan power burst out from his right hand and immediately shook off Zhuowen's 2 fingers that were clamping the tip of the sword. His feet stepped on the void, and he flew back dozens of steps, barely avoiding the 7-kill saber that was slashing towards his waist. Palm retreated dozens of steps, but Zhuowen did not retreat from beginning to end. This scene was witnessed by the people below the stage. Many people could not help but have a strange look on their faces. In this first exchange, Palm, whose cultivation level was much higher, was at a disadvantage. Moreover, he looked a little embarrassed. Brother Palm, is this the strength you wanted to show me? It doesn't seem like much. Zhuowen's gaze was still indifferent as he said with some sarcasm. As soon as these words came out, not only did Palm's face turn ugly, even the members of the Emperor Pavilion, led by Lu Qing in the stands, did not look good. Obviously, the result of this first exchange did not satisfy them. Palm, don't hold back. Don't show mercy everywhere just because you are all new students. Just finish him off as soon as possible. Lu Qing slowly opened his mouth, and his voice was like an ancient well. Palm nodded and immediately looked at Zhuowen fiercely. He sneered and said, Brother Zhuo, no wonder you were able to become the #1 new student. Your combat strength is indeed far beyond your cultivation level. Unfortunately, the gap between you and me is still too big. I will let you see my true strength. That strength is enough to make you despair. Oh, are you done with your nonsense? Let's talk about it. You can show your so-called true strength and not boast about how extraordinary your strength is here. Zhuowen said flatly. Palm's face stiffened and immediately revealed a trace of anger. He said, If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Take this. As he spoke, Palm's left hand formed sword sign, and his right hand held the sword to the sky. Suddenly, a sword shadow like a snake surrounded the long sword. The fierce sword aura exploded, causing many people to look sideways. Proud Sword Technique. Chapter 1094. Breaking move. Palm God has actually used the AO sword skill. It seems that he intends to defeat Zhuowen in one fell swoop. Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Apparently, she did not expect Palm God to use this move. The AO sword skill was an extremely powerful killing swordsmanship. It was also Palm God's most powerful move. In the past 6 months in the Emperor Pavilion, Palm God had only used the AO sword skill once, and that was when he fought against Lu Qing. But now, facing Zhuowen, Palm God had once again used the AO sword skill. Obviously, Zhuowen had given him a lot of pressure, so he used his most powerful killing swordsmanship. Palm God, who has used the AO sword skill, can even kill an ordinary warrior in the late stage Heavenly Master Realm. Zhuowen's fate has already been decided. Lu Qing slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. As soon as the AO sword skill was used, many people in the audience burst into an uproar. Many people in the audience had heard of Palm God's most powerful move, the AO sword skill. Many people even looked at Zhuowen opposite Palm God with a hint of pity in their eyes. Obviously, they thought that Zhuowen might not be able to withstand Palm God's AO sword skill. After all, Palm God often mingled in the arena. Many people in the arena knew how strong he was. Although Palm God was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation, it was just a probing confrontation. It was impossible to see the specific strength of the two. Only by fighting with real weapons would it be easy to know who was stronger and who was weaker. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen looked at the thousands of sword shadows that were rushing straight towards him. A hint of seriousness emerged in his eyes. He could feel that the AO sword skill that Palm God had used was extremely terrifying. Killing momentum. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen stomped his foot to the side. Immediately, the killing momentum was like countless mountains crushing down from the surroundings. For a moment, the air around Zhuowen solidified. The atmosphere stagnated to the extreme. Swoosh! The tens of thousands of sword shadows arrived before Zhuowen in an instant. A wave of killing intent surged out, and it was as if a sword was hanging between Zhuowen's neck. It caused Zhuowen's hair to stand on end as goosebumps rose on his skin. Slash! Zhuowen raised his right hand. Suddenly, the surging killing momentum around Zhuowen's 7 slaughtering saber. With a buzz, the 7 slaughtering saber's blade emitted an extremely terrifying sharpness. Following Zhuowen's gesture, Zhuowen's hand of the 7 slaughtering saber. Following Zhuowen's gesture, the slaughtering momentum of Zhuowen's hand. Clang! The 7 kills blade slashed out and heavily slashed at the countless sword shadows. A crisp sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, Zhuowen felt a strong force coming from the hilt of his blade, causing him to take a few steps back. The moment Zhuowen retreated, Lu Qing, Lu Xiang, and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion in the stands involuntarily revealed a smile. Obviously, Zhuowen's retreat had filled them with confidence in palm art. Zhuowen has indeed retreated. Palm art's AO sword technique is very powerful. Looks like even Zhuowen has some difficulty resisting it. The audience below the stage also noticed Zhuowen's figure retreating. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity, sighs, and also gloating. Big brother Zhuowen, Jia Nan, and the other 3 nervously looked at the retreating figure. Their breathing was a little hurried. Clearly, they had also begun to worry about Zhuowen's situation. Ha! Zhuowen, this is just the beginning of the AO sword technique, and you are already unable to resist it. Looks like you will definitely lose this battle. Palm art was suspended 100 meters in the air. His feet were stepping on countless sword shadows. His eyes were filled with pride as he looked down at Zhuowen. Originally, the beginning of the battle had already caused him to have a little fear of Zhuowen. However, at this moment, Zhouwen's retreat had caused the fear in his heart to slowly fade away. Zhouwen's face was as calm as water. He did not have any ripples in his heart because of Palm Art's words. Zhouwen bent his right wrist. Suddenly, the killing aura around his body suddenly converged and gathered in the 7 kills blade in his hand. Break. Subsequently, Zhouwen's blade aura changed. There was a killing aura pouring in. The power of the 7 kills blade was much more terrifying than before. It was as if the 7 kills blade contained an extremely terrifying flood and ferocious beast. Boom! Once again, the 7 kills blade slashed out and blasted on the sword shadows in front of him. Immediately, Zhouwen's retreating footsteps finally stopped. Then Zhouwen roared, and the power of the 7 kills blade increased several times. Suddenly, the terrifying sword shadows in front of him collapsed. This guy actually broke it? The smile on Palm Art's mouth suddenly froze, and his eyes darkened. After breaking the sword shadows, Zhouwen's feet suddenly stepped out. He actually took the initiative to attack Palm Art. The 7 kills blade in his hand was also perfectly combined with the killing aura. It was as if the blade contained layers upon layers of huge mountains, giving people an extremely stagnant and heavy feeling. Palm Art's face was heavy. He said coldly, "Zhouwen, the AO sword technique is not over yet. Just now it was just the beginning. The real power is yet to come. Take this." With that, Palm Art stepped on countless sword shadows and rushed towards Zhouwen with a sword in hand. When he was in front of Zhouwen, the long sword in his right hand suddenly rotated. With a vast aura, it heavily smashed towards Zhouwen's head. Clang! Zhouwen raised his long blade. The blade and sword collided and sparks burst out. The two figures stopped in midair as if time had stopped. AO sword soaring through the clouds. Suppress for me. On top of the sword shadows, Palm Master let out a low roar. The long sword in his hand emitted a clear sword hum. Immediately, the surrounding countless sword shadows began to churn, condensing into a thick black cloud of sword shadows behind Palm Master. Palm Tree stepped on the clouds as a gigantic sword shadow that was dozens of feet long appeared behind him. Under Palm Tree's sharp gaze, the gigantic sword shadow shot toward Zhuo like an arrow that had been released from a bow. "Zhouwen, this move, you can't block it." Palm Art's indifferent voice resounded in the clouds. His right hand also began to exert pressure, making Zhouwen unable to block the huge sword shadow from above the clouds. "Can't block it?" "Not necessarily." Zhouwen responded indifferently. Then a bloody light swept out from his spirit ring and immediately turned into a blood spear. Zhouwen's left hand, which was still free, grasped the blood spear. At the same time, the slaughter momentum was integrated into the blood spear. His left hand pushed up, and the tip of the blood spear emitted a demonic, bloody color. He fearlessly faced the huge sword shadow. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded. Then, the blood spear and the sword shadow collided. Zhouwen only felt a strong force and involuntarily stepped back a few steps. The AO sword technique is not something you can block. "Break for me." Looking at Zhouwen, who stepped back a few steps, Palm Art's eyes flashed a trace of pride. He took advantage of the opportunity to control the sword shadow and continue to exert pressure on Zhouwen. "Not necessarily." Zhouwen spat out these words and pinched a seal. Suddenly, a sorrowful aura spread out from his body. This sorrowful aura became denser and denser. Finally, it formed a mysterious and strange seal behind Zhouwen. It was the mourning treasure seal. Like a curse, an invisible force enveloped Palm Art and Palm Art's sword shadow. Then, Palm Art could clearly feel that the power in his body was slowly weakening. The power of the sword shadow was also gradually decreasing. "What's going on? What did you do to me?" Feeling a part of the power that disappeared out of thin air, Palm Art's face was horrified. He could not help but shout at Zhouwen, "Ignorant guy!" Zhuowen did not pay attention to the anxious palm art. With a cold shout, a blade and a spear once again slashed out. Suddenly, the sword shadow that was originally imposing like a rainbow stagnated and then collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, the long sword that was slashing on the 7-kill blade was also pushed away by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen raised his blade and the slaughter force turned into a hurricane and spread out. Palm Art's face changed greatly and he retreated again and again. You want to retreat? It's not that easy. Zhuowen coldly shouted. He took a step forward and once again arrived in front of Palm Art. The 7-kill blade slashed out, showing no mercy. Palm Art's face changed greatly. He really could not figure out how his strength dropped by nearly 30% after Zhuowen suddenly used that strange seal. Originally, he was steadily suppressing Zhuowen, but now he was the one being suppressed. Clang! The 7-kill blade slammed on the long sword. A huge force spread through the blade and into the long sword. Palm Art only felt his right hand go numb under this huge force. The long sword flew out of his hand and flew away. Palm Art's weapon was knocked away. Seeing this scene, everyone below the stage was stunned. They could not understand why Pom, who originally had the upper hand, would suddenly be ruthlessly suppressed by Zhuowen and become so battered and exhausted. Only Lu Qing's pupils shrank. He stood up and stared at the seal that appeared in the void behind Zhuowen. He murmured in a low voice, "This is the morning seal of the 7 emotions, treasured seal? This Zhuowen actually has other contribution points to exchange for such a powerful cultivation technique?" After all, the 7 emotions treasure seal was a sage's power technique. It had a good reputation in the outer courtyard. However, very few outer courtyard disciples would exchange for this power technique. Firstly, this power technique was incomplete. There were only 3 seals left of the original 7 emotions treasure seal. Secondly, the price of this 7 emotions treasure seal was too high. One seal cost 150,000 contribution points. This wasn't something an ordinary warrior could afford. Even if some people had so many contribution points, they would not choose the 7 emotions treasured seal. After all, an incomplete cultivation technique could not display its full power. Spending a huge price to exchange for an incomplete cultivation technique was not worth it. Even if this cultivation technique was at the sage level, it was not worth it. It was better to use so many contribution points to exchange for some cultivation techniques that were suitable for oneself. Whoosh! The moment Palm Art's sword was knocked away, Zhuowen rushed out again. The 7-kill blade slashed out again. A surging killing force rolled over, wanting to completely annihilate Palm Art. Bastard! Palm Art roared. His eyes were full of shock and anger. Zhuowen's slash was merciless. If he did not block it, he would end up in a terrible situation. Palm Art spat out Yuan Qi from his right palm and formed a Yuan Qi defensive light shield in front of him. He wanted to block the slash of the 7-kill blade. Puchi! Chapter 1095. Xie Yua! A miserable cry suddenly sounded. Immediately, the pupils of the crowd below the stage shrunk as they discovered that Pa Sua's right arm had been chopped off by Zhuowen. The fresh blood that splattered on the battle stage appeared extremely demonic and frightening. Pa Sua lost an arm? What happened just now? Lu Xiang's hand gently covered her cherry lips. Her pretty eyes were filled with disbelief as she muttered to herself. Lu Xiang's doubts were also the doubts of many people below the stage. The scene just now was too strange. Zhuowen was clearly suppressed by Pa Sua's AO sword technique. Originally, they thought that Pa Sua would completely defeat Zhuowen with that attack. However, the situation suddenly took a strange turn. Pa Sua seemed to be lacking in strength. His AO sword technique was broken, and now his right arm had been chopped off. All of this happened in a flash, and no one could react. It's the grief treasure seal of the 7 emotions treasure seal. Pa Sua's strength was weakened by the grief treasure seal and fell by 30%. Therefore, Zhuowen was able to turn the tables. Lu Qing softly said to Lu Xiang. His expression was quite ugly. Even he did not expect such a situation. It's actually the grief treasure seal. Where did Zhuowen get so many contribution points? Lu Xiang's pretty eyes hardened. She was really unable to understand. After all, Zhuowen had taken out 500,000 contribution points as a wager. Now he had even exchanged his contribution points for such a precious grief treasure seal. All of this caused her to be unable to understand. Why did Zhuowen have so many contribution points? Pa Sua has been defeated. Lu Qing softly sighed. His eyes revealed a gloomy expression and his heart faintly ached. After all, Pa Sua's defeat meant that he had lost 500,000 contribution points to Zhuowen for nothing. Even though Lu Qing was the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, he could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. Thud, thud, thud. Pa Sua suddenly landed on the battle stage from the sky. His left hand pressed on his right shoulder blade to stop the injury on his right arm. His face was pale as he looked at Zhuowen, who was slowly descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with fear. How did this Zhuowen's strength become even more abnormal than before? He actually defeated him so easily and even cut off one of his arms. Zhuowen, you're too ruthless. You actually chopped off Pom-Pom's right arm. You're really cruel. Lu Qing suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Zhuowen. His voice was filled with coldness. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and said with slight ridicule, "Swords have no eyes." Getting injured in a martial arts competition is a rare and common thing. Why did it become a heinous crime in the words of Senior Lu Qing? This is the excellent Divine Institute. How can you be as vicious and merciless as in the outside world, breaking someone's limbs? A person like you doesn't deserve to be called an outer court student, Lu Qing said coldly. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold as he said, I would like to ask Senior Lu Qing. Right now, Pom-Pom and I are in the arena. There are countless fights happening in the arena every day. Broken arms and legs are a common occurrence. It's enough as long as it doesn't harm one's life. When the Institute doesn't even care, Senior Lu Qing cares so much. Does Senior Lu Qing think that you're better than the dean? Lu Qing's expression froze. In his heart, he thought that this Zhuowen was really sharp-tongued and knew how to talk. However, his expression didn't change as he said, You really have a glib tongue. You actually put me together with the dean. It's because the Institute has people like you that the atmosphere has slowly become so distorted. Zhuowen smiled. The 7 murder blade in his hand suddenly pointed at Lu Qing and said indifferently, Senior Lu Qing has said so much. I'm afraid that you're planning to teach me, your junior, a bad influence on the school. Since that's the case, come at me. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. No one expected that Zhuowen would take the initiative to challenge Lu Qing, even though he clearly knew Lu Qing's goal. Could it be that after defeating Pom-Pom, this guy was so arrogant that he thought that even Lu Qing was no match for him? Lu Qing was also stunned. After he recovered, an extremely cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, You're the one who provoked me. Since you've made such a request, I plan to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Lu Qing took a step and leaped onto the arena. Pom-Pom, you can leave first. On the arena, Lu Qing glanced indifferently at Pom-Pom, who was not far away. Pom-Pom clutched his broken right arm and bowed slightly. He left the arena in a daze. Originally, he thought that this battle would allow him to hold his head high and spread his fame far and wide. He did not expect that he would be defeated again. Moreover, he was defeated twice by the same person. Looking at Pom-Pom's lonely back, many people in the audience sighed. Originally, everyone was quite optimistic about Pom-Pom. They did not expect the result to be so unexpected. They could not help but sigh. At the moment when Lu Qing flew towards the battle platform, two figures sat quietly in a remote corner at the top of the stands. These two figures were both women with graceful figures. One of them had black hair like a waterfall, soft and dry, and a pair of autumn eyes that were as clear as water. The other woman's face was covered with a veil. Her eyes were also incomparably beautiful, like the bright stars in the night sky. Through these beautiful eyes, it was not difficult to imagine how devastatingly beautiful the face under the veil was. Wu Shang, is this the Zhuowen that Mu Qinxue could not forget? Although his strength is not bad, there is still a big gap between him and the top geniuses of our outer court. The woman with black hair like a waterfall suddenly said to the woman with veil beside her, "Don't be deceived by this fellow's appearance. Although this fellow's talent can compare to elder sister Qinshue's, it is still a bit better than those fellows from the outer court. Moreover, this fellow's strength cannot be measured by his cultivation. I can only describe it as unfathomable." The veiled girl softly said, "If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize the graceful woman with veil. Wasn't she the head of the fragrant ink pavilion, Moyen Wu Shang?" The beautiful woman with black hair like a waterfall sitting beside Moyen Wu Shang was not any less famous than Moyen Wu Shang in the outer court. She was the pavilion master of the Clear Sound Pavilion, one of the 4 major forces. At the same time, she was also in the top 5 of the Heavenly Sovereign list. Whoosh! Just as the two women were discussing softly, a silent figure suddenly appeared not far away from the two women, attracting their attention. They saw that this person was slender and well-proportioned, wearing a black robe. His face was bloodless, revealing a sickly paleness. His lips were also a strange, dark color, as if he was poisoned. Xiaoyu. Staring at this figure, Moyen Wu Shang and Qing Yin could not help but exclaim in unison. Their voices were full of shock. Xiaoyu was the pavilion master of the vast moon pavilion, and also the first on the Heavenly Sovereign list. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He was the most mysterious person on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Even the other 3 pavilion masters rarely saw Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's pair of evil black eyes glanced indifferently at Zhuowen's figure on the battle stage. Then his gaze shifted slightly and landed on Moyen Wu Shang. He said, "Moyen Wu Shang, is this Zhuowen really the sweetheart that Qinshui mentioned?" Hearing this, Moyen Wu Shang and Qing Yin finally knew that Xiaoyu, who had always been elusive, actually appeared in the arena today to watch Zhuowen's battle. It turned out that it was mainly because of Mu Qinxue. Back then, when Mu Qinxue was still in the outer court, it could be said that she was stunning. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, Mu Qinxue could be said to be unique and unparalleled. Soon, she was known as the first beauty in the outer court. At the same time, Mu Qinxue's suitors also formed a long line in the outer court. Most of the monstrous geniuses on the Heavenly Sovereign list also fell in love with Mu Qinxue at first sight. Unfortunately, Mu Qinxue rejected all the suitors. Her reason was that she already had someone she liked. Because of this, many suitors in the outer court were disheartened. Of course, there were also many radical guys who were like sticky candy. They wanted to know who Mu Qinxue's sweetheart was. Unfortunately, Mu Qinxue's mouth was very tight. No one could get any information about her sweetheart from her. Only a few monstrous geniuses who were at the top of the Heavenly Sovereign list learned the name of Mu Qinxue's sweetheart from Moyen Wu Shang. Among them, Evil Moon, who ranked first on the Heavenly Sovereign list, was one of the few people who knew that Zhuowen was Mu Qinxue's sweetheart. Evil Moon was arrogant and disobedient. However, his talent was extremely terrifying and his strength was also very strong. At that time, he was only second to Mu Qinxue on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Later, when Mu Qinxue advanced to the Emperor realm and successfully entered the inner court, Evil Moon naturally became the first on the Heavenly Sovereign list. At that time, everyone in the outer court knew that Evil Moon had a fanatical love for Mu Qinxue. For this reason, Evil Moon even used all kinds of means to defeat other suitors. It was a pity that the fallen flower had feelings for the heartless brook. Although Evil Moon was extremely fond of Mu Qinshui, Mu Qinshui did not appreciate his feelings. She was neither cold nor indifferent towards Evil Moon. This made Evil Moon extremely vexed. Later, he found out from Moyen Wushang that a young man named Zhouwen was Mu Qinshui's sweetheart. Coincidentally, not long after, Zhouwen also entered the outer court. Most of the students in the outer court did not know about the relationship between Zhouwen and Mu Qinshui. Only Evil Moon and a few others knew about it. During these 7 days, the Emperor Pavilion started to publicize the battle between Zhouwen and Pom Pom. This naturally attracted Evil Moon's attention. Originally, Evil Moon wouldn't care about such a battle. However, he couldn't help but pay attention to Zhouwen's name. It was because of the name Zhouwen that Evil Moon came to the arena for the first time to watch this Zhouwen's battle. Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not answer Evil Moon's question. Evil Moon was very strong. She was afraid that if Evil Moon knew that this Zhouwen was Zhouwen, she did not know whether it would be disadvantageous for Zhouwen. Even if you don't say it, I know that this Zhouwen is Chen Shui's sweetheart. Chapter 1096. Against Lu Qing, Evil Moon. You're not going to attack Zhouwen, are you? Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes were full of vigilance. She was very clear about Evil Moon's feelings for Mu Qinshui. Now that she knew that Zhouwen was Mu Qinshui's sweetheart, she was most afraid that Evil Moon would attack Zhouwen. Evil Moon was ranked first on the Celestial Master list. Even Moyen Wushang could not see through his strength. After all, Evil Moon had the record of killing a first-level Emperor Realm expert. He was the undisputed #1 person in the outer court. Although Zhouwen had a lot of secrets and trump cards, and his strength was not weak against Evil Moon, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. The two were not at the same level at all. Evil Moon sneered and said, "You think too highly of Zhouwen, don't you? He's just at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. Does he need me to attack him? I'm afraid Lu Qing can easily deal with Zhouwen." Although Lu Qing's cultivation was the same as Pom Pom's at the middle stage Celestial Master Realm, Lu Qing was a monstrous genius, ranked 30th on the Celestial Master list. His combat strength was much stronger than Pom Pom's. Moreover, Lu Qing's aura should be half a step into the late stage Celestial Master Realm. He was much more terrifying than Pom Pom. In Evil Moon's eyes, Zhouwen's victory over Palm Tree was nothing. Moyen Wushang saw that Evil Moon did not intend to deal with Zhouwen and could not help but sigh. Fortunately, Evil Moon was also a person who thought highly of himself. It was impossible for him to lower himself to deal with a freshman like Zhouwen. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Zhouwen and Lu Qing. In addition, Evil Moon and the other two were in a relatively remote place in the stands. Therefore, no one noticed the 3 top 5 on the Celestial Master list. In the fighting ring, Zhouwen stared at Lu Qing in front of him with some mockery and said, "Senior Lu Qing, the reason why you slandered me just now was to find an excuse to fight with me, wasn't it? Actually, you don't have to be like this, because I, Zhouwen, came to the arena today not only to accept Palm's challenge, but also for another purpose, which is you, Senior Lu Qing." Hearing this, Lu Qing's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and said, "For me? Looks like you've become very arrogant after defeating Palm. But it just so happens that I can end your arrogance this time." As he spoke, Lu Qing took a step forward and arrived at the pillar above the battle platform. He said in a clear voice, "Old rules. The wager for this battle is still 500,000. What do you think?" After he finished speaking, Lu Qing looked somewhat provocatively at Zhouwen below. However, the latter shook his head. This caused Lu Qing's gaze to darken slightly as he said, "Junior Zhouwen, what is the meaning of this? Are you going back on your word?" Zhouwen shook his head again and sneered, "Of course not. However, I feel that we can raise the stakes. How about 1,000,000 contribution points? Hua. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the surroundings. They looked at Zhuowen with a slightly strange gaze. Isn't this Zhuowen a little too careless? Previously, many people did not understand why he invested 500,000 contribution points in the battle with Palm. Of course, after Zhuowen defeated Palm, many people felt slightly relieved. But now Zhuowen faced Lu Qing. Not only did he dare to fight, but he also dared to double the wager from 500,000 to 1,000,000. Zhuowen's performance could be described as arrogant. Moreover, the wager for this battle had completely broken the record of the previous battles in the battle arena. It had even far surpassed the previous records. A single battle was worth 1,000,000 contribution points. In the eyes of many people, this was an unimaginable sum. The news of this arena battle would most likely spread throughout the academy, and Zhuowen would once again be at the forefront of public opinion within the academy. Lu Qing's expression also completely froze. His right hand, which was placed on the top of the pillar, stiffened in midair, unable to be put down for a long time. Senior Lu Qing, don't you want to bet? Zhuowen joked. After regaining his senses, Lu Qing took a deep look at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, I'll bet. Someone is giving me 1,000,000 contribution points for free. Why wouldn't I, Lu Qing, dare to bet? My 1,000,000 contribution points are already on the pillar. Next, it's your turn to take out 1,000,000 contribution points. Zhuowen spoke again. Lu Qing's face sank and said, I know this. I don't need you to remind me. As he spoke, Lu Qing swiped his right hand on the pillar. Suddenly, the 1,000,000 contribution points rose to 8,000,000. Obviously, Lu Qing did not have enough contribution points. Senior Lu Qing, it seems that it's still not enough. Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded again, causing a vein to bulge on Lu Qing's forehead. Lu Xiang, all of you, take out your contribution points and see if you can gather 200,000. Lu Qing's face was gloomy as he spoke to Lu Xiang and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Qing's action naturally attracted the attention of the other people around the stage. In particular, when they saw Lu Qing actually asking for contribution points from the other members of the Emperor Pavilion, everyone's eyes were filled with a strange expression. However, everyone quickly revealed an expression of relief. 1,000,000 contribution points was not a small sum. It was impossible for Lu Qing to take out so many contribution points in one go. After hearing Lu Qing's instructions, Lu Xiang and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion were all flustered. They'd barely managed to gather 200,000 contribution points and handed them over to Lu Qing, after which they were transferred to the contribution points counting pillar on the battle stage. I initially thought that since the Emperor Pavilion is one of the 4 hegemonic powers of the Academy, it should be extremely wealthy no matter what. A mere 1,000,000 contribution points shouldn't be a problem. But now, it seems that I overestimated the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Qing, who had originally gathered 1,000,000 contribution points, sighed softly in his heart. However, when he heard Zhuowen's somewhat mocking words at this moment, his gaze stiffened. Soon after, an extremely dense, ice-cold expression appeared on his face. You can only rely on your tongue. In any case, the 2,000,000 contribution points will once again land on me. You only have this little time to jump around in front of me. Lu Qing slowly landed on the battle stage. His gaze was bone-chilling. A murderous intent immediately surged out and firmly locked onto Zhuowen. Looks like they are going to fight. This Zhuowen dared to provoke Lu Qing. I'm afraid that he has some powerful techniques on him. After all, this fellow has hidden his strength deeply and even defeated Palm Tree. You are wrong. The gap between Palm Tree and Lu Qing is still very large. The former is merely a new student who has entered the academy for 7 months, while Lu Qing is a monstrous genius on the Tianzuan ranking. The two of them cannot be mentioned in the same breath. When Lu Qing landed on the battle stage again, the surrounding people immediately revealed looks of anticipation. Whispers began to spread like the center of a storm. Lu Qing was a monstrous genius, ranked 30th on the Tianzuan ranking. Zhuowen was a rising star who had defeated Palm Tree. What kind of sparks would be created when the two of them collided? Dang, dang, dang. Lu Qing slowly walked towards Zhuowen. With every step he took, an extremely violent aura would surge out from his body. This aura was like a volcanic eruption. Countless pressure surged out in the surroundings, emitting a fine hissing sound as it tore through the air. Junior Zhuowen, you have provoked me time and time again. This is not a wise move. Today, I will let you know how powerful a genius on the Tianzuan ranking is. When Lu Qing finally arrived within 10 steps of Zhuowen, he stopped. His aura also surged to the extreme. The surrounding air formed a ring-shaped cyclone, emitting an extremely sharp whistling sound. Feeling the strong aura from Lu Qing, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of caution. This Lu Qing was indeed extraordinary. Just the aura he exuded was far stronger than Palm Tree. Let's fight. Zhuowen did not say much. With his right hand holding the 7 kills saber, Zhuowen took a step forward and swept towards Lu Qing. His speed soared to the point where only after images could be seen. You are really bold to take the initiative to attack. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and laughed. He did not pull out the black heavy spear on his back. Instead, he took a step forward and attacked Zhuowen with his bare hands. You are the arrogant one. You don't even need to use a weapon to fight me. Zhuowen naturally noticed Lu Qing's little action. With a cold snort, he arrived in front of Lu Qing in an instant. The 7 kills saber in his right hand slashed out horizontally. At the same time, the killing aura poured into the blade, causing the aura of the 7 kills saber to rise to the extreme. I don't need to draw my spear to deal with you. Lu Qing chuckled. With a twist of his right hand, surging yuan power gushed out and attached to the surface of his hands. It was as if he was wearing a pair of steel gloves, extremely tough and powerful. Clang! The 7 kills saber slashed horizontally and instantly collided with Lu Qing's hands. An extremely sharp and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the gloves attached to Lu Qing's hands were extremely tough. The 7 kills saber only left a shallow mark on the surface, and Lu Qing was unscathed. I said that I don't need to use a weapon to deal with you. Lu Qing smiled sinisterly. Immediately, his right hand clasped the blade of the 7 kills saber. His left hand stretched out horizontally, like a cunning poisonous snake, towards Zhuowen's chest. He intended to attack Zhuowen's heart. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. His left hand formed a palm, and a wisp of golden Buddhist power permeated his palm. It was like an indestructible golden stone, and he similarly blasted out a palm. Bang! When the 2 palms collided, a muffled thunder-like sound rang out. Immediately, this sound continued to ring out without interruption, as if countless thunderbolts were being born in the dark clouds. It was extremely ear-piercing. The moment this sharp sound rang out, a heaven-like power ripple spread out from between the palms, radiating out in a ring-shaped air wave. The surrounding space seemed to have begun to become unstable. Back off! Lu Qing shouted, and an extremely strong yuan power gushed out from his palm. It was as if a towering mountain was crushing Zhuowen's palm. This caused Zhuowen's expression to change slightly, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Thud, thud, thud! The battle between the two only lasted for a blink of an eye. After the muffled, thunder-like sound rang out, the two separated. Zhuowen took 7 steps back, while Lu Qing only took 3 steps back. Chapter 1097. Fierce Battle, Pavilion Master. Teach this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Let him know the prestige of our Emperor Pavilion. A mere peak golden venerable defeated a few heavenly venerables, and he thinks he's the best in the world. Pavilion Master, you must teach this frog at the bottom of the well a lesson. Zhuowen's retreat immediately attracted the loud mockery and ridicule of the imperial pavilion members in the stands. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think Palmdeva is on par with my big brother? Do you think you can compete with my big brother just because you defeated Palmdeva? You're simply a frog at the bottom of the well. Lu Xiang lifted her chin slightly with a hint of mockery in her beautiful eyes. On the other side of the stands, Mo, Ling Tian, Jia Nan, and the other two clenched their fists tightly and frowned slightly. They did not expect Lu Qing to be so powerful. Without using a weapon, he actually forced Zhuowen to retreat. Zhuowen, there are so many geniuses in the academy and countless heavenly venerables. However, only 32 people can enter the heavenly venerables list. Do you really think the geniuses on the heavenly venerables list are undeserved? After forcing Zhuowen to retreat, Lu Qing stood proudly and stared indifferently at Zhuowen. After controlling the vitality of the blood-soul tree and healing the wound on his left hand, Zhuowen's gaze returned to Lu Qing. His expression became extremely serious. It seemed that he was indeed a little arrogant before. Although Lu Qing's cultivation was the same as Palmdeva's, he was a middle-stage heavenly venerables. However, his combat strength far exceeded the latter's. No wonder Lu Qing could be ranked on the heavenly venerables list. I was a little arrogant before. However, I think I can still force you to use your weapon and even defeat you. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his speed grew faster and faster. A gust of wind whistled out from his body. Afterwards, a monstrous, blood-red demonic aura surged out from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's black hair was dyed red, and his black eyes became blood-red. First stage bedevilment. Merge the demonic Tao of slaughter into the momentum of slaughter. Kill. With a low cry, the aura around Zhuowen's body became even more terrifying than before. Waves of bloody aura wrapped around his body, causing the current Zhuowen to appear distant and mysterious, as if an ancient demon had been born. This fellow's aura had grown stronger again. What kind of secret technique is this? Lu Qing was stunned when he sensed the sudden increase in Zhuowen's aura. Zhuowen's sudden surge of aura naturally attracted the attention of others below the fighting ring, especially when they saw Zhuowen's blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. Many people were shocked. Devil Path secret technique? He really knows a lot of unorthodox things. But even if this kid has a lot of tricks, it's useless. The gap between him and Lu Qing is like a chasm that's impossible to make up for. In a remote corner of the stands, Evil Moon sneered. He was somewhat disdainful of Zhuowen's bedevilment secret technique. Moyan Wushang, who was sitting not far away, shook his head and sneered, I don't think so. Zhuowen may not lose this time. Qingyin stuck out her tongue. Naturally, she could feel the tension between Moyan Wushang and Evil Moon. She shrugged and said, there's nothing to argue about. When the result comes out, everything will be revealed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's bloody shadow swept in front of Lu Qing. He raised the 7th slaughter blade above his head and immediately slashed down. This blade contained not only the momentum of slaughter, but also the demonic Tao of slaughter that Zhuowen had comprehended. When the two were combined, the power was much stronger than before. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Although he could vaguely feel that Zhuowen's blade was different from the previous one, Lu Qing was not too worried about his own confidence. He also raised his hands, and Yuan power flowed out and surrounded the surface of his palms. Clang! The crisp sound of collision rang out again. This scene was very similar to the previous one. Lu Qing still blocked Zhuowen's 7th slaughter blade with his bare hands, but the result was completely different. Kacha! A somewhat muffled cracking sound was heard. Soon after, Lu Qing was stunned to discover that traces of cracks had appeared on the surface of the Yuan power gloves on his hands. What's going on? Why is this guy's blade momentum so much stronger than before? Lu Qing exclaimed in a low voice. However, his exclamation did not last long. The 7 kills saber's aura was like a rainbow, and the saber's blade flashed with a peerless sharpness. Finally, the origin power gloves on his hands were shattered on a large scale. Retreat! Feeling the cracks spreading on the Yuan power gloves, Lu Qing's pupils shrank to the extreme. He stomped his feet and immediately flew back, trying to get out of the range of the 7 slaughter blades' blade momentum. You want to retreat now. It's a little late. Zhuo Wen's chilling voice was transmitted over. Immediately, the 7 kills blade swept over. Lu Qing's left pinky and ring fingers were cut off by the 7 kills blade as he was caught off guard, causing blood to spurt out. Dang! 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 Lu Qing retreated dozens of steps, covering the 2 broken fingers on his left hand. Bright red blood slowly flowed down from the gaps between his right fingers. The blood dripped on the battle stage, making a dripping sound. Although his voice was very soft compared to the somewhat quiet atmosphere around him, it actually seemed so loud and clear, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Lu Qing is injured. Looking at the blood dripping on the battle stage, the surrounding people fell into a short silence, and then a burst of noise broke out. In the stands, the people of the Emperor Pavilion, led by Lu Xiang, also fell silent. There was a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Even they did not expect that Lu Qing would have 2 fingers cut off in this confrontation. Haha, Xieyu, do you still dare to say that Lu Qing will win this battle? In a remote corner of the stands, Moyan Wushang sneered. Xieyu frowned slightly and said indifferently, Moyan Wushang, don't forget, Lu Qing has not used the black iron heavy spear. Just now, he fought with Zhuowen with his bare hands. If Lu Qing is serious, this Zhuowen will definitely lose. That's not necessarily true. Moyan Wushang shook her head slightly, her beautiful eyes once again looking at the tall and straight figure. You're courting death. The silence on the battle stage only lasted for a moment before it was broken by an angry voice. The wounds on Lu Qing's 2 broken fingers on his left hand had already healed. He stared at Zhuowen in shock and anger. For the first time, he was actually injured by an ant that he looked down on in front of so many people. This was absolutely humiliating for Lu Qing. Boom! Lu Qing pulled his right hand in front of his chest, and suddenly the black iron heavy spear on his back was fiercely held in his hand. Immediately, the end of the spear's handle was heavily smashed on the ground. The oppressive heavy feeling caused the entire battle stage to fall into an extremely violent tremor. At the same time, the eyelids of the people around the battle stage twitched slightly. It seemed that Lu Qing was going to use the black iron heavy spear. This Zhuowen was probably going to be unlucky. Good. You've successfully angered me. As a reward, I'll torture you and let you feel a deep sense of shame. Lu Qing stared fiercely at Zhuowen and gnashed his teeth. Zhuowen stood quietly and stared indifferently at Lu Qing in front of him. He said, Come on then, barking like a dog over there. Do you really think you can beat me up? As soon as these words came out, Lu Qing's face froze. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Zhuowen had finally succeeded in angering him. Die! With a low cry, Lu Qing's right leg suddenly jumped. Immediately, the black iron heavy spear on the ground was lifted up by his leg. Next, Lu Qing's right palm heavily smashed onto the handle of the black iron heavy spear. Surging Yuan power was spat out, and the black iron heavy spear was like an arrow that had been shot out from a bow. Swoosh! A slightly ear-piercing whistle suddenly resounded on the battle stage. Soon after, the crowd discovered that the huge black iron heavy spear was accompanied by a terrifying hissing sound and compressed air as it directly rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. The aura emitted by the black iron-heavy spear actually caused him to faintly feel apprehensive. Slash! Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. His right hand raised the blade above his head and suddenly chopped down. The massacre momentum and the massacre demon way perfectly merged together, mobilizing the force of heaven and earth. In an instant, the air around Zhuowen froze. A terrifying heavy pressure came crushing down, forming countless spiraling forces. Rumble! The 7 murders blade heavily hacked onto the tip of the black iron-heavy spear. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that an extremely terrifying huge force was transmitted from his right hand. This huge force spread out and actually caused the web between his thumb and index finger to become numb. Such a powerful force. Zhuowen's eyebrows slightly knitted. Under this huge force, he could only feel the blood in his body boiling. Soon after, he continuously retreated. The 7 murders blade pressed against the black iron-heavy spear, emitting an extremely loud metallic sound. Dang, dang, dang. Crisp footsteps continuously sounded out, while Zhuowen was still retreating. When his foot stepped on the edge of the battle stage, Zhuowen let out a fierce roar. All the strength in his body gathered on his feet. His right foot ruthlessly stomped on the surface of the battle stage. The terrifying strength actually caused the rocks at the edge to crack. Finally, at the edge of the battle stage, Zhuowen's figure finally stopped. His right hand, which was holding onto the 7 murders blade, faintly trembled. A trace of cherry-red blood flowed out from the web between his thumb and index finger. Unexpectedly, you were not blasted out of the battle stage by this spear. It seems that your strength has somewhat exceeded my expectations. However, this is also to my liking. I have yet to properly torture you. How can I defeat you so quickly and eliminate you? Lu Qing stepped on the empty air and instantly landed on the handle of the black iron-heavy spear. His long black robe fluttered under the whistling wild wind, making flapping sounds as he looked down at Zhuowen from above. Kneel down! Lu Qing let out a sinister laugh. His right foot suddenly stomped on the black iron-heavy spear. Immediately, an even more terrifying huge force spread out. Soon after, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. His knees actually bent slightly and he almost knelt on the ground. You are quite tenacious. It is better for you to kneel down. Lu Qing coldly snorted. He once again lifted his right foot and heavily stomped down. This time around, the force was even stronger than before. He believed that Zhuowen would definitely kneel down. Second level bedevilment. Chapter 1098. Dragon Stepping Spear Boom. A muffled thunder-like sound reverberated across the entire battle stage. Soon after, Lu Qing, who was standing on the heavy black iron spear, was stunned to discover an extremely frightening force surging from the heavy black iron spear under his feet. This enormous force was just like a ripple in water as it rushed out from under Lu Qing's feet and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his entire body to feel numb. This fellow, why has his strength increased again? Lu Qing's eyes finally revealed a trace of astonishment as he sensed the enormous force transmitted from under his feet and the heavy black iron spear that was continuously loosening. Be suppressed! Lu Qing once again let out a stern cry as he stepped on the heavy black iron spear for the 3rd time. The force that this step created was unprecedentedly powerful. It was as though 100,000 feet tall mountain was pressing down on him. It was extremely frightening. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy black iron spear emitted an intense buzzing sound. Soon after, a continuous series of explosive sounds resounded. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was being suppressed by the heavy black iron spear, was emitting an increasingly frightening, murderous, demonic aura. His blood hair extended to his waist, and his eyes became increasingly blood red. His aura was completely different from before. Back off! Zhuowen let out a low cry. The muscles on his right hand tightened and shot out like a cannonball. Soon after, waves of enormous force spread around him, and the heavy black iron spear that was pressing down was actually pushed aside by his blade. Swoosh! After the heavy black iron spear was pushed aside, a sharp whistling sound spread. The heavy black iron spear rolled a couple of times in the air before shooting towards the sky. Lu Qing's eyes were gloomy as he retreated dozens of steps back. He stood in the middle of the battle stage and frowned as he stared at Zhuowen in front of him. At this moment, a rich, murderous, demonic aura lingered around Zhuowen's body. The churning, murderous, demonic aura formed numerous, spiraling forces that lifted Zhuowen's blood-colored long hair, causing the latter to appear extremely demonic. Lu Qing, who is holding the heavy black iron spear, has been forced back. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all revealed astonished expressions. Originally, Lu Qing's domineering aura had completely crushed Zhuowen, but they did not expect such a sudden reversal to occur. Moreover, everyone was keenly aware that the aura in Zhuowen's body was much stronger than before. Moreover, this aura was very strange. It carried a trace of strange, demonic nature, which made people's hearts tremble. Lu Qing's eyes also had a trace of seriousness. He did not expect Zhuowen's strength to increase. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was like an Azura, gave him a great shock and impact. Thud, thud, thud. Zhuowen walked towards Lu Qing step by step. Every step he took caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. Senior Lu Qing, didn't you want to torture me? Why are you retreating instead? Zhuowen said with a cold smile as he walked over step by step. Hearing this, Lu Qing's face darkened. He said, "You think you're stronger than me just because you forced me to retreat? Then I'll show you the real gap between you and me." As he spoke, Lu Qing stomped his foot, and with a twist of his right hand, he caught the black iron heavy spear that was sent flying into his palm. Lu Qing shot out like a cannonball, and the tip of the heavy spear emitted a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. "Good!" Zhuowen shouted in a low voice, and his footsteps quickened. The rolling demonic slaughter aura formed a fierce hurricane that gathered in the 7-kill saber in his right palm. Clang! Two afterimages instantly collided with each other, and then a slightly ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded. The 7 slaughter blade and the dark steel heavy spear heavily collided, and dazzling sparks gushed out from between the two weapons. Junior Zhuowen, no matter what kind of secret technique you use to raise your aura so much, it's just a secret technique. It's not your own strength. Let's see how long you can last in this state. Lu Qing stared indifferently at Zhuowen in front of him. His voice was as cold as winter. In his opinion, Zhuowen's demonic state should be due to him using some secret technique to forcibly raise his strength. There would definitely be some side effects. Whatever Senior Lu Qing thinks, it might be more effective if you can defeat me. Zhuowen smiled faintly and flicked the 7-kill saber in his right hand. Suddenly, rolling demonic slaughter aura burst out and burst towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. He twisted his right hand, and the heavy black iron spear suddenly spun violently. A cold aura gushed out. Clang! The two collided again. Suddenly, Zhuowen and Lu Qing separated. Both of them retreated dozens of steps and stared at each other solemnly. Again, Zhuowen shouted and rushed out again. His aura was like a rainbow. The 7-kill saber carried an unparalleled force and blasted towards Lu Qing again without any fear. Humph! Arrogant brat! Lu Qing snorted coldly. He held the heavy black iron spear in his right hand and also rushed out. A wild force gushed out. Lu Qing's black hair and black robe fluttered. Boom! 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 The two of them collided again. Soon after, extremely terrifying explosions erupted. The two of them were like crazy demons, constantly waving the weapons in their hands to greet each other. Sharp sounds of collisions, bright sparks and constantly flashing black shadows formed an extremely shocking scene on the fighting ring. Zhuowen can actually fight head-on with Lu Qing, who is wielding a heavy black iron spear. How terrifying! Looking at the two figures constantly flashing on the battle stage, many people's eyes revealed shock. Lu Qing was a monster ranked 30th on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Naturally, his strength was obvious to all. Many people thought that this should be a one-sided battle. However, the result was unexpected. Zhuowen's strength erupted again and again, and he actually resisted many of Lu Qing's attacks. Now that Lu Qing was wielding a heavy black iron spear, Zhuowen was still in a stalemate with the former without being at a disadvantage. Zhuowen's unexpected performance time and time again caused the people below the stage to begin to doubt whether there was a limit to his strength. Bang! Another explosion rang out. Then an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted between the 7-kill saber and the heavy black iron spear. Zhuowen and Lu Qing separated again. At this moment, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with a dense solemnity. He coldly said, "Junior Zhuowen, it seems that I have underestimated you. You are actually able to display such powerful strength. You are qualified to make me use my true strength." As he spoke, Lu Qing suddenly fell from the sky. Accompanied by the hissing sound of tearing air, he smashed onto the ground. A terrifying force spread out, and the battle stage trembled violently. The surface of the stage began to faintly crack. Both of Lu Qing's hands formed a complicated seal. Next, a surging stream of energy surged out, and Lu Qing's aura rose to another level. It was as though the flood and ferocious beast sealed within his body had been completely released. Dragon treading spear. Lu Qing let out a low cry. His foot suddenly kicked the heavy black iron spear as surging yuan power poured out. Immediately, the heavy black iron spear in front of him surged into the air, after which Lu Qing leaped out and violently stepped on the heavy black iron spear. Roar! A loud dragon roar burst out. Then, the heavy black iron spear under Lu Qing's feet began to emit waves of cold air. The cold air continuously adhered to the heavy black iron spear, and finally formed a huge ice dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It's the dragon treading spear. Lu Qing actually used this move. Zhuowen is going to be in trouble. Looking at the ice dragon formed by the heavy black iron spear, many people below the stage narrowed their eyes. The dragon treading spear was Lu Qing's famous move. It was extremely powerful. Back then, this move had seriously injured a peak heavenly venerable expert. It was terrifying. Junior Zhuowen, the power of the dragon treading spear is terrifying. Even I can't restrain its power. I think you should admit defeat in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to restrain the power of the dragon treading spear and hurt you, Lu Qing said coldly as he stood on the ice dragon. Zhuowen looked up and stared at Lu Qing, who was on the ice dragon, and said indifferently, "Senior Lu Qing, feel free to use it. I, Zhuowen, will accept it all." Arrogant brat. Then I'll let you have a good taste of the power of the dragon treading spear. Lu Qing's eyes were dark. He coldly snorted and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the ice dragon under his feet roared and swooped down. A terrifying ice-cold air swept out, as if it could even freeze the air. Swoosh! The ice dragon was extremely fast. With a slight sway of its huge body, it could throw out an extremely terrifying ice-cold air. It was like a snowstorm, which was horrifying. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely solemn. The 7-kill saber in his hand slashed out again. A blood-red saber shadow swept out from the void and slashed down on the ice dragon. Boom! The ice dragon swung its tail and smashed heavily on the blood-red saber shadow. A terrifying power gushed out, and the blood-red saber shadow completely collapsed under the attack of the dragon's tail. Thump! 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 Zhuowen grunted and retreated dozens of steps. His gaze became extremely grave. The might of this huge ice dragon had somewhat exceeded his expectations. The saber image formed by the combination of the slaughtering momentum and the slaughtering demonic way had actually been broken apart so easily. Swoosh! The ice dragon roared and swooped down again. The bone-chilling coldness made Zhuowen's hair stand on end. The ice dragon gave him a strong sense of crisis, as if it could take his life at any time. Junior Zhuowen, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and surrender immediately, and I'll restrain the ice dragon. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be seriously injured later. At that time, you can't blame me. Lu Qing's eyes were a little solemn. The power of the dragon-treading spear was terrifying. Even he couldn't control it. Zhuowen was only at the peak of the Golden Sovereign stage. He was a little afraid of this move. If Zhuowen was seriously injured and killed, it would violate the Academy's rules. Zhuowen, don't need this opportunity. Senior, go ahead and use it. Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. Immediately, Lu Qing's eyes darkened. Lu Qing sneered and said, "Looks like you're really courting death. Then, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 1099. Devour the moment the ice dragon swooped down at Zhuowen. The entire battle platform was enveloped by a terrifying chill. It was as if the battle platform had turned into a world of ice and snow. The bone-chilling cold spread out, causing the surface of the battle platform to be covered in sparkling and translucent ice crystals. The black iron heavy spear was taken from the peak of the Changhan Mountain in the extreme north of the excellent God Island. It was made from a piece of black iron stone that had been nurtured by the cold air of the Changhan Mountain for thousands of years. The black iron heavy spear contained the cold air that had accumulated for thousands of years. Junior Zhuowen, do you think you are a match for me? Lu Qing stood proudly on the ice dragon and looked down at Zhuowen, who was getting closer and closer. His eyes were filled with a sneer. The dragon-treading spear was a set of spear techniques that he had created himself. It was extremely powerful and was also Lu Qing's strongest move. In the past, Lu Qing had used the dragon-treading spear as a mid-stage heavenly venerate to severely injure a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. If that powerhouse hadn't fled quickly, Lu Qing could have even used this move to annihilate that peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying and had exceeded Lu Qing's expectations, the former was only a peak golden sovereign. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a peak heavenly master. Therefore, in Lu Qing's opinion, Zhuowen would not be able to resist the power of the dragon-treading spear. What a terrifying chill! Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear can release such a terrifying chill. The moment the cold air filled the battle stage, many people in the audience were forced to retreat. Some unlucky fellows were unable to retreat in time, and the cold air invaded their bodies, causing them to shiver and their limbs to stiffen. Dragon-treading spear? I did not expect Zhuowen to be able to force Lu Qing to use the dragon-treading spear. He does have some skills. Evil Moon, who was in the corner of the spectator stand, frowned slightly. Wu Shang, this Zhuowen is really not simple. He is merely at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm, yet he was able to force Lu Qing, who is at the middle stage of the Heavenly Venerate realm, to use his strongest move, the dragon-treading spear. You should know that Lu Qing only used this move when facing a peak Heavenly Venerate. For Zhuowen to be able to force him to use this move, it is obvious that this child has the combat strength of a peak Heavenly Venerate. Qing Yin, who was sitting beside Moyan Wushang, was astonished. She did not expect Zhuowen could force Lu to use the dragon-treading spear. Zhuowen always surprises people. Don't underestimate him. If you do, I'm afraid you'll be the unlucky ones, Moyan Wushang said with a strange smile on his face. Wushang Studio. Do you mean that Zhuowen will surprise us again? Do you think that Zhuowen can block the dragon-treading spear? Qing Yin was a little stunned. The corners of Evil Moon's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Naturally, he did not agree with Moyen Wushang's words. The dragon-stepping spear had the power to seriously injure a top, heavenly venerable powerhouse. Zhuo Wen could not block it. It is not that he can block the dragon-treading spear, but that he can defeat Lu Qing. Moyen Wushang shook his head. His eyes were full of brilliance. As soon as he said this, Qing Yin's hand stiffened. She looked at Moyen Wushang strangely. The latter had too much confidence in Zhuo. He was so sure that Zhuo could defeat Lu Qing. The smile on the corner of Evil Moon's mouth suddenly froze. He said indifferently, Moyen Wushang, you seem to have blind trust in Zhuo. Could it be that you have some interest in him? Moyen Wushang's beautiful eyes narrowed. He did not look at Evil Moon. He said coldly, Evil Moon, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. I have my reasons for being so sure. I don't need you to say it. Evil Moon narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He did not argue with Moyen Wushang. His evil eyes stared at Zhuowen's back. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. It seemed that Zhuo had good luck with women. Not only did he have Mu Qinchu as sweetheart, but Moyen Wushang, who was one of the top beauties in the outer court, also seemed to have a good impression of him. This made Evil Moon a little uncomfortable. Whoosh! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the huge ice dragon finally came crashing down. The terrifying cold qi completely enveloped Zhuo Wen's tiny figure, forming an ice cage. An ice dragon head that was dozens of feet long stood there with its bloody mouth, swallowing the ice cage in one gulp. The moment Zhuo Wen's tiny figure was completely swallowed by the ice dragon, the atmosphere around the battle platform immediately fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at the figure that had disappeared into the ice dragon's mouth with strange gazes. Could it be that Zhuo was swallowed and annihilated by the ice dragon, just like that? No. Brother Zhuo, how could this be? After a short silence, on the other side of the battle stage, Jia Nan's eyes were red. He almost lost his mind and rushed toward the battle stage. Jia Nan's movements were too fast. Mo Lingtian and the other two did not even have time to react before Jia Nan flew out. They did not even have a chance to stop him. Brother Mo, what should we do? Gatha looked at Mo Lingtian anxiously. Let's go. Let's follow Jia Nan onto the battle stage. The battle arena already has a rule. Although killing is allowed in the battle arena, and even injuries are allowed, death is not allowed. Lu Qing has already violated the rules and actually used such a fatal move like the dragon-treading spear. If Brother Zhuo dies, Lu Qing will definitely be implicated. Mo Lingtian's expression was gloomy as he spat out these words. Soon after, he followed behind Jia Nan, who had already disappeared into the distance and also flew out. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, on the battle stage, the ice dragon that was a few hundred feet long was roaring crazily. Its voice was so loud that it was deafening. It caused the people below the battle stage, who were originally retreating, to take a few more steps back. Their eyes were filled with fear. What a terrifying ice dragon! Zhuo is most likely dead after being swallowed by it. Pity was revealed in the crowd's eyes after they came to a stop. The fact that Zhuo was able to force Lu Qing to such an extent was enough to show how terrifying his talent was. Everyone could imagine that if he continued to develop, it would only be a matter of time before he entered the Academy's heavenly sovereign ranking. Yet now, Zhuo had actually died under Lu Qing's dragon-trampling spear. The premature death of such a genius inevitably caused many people to sigh with regret. There were even some people who guessed that Lu Qing's action of using the dragon-trampling spear to kill Zhuo was likely intentional in order to eliminate the scourge that was Zhuo. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Jia Nan was the first to rush onto the battle stage. His eyes were scarlet red as he rushed towards the ice dragon. He was like a man who risked his life and actually dared to attack the terrifying ice dragon head-on. Is this brat courting death? Many people below the stage revealed stunned expressions when they saw Jia Nan's actions. Everyone could tell just how frightening the might of the huge ice dragon was. It was a terrifying move that could even seriously injure a peak, heavenly sovereign expert. Jia Nan was only at the initial stage of the sovereign stage. Yet he had taken the initiative to provoke the ice dragon. Other than courting death, there was no other way to explain his actions. Standing on the head of the ice dragon, Lu Qing naturally noticed Jia Nan's scarlet eyes as he pounced towards him. A trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He naturally knew about the relationship between Jia, Nan, and Zhuowen. Overconfident aunt, Lu Qing said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, the ice dragon beneath his feet immediately became violent. Its incomparably large dragon tail suddenly swung out, causing a terrifying snowstorm to sweep out. Boom! The dragon tail was like an incomparably thick whip as it heavily slammed into Jia Nan's chest. Soon after, the latter was sent flying by the dragon tail without any ability to resist. Cherry red blood poured out like a faucet that had not been turned on. It was a rather spectacular sight. Bang! He heavily smashed into the ground dozens of meters away, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. These cracks endlessly spread in all directions, causing dust to rise. This brat will definitely die. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Jia Nan smash into the ground. They unanimously believed that Jia Nan would definitely die. Swoosh! 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 The instant Jia Nan was shot down, Mo Lingtian and the other two arrived at the spot where Jia Nan had fallen. Their expressions changed slightly. They were naturally able to sense how terrifying the ice dragon was. Jia Nan had suffered an all-out attack from the ice dragon, and it was likely that he was truly doomed. Jia Nan! Mo Lingtian waved his sleeve and immediately blew away the dust above the hole. He arrived in front of the hole and saw a rather shocking scene. Jia Nan, who was in the deep hole, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, he used his right hand to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Next, he leapt out energetically as he clamored and cursed Lu Qing for being a bastard. Jia Nan, are you all right? Mo Lingtian looked strangely at the lively Jia Nan before him and involuntarily asked. On the other hand, Gatha and Xianxing were much calmer. The three of them had carried out a mission together in West Path City and had a certain understanding of how tough Jia Nan's skin was. Moreover, they also knew that the reason why Jia Nan was so resilient was mainly because of the extraordinary armor soul on his body. The armor soul within Jia Nan's body possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability. As long as he did not suffer extremely terrible injuries, Jia Nan would basically be able to recover completely. Mo Lingtian had never fought alongside Jia Nan before. Hence, it was understandable that he did not know how extraordinary Jia Nan's undying armor soul was. The crowd below the stage, who had originally thought that Kanan was dead for sure, fell into a daze when they saw that Kanan was still alive and kicking. What's going on with this kid? He took a hit from the ice dragon's tail, and yet he's still alive and kicking. This brat is actually not injured. Standing on the dragon, Lu Qing also fell into silence. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Jia Nan, who seemed to be completely fine in astonishment. Chapter 1100. Dragon Breaker Lu Qing shifted his gaze towards Mo Lingtian and said indifferently, "What are you trying to say?" Mo Lingtian met Lu Qing's gaze fearlessly and said with slight anger, "I'm sure Senior Lu Qing knows the rules of the arena better than I do. Although it's not that we don't allow injuries or disabilities here, we definitely don't allow death. Right now, Senior Lu Qing has used such a terrifying move. He's planning to beat Brother Zhu to death. How do you explain this?" A mocking smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. He said, "I've already reminded Zhuowen earlier that I'm unable to control the power of the dragon-treading spear, so it's very likely that something bad will happen. That's why I've already given Zhuowen a chance to live." The mocking smile on Lu Qing's face grew thicker and thicker. he said. "It's this kid who doesn't know how to grasp the opportunity. He actually dared to hoot at me and let me use the dragon-treading spear. Don't you think he deserves to die under the dragon-treading spear?" "You," Mo Lingtian glared angrily, but he did not know how to refute. Lu Qing's words were reasonable. The latter had indeed warned Zhuowen earlier, but Zhuowen had indeed not listened. "Even so, you shouldn't have tried to kill him. You only needed to defeat Big Brother Zhua. However, you didn't show any mercy in that attack just now. Clearly, you had the intention of killing Big Brother Zhua. After all, who would willingly kneel down and surrender during a fight?" Jia Nan roared furiously. Lu Qing's gaze was extremely indifferent. He sneered. "Do I need you to nag about my matters? Didn't I say earlier that I've already warned Zhuowen?" However, he did not take the initiative to beg for mercy. Now that he's in such a situation, he can only blame Zhuowen for his arrogance. The surrounding people also had strange looks in their eyes. Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear did not show any mercy. It even contained a trace of killing intent. It was clear that he wanted to finish off Zhuowen. However, Lu Qing's reasoning was reasonable. He had already warned Zhuowen that he could not control the power of the dragon-treading spear. But Zhuowen did not admit defeat. Instead, he allowed Lu Qing to use it. The blame for this was not entirely on Lu Qing. It was likely that even if the Academy's upper echelons knew about this matter, they would not place too much blame on Lu Qing. After all, it was just as Lu Qing had said. He had already warned Zhuowen about the dangers of the dragon-treading spear. Of course, Lu Qing's words were rather overbearing. With Zhuowen's character, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. It could be said that this was something that Lu Qing had planned long ago. He used Zhuowen's character to announce the power of the dragon-treading spear in advance. Under this premise, if he accidentally killed Zhuowen, it would at most be an accident. Mo Lingtian still wanted to say something, but Lu Qing impatiently flicked his sleeve. A terrifying cold air swept over, forming a terrifying snowstorm that swept towards Mo Lingtian and the other three. Dang, dang, dang. The pupils of the four shrunk. Under this terrifying snowstorm, they were unable to resist and were forced to retreat hundreds of steps, almost to the edge of the arena. The four of you should get lost. Zhuowen does not have the ability to die in the arena. It serves him right. If you're not convinced, feel free to challenge my big brother. A sharp voice rang out once again. Lu Xiang had her hands on her hips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mockery as she stared at Mo Lingtian and the other three. "You!" Jia Nan cried out angrily as he stomped his foot. Just as he was about to charge out, Mo Lingtian, who was by his side, grabbed him. "Big brother Mo," Jia Nan said anxiously. "Jia Nan, don't be rash. You'll just be throwing your life away." Mo Lingtian shook his head. "But big brother, Jia Nan's eyes turned red. Mo Lingtian shook his head and said, "The ice dragon still hasn't stopped moving. Perhaps Brother Zhua is still alive. Moreover, we're too weak. It's impossible for us to fight against the Emperor Pavilion. If you want to avenge Brother Zhua, you have to raise your strength as soon as possible. Charging out now is just throwing your life away. It's not worth it." Jia Nan calmed down when he heard this. Mo Lingtian was right. He was too weak now. He was only at the sovereign realm. With such a cultivation, not to mention Lu Qing, even Lu Xiang was no match for him. "Power!" Jia Nan clenched his fists and muttered with gritted teeth. "Power!" "Haha, the four of you are still delusional that Zhui is still alive? Aren't you too naive? I can tell you that my big brother's dragon-treading spear has seriously injured a peak heavenly master. Although this kid is a little different, his cultivation is so low. How can he survive the dragon-treading spear?" Lu Xiang mocked. Mo Lingtian and the other three looked gloomy. Their faces turned ugly. They fell into silence and didn't refute. They could also feel the power and terror of the dragon-treading spear. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. In a remote corner of the stands, the corners of Evil Moon's mouth curled up. Moyen Wushang's beautiful face was slightly ugly. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted. It should be about time. The smile on the corners of Lu Qing's mouth grew even more brilliant as he sat on the huge ice dragon. After such a long time, he knew that Zhuo Wen, who had been swallowed into the huge ice dragon's stomach, had most likely been corroded by the mysterious ice qi and had lost his life. Is Lu Qing planning to release the dragon-treading spear? With the power of the dragon-treading spear, I'm afraid that Zhuo's life was completely cut off by the terrifying cold. What a pity. Such a monstrous genius actually fell in the arena. How ironic. Lu Qing's actions naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of people below the stage. Soon after, numerous private conversations sounded. They were just like echoes in the valley that continued to spread. At this moment, Lu Qing slightly raised his right foot. A surge of yuan power gushed out from the soles of his feet. Just as Lu Qing was about to step down, a strong sense of crisis rose in Lu Qing's mind. Moreover, this sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his back. Kacha! The moment this ominous premonition appeared, the ice dragon under Lu Qing's feet suddenly roared. It actually began to crazily twist its body. Its huge dragon eyes revealed a trace of pain. What's going on? Lu Qing's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. Soon after, he felt the frequency of the twisting of the ice dragon under his feet suddenly increase. Soon after, he was directly thrown out of the ice dragon by this huge force. Lu Qing's feet took a couple of steps in the air. He stopped his body in the air dozens of meters away. His gaze was dark as he looked at the ice dragon in front of him, which had seemingly descended into a berserk state. His eyes were filled with both shock and bewilderment. Everyone below the stage also noticed the crazily twisting ice dragon. Their eyes revealed surprise one after another. Some were puzzled as to why the ice dragon had suddenly become so berserk. Even Lu Qing had been thrown out. What's going on? Lu Qing doesn't seem to be able to control the ice dragon. After some confusion, discussions sounded from the crowd. Ao Wu! Suddenly, the ice dragon let out a sorrowful roar towards the sky. Soon after, traces of cracks began to appear on the surface of its huge dragon body. Moreover, these cracks were like a spider web that spread in all directions. Very quickly, they enveloped the entire ice dragon. Bang! When the cracks spread all over the ice dragon's body, a soft explosion sounded. Soon after, the ice dragon disintegrated in front of everyone's eyes, shattering into countless ice fragments. The ice fragments fell on the ground and piled up into a small ice mountain. A figure slowly stood on the top of this small ice mountain. He held a long black blade in his hand and stood proudly on the mountain peak. He stared at Lu Qing above with eyes as calm as water. Zhuowen? Numerous gazes gathered on this figure. Soon after, the surroundings descended into a short silence. After the silence, an extremely intense uproar erupted from the surroundings. Zhuowen had actually come out unscathed after being swallowed by the ice dragon. Moreover, the ice dragon had also been destroyed by him. Everyone around the battle stage in the arena gathered their gazes on this figure in a tacit understanding. Moreover, the expression on their faces was surprisingly similar. There was a trace of dullness amidst the confusion. This fellow, Lu Qing's pupils shrunk slightly as he softly muttered. On the viewing platform, the members of the Emperor Pavilion, led by Lu Xiang, had sunk into a strange and oppressive atmosphere. They could only look at the figure on the peak of the snowy mountain and were all speechless. Senior Lu Qing, is this all that your dragon-treading spear has? It seems that your previous warning was of no use to me. The figure at the peak of the snowy mountain slowly raised his head, revealing a somewhat delicate and cold face. The corners of his mouth slightly parted as a clear and melodious voice resounded in everyone's ears like a great bell, continuously reverberating. Hua! The instant this clear voice sounded, the entire arena erupted into an uproar. Zhuowen had actually destroyed Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear. The dullness in many people's eyes turned into excitement. This was a huge reversal. Originally, everyone believed that Zhuowen would definitely be defeated by the dragon-treading spear. In fact, there might not even be a corpse left. But now, when Zhuowen finally appeared before everyone's eyes, the blood in everyone's hearts was ignited. This kind of reversal was needed in a battle. Only this kind of surprise could catch many people by surprise and make their blood boil. At the same time, Lu Qing had fallen into a daze because of the figure on the peak of the snowy mountain. However, when Zhuowen spoke, his eyes turned gloomy. He also did not expect that his dragon-treading spear would be destroyed by Zhuowen. Looks like you're full of yourself just because you managed to break my dragon-treading spear by luck? Next, I will completely destroy you. With a sinister gaze, Lu Qing's feet took a step in the air. Instantly, his entire body turned into a ray of light. He stretched out his hand, and the black iron spear was grasped in his hand. Once again, he flew towards Zhuowen. You no longer have this chance. Your strongest move can't even deal with me. What do you have to defeat me? Chapter 1101. Trample Grief Treasure Seal. Lu Qing's eyes hardened as he sensed the sorrow that involuntarily rose from his heart. With a cold snort, the Yuan power in his body surged out like a flood, resisting most of the weakening power of the Grief Treasure Seal. Only one level of power has been weakened. Zhuowen's eyes hardened as he gazed at Lu Qing, who was once again emitting a terrifying aura. It seemed that Lu Qing was indeed much stronger than Pom Pom. He was actually able to resist so much of the weakening power of the Grief Treasure Seal. Zhuowen, it seems that your Grief Treasure Seal is not perfect. It does not have much of an effect on me. Lu Qing sneered. His foot suddenly stepped forward, leaving behind ripples in the air as his entire body shot forward like a cannonball. Zhuowen was naturally unafraid. He also stepped forward as a massacre aura surged out from his body. Countless blood seas swept out from the space behind him, forming many blood-colored seas that supported Zhuowen's body as he fearlessly charged forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The Seven Murders blade and the black iron-heavy spear violently collided, creating countless sparks. Lu Qing coldly snorted. His left hand slapped the handle of the spear. Immediately, an extremely cold aura spread from the surface of the black iron-heavy spear. This cold aura was like a venomous snake in the dark as it rushed toward Zhuowen's heart at a tricky angle. Fury Treasure Seal. Zhuowen let out a low cry as an invisible fury surged out from his eyes. Under the effect of the Fury Treasure Seal, this invisible fury turned into a real flame. This fury spread throughout Zhuowen's body, causing his aura to soar by several times. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The cold aura that was emitted from the surface of the black iron-heavy spear was immediately annihilated by this invisible fury. The strength of the Seven Murders blade in Zhuowen's hand soared. With a rumble, Lu Qing's expression changed slightly as he continuously retreated. Thud, thud, thud! Lu Qing completely stopped his body dozens of meters away. His hands, which were holding the black iron-heavy spear, trembled slightly. The web between his thumb and index finger had split open, causing traces of cherry-red blood to flow out. The Fury Treasure Seal of the Seven Emotions Treasure Seal? This kid even exchanged for the Angry Treasured Seal? How can this kid have so many contribution points? Lu Qing's expression was extremely ugly. When he saw the Wrath Treasure Seal, he had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, he was extremely curious about Zhuowen's contribution points. This kid had already taken out 500,000 contribution points, and he had actually exchanged for the Wrath Treasure Seal and the Grief Treasure Seal. Didn't this mean that this kid's total contribution points might be above 800,000? It was impossible for a new student to possess so many contribution points. However, Zhuowen had done it. Slash! Zhuo bent his right knee slightly, and a heavy 1,000-kilogram fall suddenly descended from the sky. He raised the 7 kills blade in his hand and continued to rush towards Lu Qing. The sharp whistling sound produced by the rapid descent spread throughout the entire area. It sounded rather harsh. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically when he sensed the strong wind that swept over from above. With a loud shout, his right leg pushed forward and ferociously kicked the black iron heavy spear. Surging yuan power condensed within the black iron heavy spear. Dragon treading spear. A dragon's roar was heard. A terrifying chill once again swept out from the black iron heavy spear, forming an extremely terrifying ice dragon in the air. The huge dragon's body appeared once again. Lu Qing stepped on the dragon's head. With a thought, the huge dragon rushed towards Zhuowen. Boom! Zhuowen's saber slashed at the dragon's head. Immediately, he frowned and retreated dozens of steps. The dragon treading spear's power was actually very strong for him. Previously, he was inside the dragon's stomach, so he was able to easily break through the ice dragon. However, the scales on the outside of the ice dragon were much harder and stronger than the inside. Even though Zhuowen had used the Grief Treasure Seal and the Wrath Treasure Seal, he was still somewhat at a disadvantage against the ice dragon. It seems that swallowing you into the ice dragon's stomach was a mistake. Lu Qing's face was ferocious as he sneered. He also figured out that the reason why Zhuowen broke through the ice dragon was probably because the dragon's stomach was more fragile. Therefore, Zhuowen was able to break through it in the end. Zhuowen glanced at Lu Qing in front of him indifferently. Immediately, he took a deep breath and said, "You will soon know that whether this ice dragon can swallow me into its stomach or not. I, Zhuowen, can break it open." As he spoke, Zhuowen raised the 7 kills saber with his right hand and gently slashed horizontally. His speed seemed slow, but was actually fast. Suddenly, a terrifying blood aura spread across the void. Within the blood aura, a bloody scene appeared. Slaughtering oath-breaking saber technique, slaughtering life. A majestic voice came out from Zhuowen's mouth like a great bell. Then, with Zhuowen as the center, an extremely terrifying blood-red domain condensed. Waves of blood aura erupted, forming countless blood-red vortexes. It looked extremely shocking. Slash! As soon as the slaughtering life was unleashed, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the blood-red domain. A huge crescent-shaped, blood-red saber shadow descended, rumbling as it descended. What a powerful saber technique! Lu Qing frowned slightly. When he saw the huge saber shadow formed by the slaughtering life, Lu Qing's heart trembled. However, it should not be as powerful as my dragon treading spear. It is no match for me when the two collide. Lu Qing still had some confidence in his dragon treading spear. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Lu Qing stomped his foot. The ice dragon under his feet roared and rushed directly toward the huge, blood-red saber shadow in the sky. Rumble! When the saber shadow and the ice dragon collided, the entire battle platform shook violently. Some of the weaker onlookers knelt on the ground in an extremely sorry state, their eyes filled with shock. Crack! A clear shattering sound rang out. Soon after, the crowd was stunned to discover that the large battle stage had been completely shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the collision. What an intense collision! I really don't know who will win this battle. Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the saber shadow and the ice dragon colliding in the sky. They naturally wanted to know who would win in such an intense collision. The saber technique Zhuowen used at the end is very powerful. Just its aura alone is not weaker than Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear. Maybe Zhuowen will win. You think too much. Zhuowen's saber technique is indeed powerful, but his cultivation is still too weak. It should not be comparable to Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear. Many people began to discuss the result of this collision. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They all knew that this collision should be able to determine the winner. After all, both sides had used their most powerful moves. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, an intense explosive sound resounded from the frightening collision and explosion cluster in the empty space. The sound of a dragon roar and a blade cry continued to spread and resounded beside everyone's ears. This caused quite a number of people to cover their ears with their hands, as their eyes revealed a slightly painful expression. The dragon's roar and saber's chime did not last for long before it came to an abrupt end. Then, a piercing sound burst out from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It was a rather sorry figure. When everyone's eyes finally landed on this figure, their pupils shrank. The owner of this figure was Lu Qing, who was dressed in a black robe. At this moment, Lu Qing's face was as pale as snow. There was no trace of blood at all. A trace of desolate blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Finally, he landed on the ruined battle platform. His chest was heaving up and down, and his breathing was rapid. Lu Qing lost? Looking at this scene, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Lu Qing had lost. After realizing this, everyone's eyes moved up and looked at the battle platform above. Above the battle platform, a proud figure quietly floated. Under this figure's feet was an ice dragon. At this moment, the ice dragon's huge head had been chopped off, and its huge body had been penetrated by a blood-red saber shadow. It could only twitch unconsciously. Hiss! Looking at this scene, everyone gasped. The end of the ice dragon was so miserable. Its head was chopped off, and its entire body was penetrated. It was simply miserable. This scene undoubtedly indicated that Lu Qing had lost, and it was an extremely miserable defeat. After all, the dragon-treading spear that Lu Qing was so proud of had been broken, just like that. Lu Qing probably had no other moves that could contend with Zhuowen. Lu Qing actually lost? In the corner of the spectator stand, Xie Yu slightly frowned, and his voice was slightly surprised. Moyan Wushang's cherry-red lips curved into a smile. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming, looking extremely brilliant and beautiful. Even Evil Moon couldn't help but take a second look at Moyan Wushang. Qin Yin, who was sitting beside Moyan Wushang, was also stunned for a while. She recovered and said in surprise, "Wushang, you're right, Zhuowen actually won. I said that this guy will always bring surprises. Now I'm right?" Moyan Wushang's smile became even more brilliant as he said softly. At this moment, the members of the Emperor Pavilion, led by Lu Xiang, were all petrified as they stared blankly at the defeated Lu Qing. Pavilion Master actually lost. Behind Lu Xiang, many members of the Emperor Pavilion began to discuss. Their voices were filled with shock and astonishment. Originally, everyone thought that this was a battle that they would definitely win. However, such a result had exceeded the expectations of everyone in the Emperor Pavilion. Palm Master, who was silently standing behind the members of the Emperor Pavilion, stared at the figure floating in the void with a complicated gaze. He also did not expect that Zhuowen not only defeated him, but also defeated the third Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Wasn't this too abnormal? Impossible? How could my big brother be defeated by Zhuowen? This is impossible. After Lu Xiang recovered, she could not help but shake her head and murmur. She simply could not believe this fact. Chapter 1102. Evil Moon Senior Lu Qing. Is there still a need to compete? After crushing the ice dragon with his foot, Zhuowen arrived above the countless ice shards with a swoosh. He stared indifferently at Lu Qing, who had an ugly expression on his face. At this moment, Lu Qing's condition wasn't good. His footsteps were weak, his body was staggering, and he was gasping for breath. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked rather miserable. It could be said that Lu Qing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Lu Qing's expression became extremely ugly. Although he was extremely unwilling, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even his dragon-treading spear had been broken by Zhuowen. He really didn't have any moves left to contend with Zhuowen. Senior Lu Qing isn't replying. Do you still think there's a need to compete? Zhuowen raised his voice. The terrifying blood-red blade under his feet slowly descended, gradually approaching Lu Qing. The terrifying sharpness of the blade spread out, causing Lu Qing's heart to tremble fiercely. I admit defeat. Finally, when the blood-red blade was about to reach Lu Qing's head, Lu Qing lowered his head and spat out these words through gritted teeth. With these words, the terrifying blood-red blade shadow immediately stopped. Soon after, an arc appeared from the corner of Zhuowen's mouth. With a wave of his sleeve, the blood-red blade shadow immediately dispersed. Lu Qing's words caused an uproar around the battle stage. Lu Qing actually admitted defeat in front of everyone. Big Brother admitted defeat? Lu Xiang spat out these words in a daze. She slumped down in her seat as her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen's figure with a complicated expression. It could be said that she had witnessed Zhuowen become stronger step by step. Although she didn't deny Zhuowen's talent, she still didn't expect that Zhuowen actually had the strength to defeat her big brother. Just how abnormal was this guy? As for the members of the Emperor Pavilion, they were all in a daze, as if all the strength in their bodies had been emptied. Big brother Zhuo won. He actually won. Jia Nan immediately cried out from the other side of the viewing gallery. Mo Lingtian and the other two revealed relaxed smiles. Zhuowen had given them quite a few surprises. He had actually managed to defeat a monster on the Heavenly Venerate ranking like Lu Qing. Lu Qing actually admitted defeat himself. Evil Moon murmured with slight displeasure. Moyan Wushang had a brilliant smile on his face as he said, "If he doesn't admit defeat, I'm afraid Lu Qing will have to pay a very painful price. Admitting defeat now might be a wise choice." Evil Moon, didn't you vow in all seriousness earlier that Zhuowen would lose without a doubt? Now that this situation has occurred, do you still think that Zhuowen isn't worthy of big sister Qinshui? But Evil Moon sneered repeatedly and said, he merely defeated Lu Qing. This Lu Qing is merely an existence ranked at the bottom of the Empyrean leaderboard. What qualifications does this boy have to be worthy of Qinshui? You must know that Qinshui was ranked first on the Empyrean leaderboard back then. This boy's current strength is nothing at all. I want to ask, how old are you and how old is Zhuowen? If Zhuowen is the same age as you, I'm afraid he's stronger than you. At least I think that with Zhuowen's talent, there's nothing wrong with matching big sister Qinshui. Moyan Wushang's voice became a little cold. You're just quibbling. Since you admire this boy so much, then I'd like to see if this boy is really worthy of Qinshui, as you say. The veins on Evil Moon's forehead bulged, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. He took a step forward and rushed toward the battle platform. Moyan Wushang's pretty face changed greatly when he saw this. He tapped his feet lightly and followed closely behind Evil Moon. Moyan Wushang was very clear about how strong Evil Moon was. This guy was a terrifying existence that had killed a first-layer Emperor Realm expert. He was far from what Zhuowen could contend with now. At this moment, Zhuowen instantly arrived at the top of the pillar of the battle platform. With a swipe of his right hand, the 2 million contribution points in the pillar were all collected by him into the contribution counter. Looking at the extra 2 million contribution points on the contribution counter, Zhuowen's eyes became extremely fiery and excited. Adding to his original 500,000 contribution points, Zhuowen now had more than 2,500,000 contribution points. In the entire academy, perhaps only the supreme leaders of the 4 major forces could have such a huge amount of contribution points. It was really difficult for ordinary people to accumulate such a huge amount of contribution points. Looking at the 2 million contribution points on the pillar that had been collected by Zhuowen, many warriors below the battle platform revealed a fiery expression. 2 million contribution points. Many of them might not be able to earn so many contribution points in their lifetime. Although many people were eager to take action, no one dared to step forward. This was because, after witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength, many people were extremely afraid of Zhuowen. If they tried to snatch the contribution points, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Lu Qing's eyelids suddenly twitched, and his heart faintly ached. Among the 2 million contribution points, Lu Qing had taken out 1,500,000 contribution points. Now, all of it had been taken advantage of by Zhuowen. One could imagine how he felt at this moment. After receiving the 2 million contribution points, Zhuowen was quite satisfied. His eyes revealed a satisfied look, and his expression naturally made Lu Qing's teeth itch. However, there was nothing he could do about Zhuowen. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was about to leave the battle platform, a piercing sound suddenly swept over. Then, a strong sense of crisis rose in Zhuowen's mind. Oh no, there's danger! With a soft cry, Zhuowen took a step forward. His speed soared to the extreme as he wanted to leave the pillar. You'd better stay here first. Why are you leaving so early? An indifferent voice sounded. Then, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the space within dozens of meters around him had completely frozen. It was as if time had stopped. Under this frozen space, Zhuowen's body seemed to be bound by thousands of ropes, and he could not move at all. This sudden and unforeseen event instantly drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings, because everyone noticed that at the instant that indifferent voice sounded out, Zhuowen, who originally intended to leave, seemed as if time had stopped, and he stopped in midair without moving at all. Such a strange scene naturally caused many people to be surprised in their hearts. However, they were no fools. The reason why Zhuowen was like this was definitely because someone had acted to restrain him. However, who exactly was the person who had restrained Zhuowen? With such doubts in mind, everyone's eyes followed the indifferent voice. In the rather remote direction of the stands, a demonic young man with black hair, black eyes, and black lips was walking towards them step by step. Everyone's eyes revealed a puzzled look. Obviously, many people did not know this demonic young man. However, the terrifying aura of this young man filled everyone's hearts with fear. Lu Qing naturally also noticed this demonic young man with black hair, black eyes, and black lips. He was startled at first, and then his eyes revealed a rich look of horror. He could not help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu?" As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. However, after the silence, an extremely shocking uproar broke out. It's Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu, who is ranked first on the Heavenly Master list. Oh my god. Xiaoyu actually appeared on this battle stage. Is he also here to watch the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Qing? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's whereabouts were extremely mysterious. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Most of the students had only heard of Xiaoyu's name, but they did not know his face at all. Therefore, they did not recognize Xiaoyu before. Xiaoyu. Zhuowen turned around with some difficulty. His eyes were slightly cold as he stared at the demonic young man in front of him. Although he was quite surprised and puzzled by Xiaoyu's appearance, his expression was more indifferent. I don't think we have met before, right? Why did you attack me? After asking this question, Zhuowen was a little depressed. Xiaoyu was very powerful, so powerful that even his heart trembled. However, he was more puzzled. He had never met Xiaoyu, so why did Xiaoyu suddenly appear to attack him? Moreover, Zhuowen was keenly aware that there was a trace of hostility in Xiaoyu's eyes. This trace of hostility made Zhuowen even more baffled. He did not seem to have provoked Xiaoyu, did he? We really haven't met before. I'm here because of Qin Shui. According to Qin Shui, you are her sweetheart. I'm here to see how powerful Chen Shui's so-called sweetheart is. However, in my opinion, you are just an ant. You are not worthy of Chen Shui at all." When Zhuowen was full of doubts, Xia Yu's indifferent voice resounded in Zhuowen's mind. It made Zhuowen reveal a look of understanding. It seemed that Xia Yu was one of Mu Qinshue's pursuers. Moreover, he knew that Mu Qinshue's sweetheart was Zhuowen. No wonder the hostility in Xia Yu's eyes was so obvious. Xia Yu's attack made Lu Qing stunned at first. Then he revealed a gloating expression. He knew how terrifying Xia Yu was. Zhuowen's battle strength was strong, but in front of Xia Yu, he was no different from an ant. "Xia Yu, don't go too far. Zhuowen is just a freshman. You actually attacked him. Do you have any shame?" A delicate cry followed closely behind, following which a graceful figure with a veil covering her face landed in front of Evil Moon. She stretched out a jade-white hand and suddenly reached out in an attempt to break the restraining force around Zhuowen. "Moyan Wushang, you'd better not meddle in my affairs," Xia Yu said indifferently. With a shake of his sleeve, a substantial black light burst out and rushed toward Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang's pretty face changed slightly. Her jade-like palm changed. A white light rushed out and slammed into the black light. Immediately, a muffled thunder-like sound erupted. Moyan Wushang snorted and took 2 steps back. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xia Yu. Whoosh! The moment Moyan Wushang retreated, Qingyin also arrived. She came to Moyan Wushang's side and coldly shouted at Xia Yu, "Xia Yu, don't go too far. As a senior, you bully the young. Don't you feel ashamed of bullying Zhuowen?" Chapter 1103. Forbidden Airspace Domain. Qingyin and Moyan Wushang, the Pavilion Master of Fragrant Ink Pavilion, are also here? Everyone's eyes gathered on Moyan Wushang and Qingyin. The moment Evil Moon spoke, Qingyin and Moyan Wushang's identities were also revealed. Moyan Wushang, Qingyin, and Evil Moon, the leaders of the 4 strongest forces in the outer court, had actually come all of a sudden. Only Di Ba, the Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, did not appear here because he was in seclusion. 3 Pavilion Masters have come all of a sudden. Are they all here for Zhuowen? After recognizing Moyan Wushang and Qingyin's identities, many people below the stage were shocked. They could also see that the 3 Pavilion Masters were here for Zhuowen, while Lu Qing was ignored by the 3 Pavilion Masters. Seeing that the 3 Pavilion Masters' attention was all on Zhuowen, Lu Qing's face was completely gloomy. In any case, he was the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion. Although the 3 of them were the leaders of the other 3 pavilions, ignoring him like this still made Lu Qing's cheeks burn. Although he was extremely unhappy, Lu Qing naturally did not dare to show it. After all, he was only the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion and was far from qualified to have an equal conversation with Evil Moon and the other 2. If Di Ba and Di Shi were here, they might be qualified to interrupt. Evil Moon glanced indifferently at Moyan Wushang and Qingyin and said indifferently, "Are the 2 of you planning to be enemies with me for Zhuowen?" "It's not that we are enemies with you, but that you have gone too far. After all, you are a senior, and Zhuowen is just a freshman. Don't you feel that you are degrading your reputation as the Pavilion Master of the Hao Yu Pavilion by bullying the weak?" Moyan Wushang said coldly, "You say that I am bullying the weak?" Evil Moon narrowed his eyes and immediately turned his attention to Zhuowen. He said, "I don't need to deal with this kind of ant. You 2 don't have to touch this air-restricting domain. If he can break it, I will let him go. If he can't, the air-restricting domain will explode after 30 minutes. Its power is enough to kill a celestial master at the peak." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned cold. Evil Moon was really ruthless. At first glance, one could tell that the power of the airtight domain was extremely terrifying. Moreover, its self-destruction could kill a celestial master at the peak. This was simply the purpose of killing Zhuowen. If it were not for a miracle, Zhuowen would be doomed. This brat is really a troublemaker. I don't know what he has done to Evil Moon. Even Evil Moon has come to deal with him. Looking at this scene, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Now he could not wait for Zhuo Wen to die. Now that Evil Moon had taken action, he felt much more at ease because he knew that Zhuo Wen would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. Evil Moon, you've gone too far. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were extremely gloomy. The air-restricting domain that Evil Moon had cast on Zhuo Wen was very powerful. Although she was quite optimistic about Zhuo Wen, she also knew that the possibility of Zhuo Wen escaping from the air-restricting domain was very small. Evil Moon intended to kill Zhuo Wen. Evil Moon, the Academy has a rule that students are not allowed to kill each other. Your action is a bit too much. Soft Sound was also very unhappy. Evil Moon smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This air-restricting domain is under my control. When it self-destructs, I won't take the ant's life, but it will be inevitable if he is crippled. Of course, if the two of you take action, then I won't stay idle. The two of you are still not my opponent." Moyan Wushang and Soft Sound's faces were ugly. Evil Moon's strength was much stronger than the two of them. Even if the two of them joined forces, it was unlikely that they would be Evil Moon's opponent. Therefore, the two of them were powerless even if they wanted to. At this moment, Zhuo Wen in the air-restricting domain suddenly spoke. Zhuo Wen nodded to Moyan Wushang and Soft Sound and said gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wushang and Soft Sound. Let me, Zhuo Wen, break this situation by myself." After saying that, Zhuo Wen turned to look at Evil Moon and said with a cold gaze, "You just said that as long as I break this air-restricting domain, it will be enough, right?" Evil Moon looked down at Zhuo Wen coldly and said, "That's for sure. I have never broken my promise. If an ant like you can break this air-restricting domain, I will naturally keep my promise and not attack you." "Good. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't break it like a villain." Zhuo Wen spat out these words quite seriously. Immediately, his gaze was extremely solemn as he looked at the air-restricting domain that wrapped around him. This power was very strange. It was like an invisible rope that tied Zhuo Wen up from head to toe, making him unable to move at all. "You can rest assured that I don't need to break my promise to you, because with your strength it is impossible for you to break out of this air-restricting domain," Evil Moon said proudly. Zhuo Wen nodded and immediately ignored Evil Moon. Instead, he focused all his attention on the air-restricting domain around him. "Slaughter momentum," Zhuo Wen shouted in a low voice. His right wrist bent slightly. Immediately, the 7-kill saber, under the effect of the slaughter momentum, made a buzzing sound and violently swept out. A sea of blood spread out from the void and wrapped the entire 7-kill saber. Whoosh! The 7-kill saber broke through the air and blasted toward the barrier at the edge of the air-restricting domain. Boom! A low explosion resounded. Immediately, the trajectory of the 7-kill saber came to a halt. It blasted on the barrier of the air-restricting domain. A powerful force erupted, but it had no effect on the air-restricting domain. Whoosh! The 7 Murders blade let out a wail as it shot backwards and once again landed in Zhuo Wen's hand. The latter's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The barrier of this forbidden sky domain was truly powerful. The 7 Murders blade, which had unleashed a killing aura, was actually unable to shake it at all. With your strength, it is not realistic for you to shake the barrier of the air-restricting domain. Evil Moon sneered. However, Zhuo Wen's eyes glinted coldly as he said indifferently, "Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can shut up. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are stronger than me. Looking at your appearance, you are at least 4 or 5 years older than me. At this age, you have not broken through to the Emperor realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Now, you are showing off your strength and power in front of a warrior who is weaker than you. Do you feel proud?" Evil Moon's face froze. Apparently, he did not expect Zhuo Wen to speak to him in such a way. His eyes suddenly revealed a touch of coldness. "You continue to be stubborn. After 30 minutes, the air-restricting domain will explode. Then you will be in trouble. Evil Moon said coldly and no longer spoke. Instead, he looked down at Zhuowen indifferently. He was extremely confident in his air-restricting domain. Although it was only a part of the power in his body, it was not something that Zhuowen could resist. The people around also shook their heads with some sighs. They were speechless that Zhuowen dared to provoke Evil Moon in such a dangerous situation. Was he not courting death? Dragon form. Zhuowen used the Dragon Man form this time. The power in his body suddenly increased by hundreds and thousands. His punch had the power of thousands of pounds. It faintly shook the barrier of the air-restricting domain, which surprised Evil Moon. Dragon Soul? Is this guy's armor soul a dragon soul? Evil Moon revealed a thoughtful look, but he was still extremely confident. Even if Zhuowen used the dragon soul, it would not be so easy to completely break the air-restricting domain. Your struggle is futile. I think you should just give up. Looking at Zhuowen, who shook the air-restricting domain but did not break it, the corners of Evil Moon's mouth were full of sarcasm. Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to Evil Moon's words. He did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he used various means to attack the air-restricting domain. However, to Zhuowen's disappointment, the air-restricting domain was stronger than he had expected. Although he could shake it, it was really difficult to completely break it. Time passed slowly and 30 minutes soon passed. Many people in the audience shook their heads. The time was almost up. The air-restricting domain was about to explode. Zhuowen was really doomed. Evil Moon, that's enough. Moyan Wushang was also anxious. She stepped on the void and rushed toward the air-restricting domain again. She intended to break it herself. Humph! Evil Moon sneered. He stepped out and blocked in front of Moyan Wushang. His right palm blasted out, and a black energy was spat out, blasting toward Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang bit her lower lip and also blasted out a palm. Suddenly, the two palms collided, and a terrifying power burst out. A terrifying hurricane swept out between the two. Moyan Wushang took a few steps back with a muffled groan. Evil Moon was as still as a mountain, staring at Moyan Wushang indifferently. You. Moyan Wushang was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Evil Moon's strength was stronger than hers. She could not break through Evil Moon's defense and reach the air-restricting domain. You can't get close to the air-restricting domain. I can promise you that I won't take this ant's life, so don't make such a pointless struggle, Evil Moon said indifferently. Hearing this, Moyan Wushang stopped in her place. Her beautiful face was full of uncertainty. Her beautiful eyes were cast toward Zhuowen's figure in the air-restricting domain. Her eyes were full of worry. Looks like there's not much time left. I can only try this. Zhuowen also felt the urgency of time. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and gently touched his forehead. Suddenly, a surge of mind energy burst out, and this mind energy became more and more powerful. It formed a terrifying mind energy storm in the void behind Zhuowen. What a powerful mind energy! This kid is also an arcana master? Feeling the surge of mind energy, many people in the audience were shocked. When Zhuowen's mind energy reached the limit, Evil Moon and the others' faces froze. Chapter 1104. Self-detonation boom. Mind power as vast as the sea burst out from Zhuowen's Naiwen palace, tearing the surrounding air and making a sharp whistling sound. This scene naturally attracted everyone's attention. Mind power of the lesser 6th level? Zhuowen's mind power is so strong. Lu Qing looked at this scene, his expression uncertain. He felt a sense of humiliation in his heart. This kid did not use such strong mind power when they fought. Clearly, in Zhuowen's eyes, he did not need to use his full strength to deal with Lu Qing. Moreover, if Zhuowen used his mind power at the same time, it would be easier for him to defeat Lu Qing. Thinking of this, Lu Qing's mood became more and more unpleasant. It seemed that he had underestimated Zhuowen from the beginning. I remember that 4 days ago, a new 6th-level arcanist was promoted in the Arcane Tower. Could that guy be Zhuowen? After a moment of astonishment, some of them suddenly thought of something. That was the matter of the newly advanced Level 6 Arcana Master from the Arcana Tower 4 days ago. Apparently, this Level 6 Arcana Master was the last disciple of Grand Master Lan Miao on the 6th floor. However, the Arcane Tower was a special force that was independent of the Academy. The students in the Academy who were not from the Arcane Tower rarely came into contact with this force. In addition, the Arcane Tower was very low-key. So many people in the Academy knew very little about what had happened in the Arcane Tower. However, there were many students in the Academy who cultivated both martial arts and mind power, so they knew a little about what had happened in the Arcane Tower 4 days ago. They had only heard that there was a new 6th-level arcanist, but they did not know who this new 6th-level arcanist was. Now that Zhuowen had displayed 6th-level mind power, the people around quickly thought of the new 6th-level arcanist in the Arcane Tower. Moyan Wushang and Soft Note were also a little stunned. Zhuowen's martial arts strength was already quite terrifying. After all, he was at the peak of the Golden Venerable stage and had defeated Lu Qing, who was rank 30th on the Celestial Master list. He was already considered a genius. However, such a martial arts genius was actually a lesser 6th-level arcanist. This could no longer be described as a genius, but a freak of nature. Most likely, even in the Arcana Tower, no arcanist as young as Zhuowen would be able to reach Zhuowen's heights. This little brat, he really hid his strength well. Qing Yin shook her head slightly as she whispered in surprise. Moyan Wushang, who was next to Soft Note, had a bright smile. Zhuowen had brought him surprises. Zhuowen, is this the studio? Moyan Wushang Studio, Moyan Wushang Yushang. Moyan Wushang had Moyan Studio, Moyan Wushang had watched. This was because Zhuowen had no background. He didn't have a huge amount of resources for him to squander. Everything he had was obtained by risking his life. Moyan Wushang understood how much Zhuowen had suffered in order to reach this point. Therefore, when she saw Zhuowen's achievements getting higher and higher, Moyan Wushang felt a trace of relief in her heart. At the same time, she felt a touch of sadness. She knew that this young man's heart was occupied by another person. Boom! Boom! Terrifying mental energy surged out, and then the forbidden space barrier trembled violently. This time, the trembling was far more violent than the previous times. Even Evil Moon's heart trembled. Zhuowen cultivated the 10,000 derivation scripture, so his spiritual energy could be split into nearly 1,000 strands. His spiritual energy was far more powerful than that of a level 6 lesser success Arcana Master. Although he still couldn't compare to a level 6 greater success Arcana Master, the difference wasn't too big. Although the forbidden space barrier trembled violently this time, it still didn't break. Looking at this scene, Evil Moon relaxed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Zhuowen even released the mental strength of level 6 lower realm. Obviously, this should be his last resort. Even with such means, he still could not break through the air-restricting domain. In Evil Moon's opinion, Zhuowen must have exhausted all his tricks. 10,000 derivation scripture, multiplication! Feeling the tenacity of the forbidden space barrier, Zhuowen didn't hold back anymore. Instead, he used the 10,000 derivation scripture. Waves of mental energy surged out, and nearly 1,000 strands of level 6 lesser success Arcana Masters gathered around Zhuowen. For a moment, the atmosphere of the forbidden space barrier was stagnant to the extreme. Break! An indifferent voice resounded in the forbidden space barrier. Immediately, the forbidden space barrier, which was as solid as gold and stone, trembled violently again. This trembling began to spread to the surroundings, causing the surroundings of the fighting platform to shake slightly. Crack! Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the barrier of the forbidden space barrier. Like a spider web, the cracks began to spread, firmly attracting everyone's attention. Is the forbidden space barrier going to break? Looking at this scene, everyone was looking forward to it, their eyes full of astonishment. Evil Moon's face also stiffened. Her eyes flickered, especially when she looked at the cracks that began to spread across the entire forbidden space barrier. Her eyes revealed a touch of coldness. It's going to break. Qingyin and Moyin Wushang looked at each other and saw a touch of surprise in each other's eyes. Explode! Just as the airtight barrier was about to break, Evil Moon softly spat out this word. Then the airtight domain began to surge with a terrifying, explosive energy. It first contracted, then suddenly expanded and directly exploded. Zhuo Wen, who was controlling his mental energy to break through the forbidden airspace domain, also felt the terrifying, explosive power within the forbidden airspace domain. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and a strong sense of foreboding rose in his mind. Suddenly, the mental strength around him shrank and protected his body. Then Zhuowen's right hand touched his forehead and took out the Jade Cauldron Armor Soul. He extracted 81 rays of dragon power, which surrounded Zhuowen's body, forming a dragon domain. Shadows of dragons circled around him. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion sounded like muffled thunder. Then a soul-stirring ripple radiated in all directions, causing many people around the fighting platform to show fear in their eyes and step back. The power of the explosion was too terrifying. Just the energy ripple that escaped from the explosion made everyone faintly frightened. Evil Moon, what are you doing? It hasn't even been half an hour, and you actually caused the forbidden space barrier to explode? Moyin Wushang and Qingyin were startled at first, but then they glared at Evil Moon, who was not far away. They naturally knew that the forbidden space barrier exploded in advance because of Evil Moon. Evil Moon gently tapped the finger of his right hand and said indifferently, "The time is almost up. Why can't it explode now?" It can only be said that Zhuowen is too slow. If he could break through the forbidden space barrier earlier, he wouldn't have to bear such a terrifying explosion. Evil Moon, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. There is still half an hour before the time is up, and Zhuowen is about to escape. You chose to explode at this time. Clearly, you want to kill Zhuowen. Moyin Wushang was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Evil Moon's method was too despicable. Many people in the audience looked at Evil Moon with a strange expression. Moyin Wushang was right. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn was not up, but the no-fly zone had exploded in advance. In such a situation, as long as one wasn't a fool, one could imagine that it was Evil Moon's doing. Evil Moon's eyes darkened when he heard this. He said coldly, Moyin Wushang, I think you'd better not slander others. The closer the time is to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the more unstable the forbidden space barrier becomes. You can only blame Zhuowen's bad luck. At this critical moment, he triggered the unstable factor of the forbidden space barrier, causing it to explode in advance. You are really a disgrace to the number 1 on the Heavenly Sovereign list, Moyin Wushang said coldly. She took a step forward and rushed towards the center of the explosion. She intended to extinguish the explosive energy and save Zhuowen. Evil Moon's gaze was cold, but the corners of his mouth were curled up in a sneer. The explosion of the no-fly zone was the strongest at the beginning. Zhuowen had probably already met his end at the moment of the explosion. If Moyin of Wushang went over now, it would be useless. Whoosh! Moyin Wushang arrived at the center of the explosion in an instant. She stretched out her hand and pressed downwards. Waves of rippling energy gushed out. The rippling energy silently drilled into the explosive energy. A cool feeling spread out from the rippling energy. Immediately, everyone saw that the explosive energy began to shrink. Finally, it was completely annihilated in midair by Moyin Wushang's rippling energy. What happened to Zhuowen? The gazes of quite a number of people were thrown above after the explosive energy was scattered. Immediately, they saw a figure surrounded by countless dragon figures slowly step forward. The dragon figures around this figure disappeared after the explosive energy was scattered, revealing a delicate and handsome face. Looking at this face, Evil Moon's gaze froze. Even many people below the battle stage were stunned. This person was none other than Zhuowen. He did not die under the explosive energy just now. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he survived the explosion, his situation was not very good. Fortunately, Zhuowen's reaction was fast enough. After the explosion of the forbidden space barrier, he withdrew all of his mental energy and summoned the dragon domain. Only then did he protect himself from being torn apart by the terrifying, explosive energy. "Zhuowen, are you okay?" Moyan Wushang asked with a little worry. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen waved his hand. Immediately, his cold gaze fell on Evil Moon. He said coldly, "Senior Evil Moon is really good. You saw that I was about to break through the forbidden space barrier before the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Senior Evil Moon is so despicable to trigger the forbidden space barrier in advance to self-destruct. I have truly experienced such a despicable method." The moment Zhuowen said this, the gazes of the surrounding people turned increasingly strange as they looked at Evil Moon. Even Zhuowen, as the person involved, said this. Clearly, Evil Moon was the one who caused the premature explosion of the sky restricting domain. Chapter 1105. Hesitation. Evil Moon also felt the disdain in the eyes of the people around him. His face suddenly became gloomy and he said, "I have already said that the premature self-destruction was not my fault. It was your mental strength that triggered the explosion in advance. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. You are indeed the top genius on the Heavenly Sovereign list," Zhuowen said sarcastically. The sarcasm in this sentence was extremely strong. Even though Evil Moon was quite thick-skinned, he could not hold it in. His eyes were extremely gloomy. "Boom! Do you have to slander me, you little ant? In that case, I will teach you a lesson and let you know the price of slandering others." Evil Moon shouted coldly. A terrifying yuan power surged out, and a muffled, thunder-like sound burst out from his body. Then he stepped on the ground with his right foot and appeared in front of Zhuowen as if he had teleported. "Evil Moon, don't go too far. Just now, you said that after Zhuowen broke through the air-sealing domain, you would not make things difficult for him. Now you are attacking again. Do you have any shame?" Moyan Wushang shouted angrily and stood in front of Zhuowen. Looking at Evil Moon in front of her, her beautiful eyes were full of anger. Evil Moon had broken his promise again and again, which had caused Moyan Wushang to feel a strong sense of disgust. "I originally planned to let this ant go. Unfortunately, this guy does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and dares to slander me. If I do not teach him a lesson, where will the dignity of my Haoyu pavilion be? Get out of my way." Evil Moon's eyes were indifferent. A wisp of black light swept out from his right hand and immediately rushed towards Moyan Wushang. The terrifying palm wind cut through the air and actually made a sharp tearing sound. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes froze. She stretched out her jade-like hand and also pushed out a palm. The rippling yuan power went against the flow and fiercely collided with Evil Moon's right palm. Immediately, an extremely desolate explosion burst out. "Get out of my way," Evil Moon said indifferently. Yuan power surged out from his palm and was pushed to the extreme. Then Moyan Wushang was pushed back by this terrifying surge of power. "Little ant, you only know how to stand behind a woman. In the past, it was Qin Shui. Now it is Moyan Wushang. You are quite promising." After forcing Moyan Wushang, Evil Moon's cold gaze fell on Zhuowen. After spitting out these words, the fierce palm force did not change. "Zhuowen's expression changed drastically when he saw the palm coming closer and closer. There was no doubt about Evil Moon's strength. Zhuo Wen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage against such an existence. Dragon domain. Zhuo Wen let out a low roar, and the countless dragon shadows around his body began to churn, forming an extremely terrifying layer of defense. Evil Moon's palm ruthlessly imprinted itself on the dragon's shadow. Immediately after, an extremely tragic buzzing sound erupted. Zhuo Wen let out a muffled groan as he retreated in the void. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power of the dragon domain was enough to withstand the attack of a low-level Emperor Realm expert. However, the dragon domain was broken when it was besieged by Supreme Jin and the other three. The 81 dragon auras were damaged to varying degrees. Therefore, its defensive power was not as good as before. Coupled with the self-destruction of the Forbidden Sky domain, it could be said that the dragon domain was now an arrow at the end of its flight. If it wanted to recover the power of the dragon aura in the future, it would need to be nurtured in the Jade Cauldron for a long time. You have some skill in your defense. Let's see if you can withstand my next attack. Evil Moon smiled coldly. He stomped his foot and blasted out another palm. The surface of this palm was covered with a strange black yuan power. The rich black color continued to circulate on the palm. Then, it slammed heavily on the dragon domain. Kacha! Zhuo Wen's dragon domain crumbled under this palm. Zhuo Wen took several steps in the air and flew backwards. However, Evil Moon was like a maggot that stuck to Zhuo Wen's bones. The palm wind, wrapped in black yuan power, arrived on time like a venomous snake in the dark. Evil Moon, you've gone too far. Stop it. Moyan Wushang rushed forward again. A ray of brilliance flashed out from the depths of his eyebrows. It turned into a huge drum that was as tall as a man. The surface of the drum was like a shuttle. It was obviously Moyan Wushang's armor soul. At this moment, Qingyin came to Moyan Wushang's side. She also released her armor soul. Qingyin's armor soul was an ancient zither. Her 5 fingers gently plucked on the strings. It turned into a rolling sound of killing. Buzz! Buzz! Moyan of Wushang and Soft Note looked at each other. One of them struck the drum, while the other strummed the zither. The thunderous sound of the drum and the clear and melodious sound of the zither blended with each other, forming a terrifying symphony that was as terrifying as a mountain. The moment this symphony resounded, the whole space fell into a stagnant state. The rolling sound waves rolled out like a tsunami. Many people under the stage stood far away and looked at this scene in shock. Using the way of music as an attack was an invisible way to kill people. Among the crowd, quite a number of people covered their ears in pain after hearing the sound wave. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. If it wasn't for someone pulling them further away in time, these people would have died under the sound wave. The way of music was invisible. If Moyan Wushang and Qingyin were to target the people present, there would be very few people who could survive under the sound waves. The 2 of you actually used your armor souls for Zhuo Wen. You're really bold. Looking at the power of the sound waves that pervaded his body, Evil Moon's right palm, which had originally struck out, paused. His eyes were filled with coldness. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Black Moon, mysterious sky. As he spoke, a black light gushed out from between Evil Moon's eyebrows. Immediately, a black crescent moon emerged behind him. As soon as this crescent moon appeared, the whole surrounding space dimmed, as if black clouds had covered the space. Plop! Plop! The moment this black moon appeared, the gravity of the whole space rose to the extreme. Many people around even knelt on the ground under this heavy pressure. Their eyes were filled with horror. What kind of armor soul was Evil Moon's? Its power was so terrifying. Just the heavy pressure that permeated the air made them involuntarily kneel on the ground in the distance. Of course, there were a small number of people who were stronger and didn't kneel under this heavy pressure. For example, Lu Qing. His right hand supported the black iron-heavy spear, and his knees were slightly bent. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his legs were trembling, but he forced himself not to kneel. How can Evil Moon be so terrifying? Although Lu Qi knew that Evil Moon, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Master list, was definitely strong, he now realized that the gap between him and Evil Moon was so huge. It was like a chasm. Just this pressure alone made it difficult for him to stand, let alone fight Evil Moon. As soon as the Black Moon appeared, the armor souls of Moyan Wushan and Soft Sound were firmly suppressed. The terrifying sound of killing also came to an abrupt end. This guy has become stronger again. The two women resisted the terrifying pressure brought about by the Black Moon. Their beautiful eyes were filled with surprise when they looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's strength was also beyond their expectations. Evil Moon was usually alone, and his whereabouts were mysterious. Although he was ranked first on the Heavenly Master list, Moyan Wushan, who was ranked third, and Soft Sound, who was ranked fourth, had never fought with him. Only Di Ba, the great pavilion master of the Imperial Pavilion, had challenged Evil Moon. The result was that after Di Ba challenged Evil Moon, he went into seclusion and didn't come out. His seclusion lasted for a year. After he came out of seclusion, Di Ba didn't challenge Evil Moon again. Obviously, Di Ba had failed his challenge. Evil Moon's strength made Di Ba not have the courage to challenge him a second time. The gap between the two of you is too big. I advise you not to act rashly. Evil Moon glanced at Moyan Wushan and Soft Sound indifferently and ignored them. The two women had a strong background in the academy. Evil Moon couldn't deal with them for such a small matter. His target was only Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was also under the heavy pressure of the Black Moon. The pressure was really terrifying. Even though Zhuowen's strength wasn't weak, he was still suppressed. The rules of the academy forbid killing, so don't worry. I won't kill you. Also, an ant like you doesn't deserve Qin Shui. I think you should know yourself. It's best if you don't pester Qin Shui in the future. After all, I, Evil Moon, will soon reach the Emperor realm. After entering the inner courtyard, Qin Shui will be mine. Evil Moon stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Zhuowen indifferently. He continued, "Today I will only cut off one of your arms as a reminder." After saying that, Evil Moon stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhuowen's right arm, wanting to tear it off. River diagram. Zhuowen's pupils shrank, and he shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, the river diagram array in the jade cauldron was activated by him. A dragon's roar sounded, and then a dragon horse rushed out of the jade cauldron. It carried the river diagram on its back and stepped on the yellow river, rushing towards Evil Moon. Evil Moon obviously didn't expect this to happen. He snorted coldly and changed the momentum of his right palm. He slammed it on the dragon horse. Bang! The dragon horse was very strong. Evil Moon only felt that his right palm was pressed against a mountain. Thump! 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 Evil Moon began to retreat, step by step. The dragon horse rushed forward as if it didn't know fatigue. Moon hook! Evil Moon spat out these words indifferently. The Black Moon, suspended in the void behind him, swooped down like a hook and crushed the dragon horse's back. Awoo! The Black Moon contained an extremely terrifying force. It pressed down on the dragon horse, causing it to kneel on the ground and roar angrily. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just obtained the river diagram array and hadn't practiced it at all. He could only release the dragon horse's shadow on the river diagram. The power he could exert was extremely limited. It was reasonable that he was suppressed by Evil Moon. You have some skills, but they are still too weak for me. Evil Moon smiled coldly and ignored the dragon horse's shadow that was pressed under the Black Moon. He stepped on the ground and came to the sky above Zhuowen again. He slammed his palm again toward Zhuowen's right arm, intending to destroy it. Do I have to take out the killing, oath-breaking knife? Chapter 1106. Violent, abuse the slaughtering abstinence, violation saber was a high-grade Emperor weapon. An Emperor weapon of this level was a rare treasure even in the academy. Once Zhuowen used such a treasure in the academy, it was hard to guarantee that it would not be coveted by many people. After all, there were far more monsters in the academy than in the outside world. Although he could not take action in the academy, once he left the academy, it was very likely that someone would be tempted to take action. At that time, many people would secretly take action. It was even possible that some old guys would be drawn out. Therefore, this was the reason why Zhuowen hesitated to use the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. Swoosh! Evil Moon's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhuowen. His right hand, which was covered with black yuan power, turned into a black light and instantly fell on Zhuowen's right arm, intending to completely cripple it. "I don't care." A strong wind swept over, and all the hair on Zhuowen's body stood up. He did not believe that Evil Moon would only cripple his arm. At that time, if he was in Evil Moon's hands, even his cultivation might be crippled. After all, it was not the first time that Evil Moon had broken his promise. How could Zhuowen trust this guy? Thinking of this, the hesitation in Zhuowen's eyes suddenly disappeared. With a flick of his right hand, he planned to release the slaughtering abstinence violation saber from the spirit ring. Boom! A terrifying pressure was immediately emitted from the spirit ring. Soon after, a clear and melodious blade hum resounded. The heavy pressure that was originally emitted from the Black Moon had actually completely disappeared under the effect of the pressure that had suddenly appeared around Zhuowen's body. Evil Moon's face stiffened, and his eyes were filled with uncertainty. This sudden pressure was actually able to break the heavy pressure of the Black Moon. It was really unbelievable. When the terrifying Emperor aura of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber appeared, all the students below the stage who were suppressed by the Black Moon were pleasantly surprised to find that the mountain-like heavy pressure had actually disappeared. The heavy pressure of the Black Moon has disappeared. With a puzzled look, everyone stood up and looked up at the battle stage. Then, everyone was shocked to find that a terrifying blood-colored pressure had unknowingly appeared in the sky. This blood-colored pressure had resisted the pressure of the Black Moon, so everyone felt that the heavy pressure on their bodies had disappeared. In fact, it did not disappear, but was offset by this blood-colored pressure. That blood-colored pressure was released from Zhuowen's body. Following the terrifying blood-colored pressure, everyone's eyes finally landed on Zhuowen, who was standing opposite Evil Moon, because the source of the blood-colored pressure was from Zhuowen, or more precisely, from the spirit ring's ring. Zhuowen, the spirit ring on his right hand. What is Zhuowen? What is hidden in is Zhuowen's studio. What is in studio. At this moment, this was the only thought in everyone's mind, because the blood-colored pressure that was able to contend with the pressure of the Black Moon had surged out from Zhuowen's spirit ring. So everyone was extremely curious about it. Even Evil Moon's eyes were filled with curiosity. He was very clear about how terrifying the pressure of the Black Moon was. Even Moyan Wushang and Qin Yin were suppressed by this pressure, which showed how frightening it was. However, the blood-colored pressure that suddenly appeared on Zhuowen's body was able to offset the pressure of the Black Moon. Obviously, this boy had some secrets. What is in the spirit ring? Evil Moon muttered in a low voice. He took a step forward and flew straight towards Zhuowen. Originally, he just wanted to teach Zhuowen a lesson. But now, the sudden appearance of the blood-colored pressure had completely aroused his curiosity. I must take a look at this thing. Looking at Evil Moon flying towards him, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. With a thought, he planned to completely take out the slaughtering abstinence violation saber from the spirit ring. Swoosh! However, just as Zhuowen was about to take out the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, Evil Moon, who was originally in front of Zhuowen, had a drastic change in his expression. Subsequently, as if he had received an extremely powerful attack, he let out a groan and retreated dozens of steps. His eyes were filled with fear. Evil Moon's sudden change made Zhuowen suspicious. This was because Juowen had yet to take out the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. Why did Evil Moon suddenly retreat? Moreover, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Of course, Juowen's suspicions did not last for long. A purple figure slowly descended in front of Juowen. This person had purple hair and purple eyes. His gaze was as deep as the sea, and his body was filled with an extremely dense and frightening aura. Surging mental energy gushed out, as if this person was surrounded by a vast ocean. Master Mufong? Looking at the purple figure that had suddenly appeared, Juowen was initially startled. Soon after, he revealed a stunned expression. The blood-red pressure that had originally surged out from the slaughtering abstinence violation saber was also withdrawn by Juowen. He knew that with Master Mu Feng's appearance, there was no need for him to take out the saber. Once Juowen's words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the surroundings. Everyone's gazes were stunned as they stared at the purple figure that had appeared in front of Juowen. If they did not hear wrongly, did Juowen just call this person Master Mufong? In the entire academy, there was only one person by the name of Mufong, and that was the one and only heavenly master of Arcana Tower, Mufong. He was in existence even more powerful than the headmaster, and even the headmaster had to be courteous and respectful to him. Such a person had actually appeared. Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? Could it be that Master Mufong has come here for Juowen? After being shocked, everyone suddenly thought of a possibility. Their gazes fell from Master Mufong to Juowen's somewhat frail figure behind him. What kind of existence was Master Mufong? He was an expert that even the dean had to treat well. If such an existence had really come for Juowen, then Juowen's identity would be somewhat extraordinary. Evelmun's gaze flickered. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "So it's Master Mufong. May I know the reason for Master Mu Feng's visit?" Mufong shot an indifferent glance at Evil Moon. Soon after, he turned his head and said to Juowen, "Juowen, if you have completely grasped the river diagram array, you will be able to defeat this kind of trash in a single move." When these words were spoken, Evelmun's cupped hands instantly stiffened. This Master Mufong had actually called him trash in front of everyone. This caused Evil Moon to feel slightly angry in his heart. However, he did not dare to flare up. This was because Master Mufeng's status in the academy was too high. Furthermore, Master Mufeng's strength was far greater than his. Killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Therefore, Evil Moon did not dare to refute Mufong. Juowen nodded respectfully and said, "I know. However, I have only obtained the river diagram array for 4 days and have not had the time to comprehend it. Therefore," actually, Juowen was slightly puzzled about Master Mufong at this moment. He was also slightly surprised that Master Mufong would suddenly appear. Of course, Juowen did not think too much about it. After all, Mufong was an arcane heavenly master. Perhaps he possessed some kind of powerful detection ability, which was why he was able to discover everything that had happened here. Haha, you are right. The time you have spent in contact with the river diagram array is indeed too short. Let me demonstrate to you how to use the river diagram array to make trash like this unable to resist. Grandmaster Mufong also smiled. Soon after, he waved his sleeve. Immediately, the dragon horse that was being suppressed by the black moon suddenly let out a fierce neigh. A mighty force surged out from its body and shook off the black moon. Shortly after, the river diagram on the draconic horse's back turned into black and white light spots and rushed up into the sky. They formed a strange pattern. This pattern was the river diagram array. As soon as the river diagram array was formed, the space in the surrounding few kilometers seemed to be sealed. A profound aura flowed out, and the 5 senses of the people who had fallen into the array were instantly deprived, causing them to fall into a state of chaos. Evil Moon frowned slightly. His strength was much higher than ordinary people. Within the river diagram array, he did not completely lose his five senses. However, they were weakened by countless times and became much slower. Zhuowen, go and teach this fellow a good lesson. After using the river diagram array, Master Mu Feng pointed at Evil Moon, whose five senses had decreased by a lot, and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Master Mu Feng." Although he did not understand why Master Mu Feng was so good to him, Zhuowen was naturally happy to have the opportunity to teach Evil Moon a lesson now that he had the chance. Evil Moon relied on his strength to not only bully the weak, but he had also broken his promise many times. Zhuowen had long been unhappy with him. Now that he had the chance, how could he not take revenge? Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of Evil Moon in an instant. He threw a punch at Evil Moon's face. "You ant, how dare you!" Evil Moon did not completely lose his five senses. Naturally, he could vaguely sense that Zhuowen was flying in front of him. He shouted angrily and raised his hand to block the attack. Unfortunately, his perception had been weakened too much. Zhuowen dodged Evil Moon's weak attack with a slight tilt of his body. Then he threw a punch at Evil Moon. Evil Moon groaned, and his right eye suddenly turned into a panda's eye. Zhuowen's left fist, which was ready to strike, mercilessly greeted Evil Moon's other eye, turning Evil Moon's two panda eyes into a pair. The extreme weakening of Evil Moon's perception caused him to be unable to resist Zhuowen's storm-like attacks. Moreover, Zhuowen was also quite sinister. Almost every punch was aimed at Evil Moon's face. In just a moment, Evil Moon's face had turned into a pig's head. At the same time, Zhuowen spared no effort to break Evil Moon's arms. This guy wanted to cripple his arms from the beginning. Now he was reaping what he sowed. After a series of beatings, Zhuowen finally stopped his attacks. After all, Evil Moon was a monstrous genius who ranked first on the Heavenly Master list. He could not kill him, let alone cripple Evil Moon's cultivation. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the academy would definitely blame him. Zhuowen understood this point, so he stopped before going too far. Seeing that Zhuowen did not kill him, Grandmaster Mu Feng nodded his head. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and immediately withdrew from the river diagram formation. The five senses of the people within a radius of a few miles also recovered after the river diagram was withdrawn. "Ah, Zhuowen, you bastard!" At the same time, an angry roar, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, resounded. When everyone's eyes followed the sound, they saw a swollen pig's head. This is Evil Moon. Everyone was stunned at first. Then they looked at the clothes on the pig's head. They immediately recognized the owner of the clothes. Wasn't that Evil Moon? Chapter 1107. Moyan Wushang, Goodbye Uproar. The crowd below the stage burst into an uproar when they saw Evil Moon's pig-headed appearance. The #1 monster on the Heavenly Sovereign ranking, an existence that could kill a first-level emperor, had now turned into such an appearance. Everyone felt a little strange in their hearts. There were even quite a few people in the crowd who could not help but laugh. The laughter that rose and fell caused Evil Moon's gaze to become extremely cold. That bastard Zhuowen was definitely doing this on purpose. Why, are you still not going to scram? Zhuowen is a member of my arcane tower. I, Mu Feng, do not object to sparring. However, if someone wants to bully the weak and even wants to kill him, don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Feng's voice was like thunder as it resounded across the battle stage. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, everyone's gazes were filled with a strange expression as they looked at Evil Moon. The latter's gaze turned cold as he felt a wave of humiliation in his heart. However, he could only glare viciously at Zhuowen before leaving unwillingly. Regardless of whether it was Mu Feng's warning or his current, indecent image, it was not suitable for him to stay here. Hence, it was naturally best for him to leave. Seeing Evil Moon leave with his tail between his legs, many people in the viewing gallery were stunned. Soon after, their gazes once again gathered on Zhuowen, filled with fear. This fellow had truly hidden his strength well, to be able to get Master Mu Feng to step in for him. His position in the arcane tower was likely to be extremely high. Moreover, with Master Mu Feng backing Zhuowen, no one in the academy would dare to provoke Zhuowen in the future. Moyan Wushang and Qing Yin looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhuowen had brought them too many surprises. Even Master Mu Feng had stepped in for him. It was truly unbelievable. Let's go. On the spectator stand, Lu Qing's expression was extremely unsightly. He brought along Lu Xiang, who was still in a daze, as well as the other members of the Emperor Pavilion. When no one was paying attention, he hurriedly left the arena. He was truly afraid that this Zhuowen was too sensitive and would act against them. After all, even Evil Moon had been turned into such a miserable state by Zhuowen with the help of Master Mu Feng, let alone them. So it was naturally unwise for them to stay in this place for long. At the same time, Lu Qing secretly instructed Lu Xiang and the others not to provoke Zhuowen if there was nothing important in the future. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. Many thanks for Master Mu Feng's help this time. Zhuowen cupped his hands in a respectful manner. A trace of gratitude rose in his heart. After all, Evil Moon had given him too much pressure. If he hadn't used the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, it would have been impossible for him to block Evil Moon's attack. Moreover, even if Zhuowen had used the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade and used the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade technique, he was afraid that he would still be at a disadvantage. After all, Zhuowen's strength was too low. He couldn't use the full power of the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade. If Evil Moon was a cultivator at the level of the Xiaoyao sect, Zhuowen was confident that he could defeat him. Unfortunately, Evil Moon wasn't. He was a terrifying existence that could kill a first-layer Great Emperor. Evil Moon only needed one move to kill a cultivator like the Xiaoyao sect. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary cultivator. The former could often defeat ordinary cultivators who were at a higher level than them. Facing such a monstrous genius, even if Zhuowen had the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, the chances of him defeating Evil Moon were extremely slim. It seems that I have to break through to the Celestial Master Realm as soon as possible. At this moment, Zhuowen deeply felt that he wasn't strong enough. If he could break through to the Celestial Master Realm, his strength would definitely change. At that time, he might not be a match for Evil Moon, but at least he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Moreover, after breaking through to the Celestial Master Realm, Zhuowen would definitely be able to fight a first-layer Great Emperor with the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill a first-layer Great Emperor like Evil Moon. Of course, if Zhuowen could reach the peak of the Celestial Master Realm, he was confident that his battle strength wouldn't be lower than Evil Moon's. With the help of the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat Evil Moon. Although it was a good idea, it was a pity that the reality was cruel. Zhuowen's cultivation was still too low. He had to break through to the Celestial Master Realm first. Master Mu Feng waved his sleeves and said with a faint smile, "There's no need for that. I've taught you the river diagram array formation, so I can be considered half a master to you. Naturally, I can't watch you get bullied like this. Otherwise, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? Also, you should cultivate the river diagram array formation as soon as possible. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. If you can completely cultivate the river diagram array formation, come find me again. I will accept you as my personal disciple and allow you to enter the 7th level to see my many years of work." Hearing those words, Zhuowen's eyes started to sparkle. Mu Feng was an existence that was a heavenly arcana master. Naturally, all of his creations were rank 7 origin formations. These were existences that were comparable to Emperor artifacts. Furthermore, they were much easier to control than Emperor artifacts. Being able to see a rank 7 origin formation was quite a great temptation for many arcana masters, and Zhuowen was no exception. "Thank you for your teachings, Master. I will work hard to cultivate the river diagram array formation. Zhuowen nodded his head. The river diagram array formation was indeed powerful. Even if Master Mufeng didn't say anything, Zhuowen would still seriously cultivate it. However, what made Zhuowen somewhat puzzled was that Master Mufeng seemed to be somewhat impatient to let him cultivate the river diagram array formation. Perhaps it's because it's rare to find an arcana master who understands the river diagram array formation. Therefore, Master Mufeng is somewhat impatient for me to successfully cultivate it. Zhuowen muttered in his heart, "That's good. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first." Master Mufeng nodded his head. With a wave of his sleeves, he disappeared from the battle stage. Zhuowen looked at the empty space in front of him with a grave expression. Master Mufeng was indeed an arcana heavenly master. He came and went without leaving a trace. Zhuowen was simply unable to see how the former left. After Master Mufeng left, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Moyan Wushang. He smiled and said, "Miss Wushang, thank you for your help this time." Moyan Wushang stole a glance at Zhuowen. Previously, because of the Qing Xian Empire's early departure, Moyan Wushang actually didn't dare to meet Zhuowen. She had been hiding behind the scenes to help Zhuowen. This time, if Evil Moon hadn't shamelessly dealt with Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang wouldn't have appeared in front of Zhuowen from behind the scenes. This was because she still had a trace of guilt in her heart. Looking at Moyan Wushang's expression, Zhuowen's smile grew even wider. He somewhat helplessly shook his head. He could also see that Moyan Wushang's heart was suffering at this moment. He came in front of Moyan Wushang, stretched out his hand, and gently patted her shoulder. He said, "Don't worry, I don't blame you for the Qing Xian Empire's matter. Moreover, in that situation, Mangsher's method was right. You are not the Qing Emperor's opponent. Staying here will not help at all." The moment Zhuowen's right hand landed on Moyan Wushang's shoulder, the latter's delicate body trembled slightly. A trace of crimson appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She looked rosy, but there was a trace of a different kind of flirtatious feeling. "Yes." Moyan Wushang nodded. Only then did she raise her head to look at Zhuowen's face, which was much more mature than before. Her heart couldn't help but start to beat wildly. Moyan Wushang felt a trace of a strange feeling in her heart when she saw her own reaction. A trace of a complicated expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. "You are the sweetheart that Mu Qinxue yearns for day and night. You don't look handsome, and your cultivation is much worse than Mu Qinxue's. How did you make that little girl fall in love with you?" A slightly teasing voice sounded. Qing Yin, who was standing beside Moyan Wushang, blinked her beautiful eyes and came in front of Zhuowen. She sized him up and curled her lips. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt a little helpless. Qing Yin's personality seemed to be a little too lively. Facing Qing Yin's question, Zhuowen helplessly shrugged and said, "Things like feelings can't be explained clearly." Qing Yi nodded and said in a low voice, "That seems to be the case. However, I still feel that with that little girl's arrogance, it is a little unbelievable that she would fall in love with a grassroots boy like you." Hearing Qing Yin's words, Zhuowen felt a little speechless. However, he did feel a little pressure. Mu Qinxue already had so many suitors in the outer courtyard. Perhaps there would be many in the inner courtyard. After all, in addition to Mu Qinxue's natural beauty, she also had the identity of the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. With such an identity, there would be very few young talents who would reject it. Therefore, there must be a lot of people who wanted to be Mu Qinxue's other half. "Zhuowen, thank you for your understanding." Moyan Wushang also regained her calmness. The corner of her mouth revealed a rather brilliant smile. "This is nothing. I, Zhuowen, treat you as a friend. Naturally, I won't misunderstand you because of this small matter. Moreover, you have helped me a lot. To be honest, I should be the one thanking you," Zhuowen said with a smile. Hearing Zhuowen say the word friend, Moyin Wushang's heart couldn't help but tremble. She said in a low voice, "Friend." "Brother Zhua! Brother Zhua!" Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away. Immediately, Emo, Lingtian, Kanan, and the other two came to Zhuan's side. "Brother Zhua, are you okay? That Xiaoyu is really too hateful." When Kanan came in front of Zhuan, she clenched her fists tightly and said angrily, "However, Brother Zhua, how do you know Master Mufong? Moreover, looking at your appearance, your mental energy has actually broken through to grade 6? Emo Lingtian looked at Zhuan with some astonishment. He knew that Zhuan's mental energy had reached grade 5 complete. After all, they were quite close friends with Zhuan. He didn't hide some of Zhuan's secrets. "Yes, I broke through a few days ago in the arcane tower. I relied on the 6th floor of the arcane tower to luckily break through," Zhuan said briefly. Emo Lingtian and the others nodded. Although Zhuan didn't go into detail, they could all guess that Zhuan's outstanding performance in the arcane tower had caught the eye of Master Mufong. Therefore, Master Mufong had personally stepped forward to help Zhuan deal with Xiaoyu. The few of them chatted for a while more before leaving the arena. Many people in the surroundings were left staring at the departing figures.